third family's child. Go see if Yun Yun is awake. If she is, bring her this bowl of sweet soup and eggs. She hasn't eaten all day, so she must be hungry. A woman's soft voice came from outside. After lying on the bed all day, Su Qingyun finally accepted the reality. She had traveled to another time. She had just fallen asleep after finishing an experiment in the lab. How did she end up here? Her family isn't very wealthy, but they don't lack food or clothing. Now, looking at the tacky floral blanket covering her, she noticed it was still clean. She was feeling uncomfortable and unable to move, so her obsessive cleanliness made her want to crawl away and stay far from the bed. She looked up at the wooden roof, which let in light on sunny days, but leaked rain on rainy days. The room was small and plain, with a damp, musty smell that was hard to describe. The house was almost empty, just a bed and a small table with a calendar showing the year 1975. Seeing that specific year made her feel bitter. Traveling through was enough, but why did it have to be this particular time? Suddenly, someone pushed aside the curtain and entered. Su Qingyun quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. She didn't know how to face her family now. A faint scent of soapwood entered her nose. Soon, a warm hand pressed against her forehead. She heard the woman muttering, "No fever anymore. Why isn't she awake? Should I go find the doctor at the health clinic? Or give her another shot?" Thinking about the shot she received earlier that morning, Su Qingyun shivered slightly. The needles back then weren't very thin, and her tolerance for pain was low. That shot almost felt unbearable. She had no choice but to pretend to wake up slowly and opened her eyes. "Yun Yun, you're finally awake," the woman exclaimed happily. "You scared your mother to death." The woman in front of her was her current body's mother, Qining. Her name sounded strong, but her appearance was delicate and gentle. She was in her early 30s, with fair skin, pretty features, and a mature charm. She looked like a beauty that wouldn't be out of place in a more prosperous place. Looking at her, Su Qingyun guessed that her own appearance might also be good, unless her father was holding her back. But she could only guess because she hadn't seen herself yet. She had been lying in bed the whole time. Perhaps because she hadn't spoken for a while, Qining felt a little nervous. "Yun Yun, are you feeling unwell?" "Tell Mom."
"Mom, I'm fine."
"I'm feeling better now. Don't worry." After a long silence, Su Qingyun's voice was a bit hoarse. Qining quickly gave her some water. After drinking, Qining gently touched her face with affection, full of concern. "Yun Yun, please don't do foolish things again.
You scared the whole family this time."
It's not worth risking everything for a man." Su Qingyun lowered her eyes, without speaking. Qining sighed, thinking she was still thinking about that person, and decided not to press her since she was sick. "Your mother is right. He's just a young man with no real worth. Why are we so good to him? He's ungrateful." Wu Guixiang came in, putting down what she was holding. She scolded as she looked at Su Qingyun's pale face, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. She felt sorry for their daughter. She had suffered a lot this time. "Mom, please don't say any more." Qining quickly stopped her mother. Yun Yun was still weak. She shouldn't hear such words. "Fine, I won't say more," Wu Guixiang pouted. Then she turned to Su Qingyun and said, "Baby, are you hungry? Come, eat this bowl of sweet water with eggs." She handed the bowl to Su Qingyun. Inside the red syrup, 2 shiny golden eggs looked tempting, and the delicious smell wafted into her nose. Su Qingyun couldn't help swallowing. She reached out and took the bowl, eating small bites with a spoon. The sweetness of the brown sugar and the aroma of the eggs made her stomach, which had been lonely all day, feel very satisfied. Su Qingyun almost started crying. Who would have thought she could be so excited over a bowl of sweet water with eggs? "Eat slowly." Wu Guixiang watched her greedily and felt even more pity. That untrustworthy young man dared to flirt with their daughter and made her so sad. She would deal with him later. Soon, the bowl was empty. Wu Guixiang asked, "Baby, do you want more? Mom will cook some noodles for you."
"No more, Mom."
"I'm full." Su Qingyun shook her head. Eating more would make her stomach upset. Because of the memories from her original self, she knew that the person in front of her was the one who loved her most in the family, probably even more than her parents. So, she easily called her by her family nickname.
Thank you, Grandma.
You are the best to me. Su Qingyan squinted and nuzzled against Wu Guixiang's dry, rough palm. Wu Guixiang was pleased and patted her head. You're my good girl. Mother doesn't treat you well? Qining asked playfully, with a hint of anger. Su Qingyan quickly held her hand and spoke softly. Mother treats me well too. I know that. Your mouth is so sweet after eating red sugar eggs, Qining said, pinching her nose. Su Qingyan just smiled, her eyes bright. Qining secretly sighed in relief. It's good she can still smile. Grandma, Mother, I want to sleep a little longer. Okay, my good girl. Rest first. We'll go out now, Wu Guixiang said, pulling Qining out of the inner room. After eating, Su Qingyan finally felt more comfortable and started sorting through her messy memories. This place is in the 1970s, in a parallel world of Huagua, in the northern part of the country, in a village called Luoshui. The original owner's family, the Su family, was quite large in Luoshui village. Her grandmother, Wu Guixiang, was over 60, but still strong and healthy. When she was young, her family was capable both inside and outside the house. After marrying her grandfather, Su Dalan, she had 3 sons, all very filial. The eldest, Su Aigua, and the second, Su Aiden, married and had children, each with several chubby boys. By then, the 3rd generation of the Su family was all boys. Seeing the lively children running around, Wu Guixiang secretly wished for a well-behaved granddaughter. When it came to the 3rd son, Su Aimin, although he married a delicate, pretty wife, she looked fragile. Wu Guixiang didn't have high hopes. But less than 2 months after she moved in, she got pregnant. After 10 months, she smoothly gave birth to the only girl in the older Su family generation. Wu Guixiang held the pink, tender baby, almost overwhelmed with joy. She personally asked a teacher to give her a name, Su Qingyan. Among the family's many bright and serious names, hers stood out. She cherished Su Qingyan like a treasure, afraid she'd melt if she held her in her mouth, and worried she'd drop her if she held her in her hands. The original owner, who grew up carefree and a bit lazy and delicate, had a simple mind and no bad intentions. So, she was easily convinced by the educated youth who came to the countryside. The young man is named Lin Jianfeng. He is a well-educated city person with a fair and gentle appearance, carrying a scholarly air. His different aura from the village boys quickly attracted the original owner. He simply beckoned to her with a hand and said some ambiguous words, which made her fall deeply for him. The original owner is only 16 years old. In this era, she is still young, probably waiting until she is 17 or 18 to look for a partner. The Su family is not as easy to fool as her. They immediately saw through Lin Jianfeng's bad intentions and firmly refused to let Su Qingyan contact him again. After several difficulties from the Su family, Lin Jianfeng realized that continuing like this would lead to trouble, so he quickly distanced himself from her and turned to flirt with another girl from the same village. When the original owner heard this, she was overwhelmed with despair and tried to drown herself. Fortunately, it was still early evening, and she was rescued. When she woke up, she found herself in the body of Su Qingyan, who had a different mind. Su Qingyan was still pondering how 2 people with the same name and surname could be so coincidentally alike. She touched her face, smooth and delicate. The Su family had taken such good care of her that she didn't look like a girl raised in the countryside. Thinking of this, Su Qingyan sat up from the bed and searched the room until she finally found a mirror. She looked at her face and trembled heavily. How could this Su Qingyan look exactly like her? Grandma, your cooking is really delicious. Su Qingyan ate so eagerly that her face was almost buried in the bowl. After a restless night, she had calmed down. Since she couldn't go back, she could only accept her new situation. Moreover, since their names and appearances were the same, maybe the original owner was her past life. Is she just a troublemaker? She can handle it. Wu Guixiang smiled so broadly that her eyes nearly disappeared. If you like it, eat more. After you're done, Grandma will cook more for you. Her granddaughter had lost a lot of weight these days, and she felt heartbroken. Early in the morning, she took out some fine rice from the cabinet to cook porridge, adding chopped century eggs and lean meat. After boiling until soft, she added a little salt, smelling so fragrant.
Thank you, Grandma.
You should eat some too, Su Qingyun said with a cheerful smile, pretending to be obedient. Grandma has already eaten. It's all for you. Su Qingyun directly fed a spoonful into Wu Guixiang's mouth, making her smile with all her wrinkles. The grandmother and granddaughter ate happily, one after the other. Inside the house, there was a warm, tender atmosphere. Outside, everyone else had gone to work early in the morning, except for the second wife, Zhang Xinlan, who was busy with household chores. She sat in the yard, with a large basin of clothes beside her. She was scrubbing them vigorously on a washboard, occasionally glancing back at the house, muttering to herself. She eats refined rice, but our whole family only gets to eat coarse rice. Everyone else is working in the fields for points, but she's too precious to go. She's already a young woman in her teens, and she's so obsessed with a man that it's embarrassing for our Su family. Zhang Xinlan grumbled angrily, biting her lip, but she didn't dare raise her voice. If her protective mother-in-law heard her, she wouldn't have a good outcome. Wu Guixiang didn't hear her. Su Aimin, who had hurried back from the county, overheard everything. He walked into the yard with a cold face and said to Zhang Xinlan, "Hey, second sister-in-law, what are you talking about?"
Tell me.
Zhang Xinlan was surprised by his return and didn't know how much he heard. She forced a smile and said, "Third brother is back?" I didn't say much, just some casual mumbling. Really? I thought second sister-in-law had opinions about our third house. Yun Yun is still young and has fallen ill. If she eats some good food to recover, please don't take it the wrong way. If one day you end up in bed, we would take care of you too. Yun Yun isn't working in the fields because she's too weak, right? Ing and I earn every point we can. If second sister-in-law wants, she can also help a Wen and a Wu with their work. And about obsessing over a man, be careful what you say. Which man?
Who are you talking about?
Does it have anything to do with our Su family? Su Aimin's words shut Zhang Xinlan up. She could only awkwardly say, I spoke out of turn. Second sister-in-law, you should be more careful when you speak. If this gets out, it won't just be your reputation that suffers. This was a warning that no matter what, the Su family was a whole. If the gossip spread, she wouldn't benefit. After scolding her, Su Aimin felt refreshed. He didn't bother to see her reaction and went inside to see his beloved daughter. Zhang Xinlan clenched her teeth, then threw the clothes into the basin in frustration. What was that all about? Sweetheart, your dad is back. Do you miss your dad? Su Qingyun was almost choked by Su Aimin's loud voice. Wu Guixiang quickly patted her back and glared at her younger brother. What are you shouting for? Yun just got better, and you're scaring her again. Su Aimin touched his nose, afraid to frown at his wife. He looked at Su Qingyun with concern and said, Daughter, you really scared your father this time. You can't do such foolish things again. He had gone to the county for some work and received news last night that his daughter had fallen into the water. It almost scared him to death. If the county hadn't been quite far away and they couldn't find a vehicle to bring him, he might have had to rush back overnight. Seeing that his daughter was now safe and sound, he finally relaxed. Su Qingyun looked at her worried father and nodded obediently, promising, Dad, I promise I won't do such things again. I've thought it through. I won't make you all worry anymore. That's good to hear. Daughter, let me tell you, good men with 3 legs are hard to find. 2-legged men are everywhere. You're so pretty. You should find someone better.
Ah.
Suddenly, she was hit by her own mother. Stop talking nonsense. You're just talking. Is it appropriate for a father to tell his daughter such things? Wu Guixiang looked at him with frustration. She has 3 sons. The eldest is honest and kind. The second is straightforward, and this youngest son, as Xiao Wu from the second family says, Seems to have a mutated gene. He's clever as a monkey.
Soo-in smiled softly.
Yun, where's your mother? Soo-in changed the subject. She went to the fields. What else could she do? You think she runs around with you all day and doesn't know what she's doing? Wu Guixiang shot him a glance. Seeing that Su Qingyun was fine, Qineng also relaxed and left early to work in the fields. Su-in was anxious when he heard this. Why is she going again? That's just 2 points of work. What's so good about earning them? Qineng had been ill before, and her health was weak. Su-in usually didn't want her to go to the fields. If she doesn't go, you shouldn't go either. Yunyan isn't feeling well. If she doesn't earn points, how will she manage? Are we just going to sit and wait for nothing? Su Qingyun silently lowered her head and ate her rice, not daring to speak. Luckily, her grandmother spoiled her and never made her earn points. Su-in hesitated but ultimately didn't argue with his wife. Fine. I'll start working in the fields tomorrow. Ing will stay at home to take care of Yunyan. I'll do her chores too, is that okay? He only took 2 days off, but his wife made it sound like he was abandoning everything. Wu Guixiang finally stopped talking. That's better. All right, come outside with me. Let Yunyan rest a bit longer. After going out and eating well, Su Qingyun sat on the bed, thinking about how to spend her future days. She looked at her fair, soft hands and shook her head. It was impossible for her to go out and work. That would never happen in her life. The thought of possibly living her whole life working the land made her shiver. Su Qingyun thought carefully and then looked at the calendar on the side. There were some old middle and high school textbooks on the table. Year 1975? Su Qingyun fell into deep thought. At this time, only 2 years remained before the restoration of the college entrance exam. Su Qingyun had always been good at studying. She attended one of the top 2 universities in the country. She was 5 years older than the original owner, and at 21, she had already earned her doctorate. The laboratory had spent a lot to recruit her. She was young but already leading research projects and achieving good results. From a young age, her best skill was studying. In this era, her grandmother Wu Guixiang was known for being strict, but she was very thoughtful and forward-looking about education. All 4 of her children had gone to school and at least finished middle school. Her third brother, Su Kongwu, was very clever and had always done well in school. He had already graduated from high school this year and planned to work in the countryside for a while before going to the city to take the exam for factory workers. The original owner had also gone to school. She should be on summer break from her first year of high school now, but because of Lin Jianfeng's sweet words, she lost her way completely. To get closer to him faster, she even dropped out of school. Thinking of this, Su Qingyun wanted to scold the original owner for being foolish. Lin Jianfeng was so proud and aloof. Once she dropped out, he would only think she was not good enough for him. As the saying goes, knowledge changes destiny. Now, the only way was to go back to school. She also still remembered the unfinished experiments from her previous life. Maybe because she had died once, it became like an obsession for her. Su Qingyun's gaze gradually became firm. Her current goal was to return to school as soon as possible. At noon, the whole family came back from work to eat. Su Qingyun finally met all the members of the Su family. The long table was crowded with more than 10 people. Her grandparents naturally sat at the main seats. The eldest uncle's family sat on the lower right. Her grandmother, who loved her dearly, always let her sit on the lower left. The rest were her father, mother, and second uncle's family. Grandpa's family has 1 son, and second uncle's family has 2 sons. Coincidentally, the third generation of the Su family are all about 2 years apart. The eldest son of Grandpa's family, Su Songjun, is 6 years older than Su Qingyun. He is 22 and already engaged. Like his father, he is steady and reliable. Second uncle's 2 children, Su Kongwen and Su Kongwu, are much livelier. They are just of age to marry, but in the countryside, many young people marry and have children at this age. To Su Qingyun, they are still just college students. The family sits properly, waiting for Mrs. Wu Guixiang to serve the food. They don't have separate houses. Everyone eats and lives together. Deciding how to share the household chores is a headache for other families, but not for the Su family. Mrs. Wu makes all the decisions, and no one dares to object. When Wu Guixiang was young, she was skilled in farming and was known for being fierce and bold. People in the area knew not to mess with her. Today at noon, they are eating sweet potato porridge made with coarse rice and grains. Since there are many people, it's served in a big bucket. Wu Guixiang uses a large spoon to serve the food. She scoops a big spoonful, then slowly lifts it and pours it into a bowl, which she then gives to Su Qingyun. Everyone watches and no one objects. Yunyan has had a tough time lately, so eating more is fine. Only the second daughter-in-law, Zhang Xinlan, looks displeased when she sees Yunyan's bowl, but she doesn't say anything. After that, the family members who worked in the fields get a little more food, especially the men who do the hardest work and burn the most energy. Wu Guixiang also scoops a thick portion. Su Songjun and his brothers are young and strong, so they eat a lot. When their bowls are filled, the bucket is mostly empty, leaving only clear broth. Luckily, they steam some coarse bread, so they can eat until they are about 70 or 80% full. Even in good times, the Su family can't always make everyone eat enough every day. Su Qingyan looks at her full, thick bowl of rice, and then at her grandmother's porridge, which looks almost like water. She feels a little sad. "Grandma, I can't eat so much."
You can have my share, she says.
Wu Guixiang is surprised and puts down her bowl. "What's wrong, Yunyan? Why can't you eat it?" Usually, she can finish a big bowl easily. Su Qingyan replies, "I ate noodles this morning, so I'm not hungry and don't have much of an appetite." The whole family looks at her. In these days, is there someone who doesn't want to eat? Eat first, and if you can't finish, then talk. Su Qingyun had no choice but to pick up her chopsticks. She took a bite and immediately frowned. She had never eaten this kind of mixed grain porridge before, and it felt like her throat was being scratched. Reluctantly, she took a few more bites and said, "Mom, I really can't eat anymore." Wu Guixiang looked at her expression and thought she wasn't pretending. After some thought, she said, "Then share some with your brothers." The three brothers' eyes lit up, and they stared intently at the porridge in Su Qingyun's bowl. One for big brother, one for second brother, one for third brother. Su Qingyun was very fair. She shared a little with each brother, not much, but enough to satisfy them. Since the weather was hot, besides the mixed grain porridge, there were also a few light side dishes. They didn't look very tasty, and the only meat was a few thin slices of cured meat stir-fried with garlic sprouts. Su Qingyun looked at the meat, so thin it was almost see-through. It was a rare treat of meat at home. The few slices of meat could be counted easily. Seeing that Su Qingyun had no appetite, Wu Guixiang calmly picked 2 slices of meat and put them into her bowl. "Yunyan, eat this." Su Qingyun looked at the greasy cured meat and furrowed her brows even more. She hadn't had a chance to refuse before Zhang Xinlan spoke up. "Mom, you're being too biased." She couldn't hold back anymore. She drinks thick porridge and now she gets to eat these few slices of meat too? What about us? The whole family paused their eating actions. Su Aimin and Qining looked over. Wu Guixiang's face darkened. She sharply placed her chopsticks on the table. "Do you have a problem with that?" Old second Su Adong heard her words and also looked serious.
What are you talking about?
"What am I talking about? I just can't understand. Yunyan never works, and the third daughter-in-law often doesn't go either. Our second household earns the most work points, but in the end, we can't even get a piece of meat." The 2 men in the second household, Zhang Xinlan was confident. "I'll tell you why." Wu Guixiang sneered. "Yunyan eats a lot and eats well, but that's because her mother's family supports her. It doesn't cost us a penny. In fact, we share everything with Yunyan. And you? If you had support from your family, I'd let your second household eat until they drool every day. Do you have that support?" Zhang Xinlan's face turned red. She had 3 sisters and a younger brother in her family. Her mother still hoped she could get some support from the Su family. But where would there be extra to give her? Who knows if what you said is true or not? You mentioned that the third daughter-in-law's family gave her some support, but after so long, We've never seen a single shadow of it, Zhang Xinlan said reluctantly. Qining glanced at her, calmly put down her chopsticks and smiled. Second sister-in-law, what are you talking about? Are you saying that my family gives me support, and I have to show it to you every time? I didn't mean that. So, what do you mean, second sister-in-law? Our Yunyan fell into the water this time, and she's still weak. The doctor hasn't said whether she'll develop any health problems in the future. We're family. If you don't care about Yun, that's fine. But to argue over just 2 pieces of meat? Maybe I can cut 2 ounces of meat in town someday to compensate you. That way, it won't spread outside that our Yun is eating alone, and elders will see it too.
Suinyun chakel dingwerli.
Her mother looked delicate, but her temper was not gentle. Zhang Xinlan dared not respond to this, and quickly said no. Third daughter-in-law, what you're saying isn't right. I was just joking. Yun is weak, and eating a little more is fine. She couldn't say anything more, especially since her niece's reputation was being questioned. Seeing how restless everyone was during the meal, Su Dalan, who had been silent, frowned and said, "Just a meal, and you're causing a fuss. It seems you're not tired of fighting every day. If anyone is unhappy with how your mother is distributing things, they can just bring it up. We can split up and live peacefully." Hearing this, Su Adong immediately said, "No, Dad. We have no objections. It's all up to Mom." He reached out and tugged at Zhang Xinlan. Zhang Xinlan grimaced and was frightened by the idea of splitting up. "Dad, Mom, I won't say anything more. I was wrong. I won't do it again." These days, if a family didn't reach the point of splitting, they'd become the joke of the whole village. The sons and daughters-in-law would be gossiped about behind their backs. Wu Guixiang looked at her steadily and snorted heavily. "You better not." The second daughter-in-law had been unruly for a long time. Without some harsh words, she wouldn't know how to behave. Zhang Xinlan hesitated and dared not speak further. After lunch, the whole family usually took a nap. Rested and energized, they would go back to work in the afternoon. The Su family has 7 rooms. The 2 elderly parents share 1 room. Each of their 3 sons and daughters-in-law have 1 room, and Su Aijuan's 3 brothers share 1 room. The only person living alone is Su Qingyun. Since she is a girl, she can't share a room with her parents. Although she has her own room, it is actually just a partition inside her parents' room. The extra room was newly built and will be used by Su Aijuan after she gets married. Seeing the hot sun outside, Su Qingyun gave up her idea of wandering around the village. She went inside. The partitioned room isn't soundproof, so she easily heard her parents whispering. She listened carefully. She heard her mother worry. Today's second sister-in-law said something that makes me think she's suspicious. We lied, and it might not hold up for long. What should we do? Lies?
Suinyun wondered.
What's the use of suspicion? She has no proof. Don't worry, Su replied casually. Ignore her. Look at this. I brought you something. Snow cream? Qining exclaimed. Where did you get it? Su was very proud. It's from Haishur. You can't find this kind of snow cream here. How much did it cost? Qining asked worriedly. We don't usually spend money like that. It's okay, I don't mind. I wouldn't mind using it myself. Look at your face. You work every day, and it's not as fair as before. You should put some on.
All right, Su
Are you saying you're tired of me now? Qining pretended to be angry. No, I didn't mean that, Su said defensively. While they were joking, Su suddenly saw his daughter sneaking around. He waved his hand. Yunyan, close the door and come here. Su Qingyun obediently closed the door and came over. Su secretly took something out of his bag. Yunyan, look. Dad brought you something good. Su Qingyun's eyes widened. A watch? In front of her was a lady's watch with a light pink strap and a round face. This small, delicate watch didn't look cheap. Where did her father get it? Didn't you say you wanted a watch before? Dad got one for you. This morning your grandma was here, so I couldn't give it to you. Put it on and see if you like it, Su said happily, handing it to her. Why did you spend so much money? Qining also didn't know about the watch. It's okay, I don't have much money. Su Qingyun's eyes darkened as she remembered. The original owner had told her father she wanted a watch, but not for herself. She wanted it for that scoundrel Lin Jianfeng. The original owner had always lived better than other girls in the village. She ate better and wore nicer clothes, not patched ones like most children in the village, where clothes were passed down among siblings. Lin Jianfeng was interested in her mainly because of this. After they grew closer, he started secretly asking her for things, first food, then paper and pens, and eventually he openly asked for a watch. A simple watch in this era cost at least dozens of yuan. A regular worker's monthly wage was only a few dozen yuan. Lin Jianfeng was really asking for a lot. The naive original owner immediately told her father. Seeing Su Aimin's eager look, Su Qingyun's heart softened. She knew her family's conditions and wondered how hard her father had worked to get that watch. There was also a Plum brand watch that suited you better, but we don't have enough money now. I'll buy it for you next time, Su Aimin said regretfully. The Plum brand watch is a famous brand today, costing nearly 100 yuan. No need, Dad. I like this one best. It suits me, she said, putting the watch on her wrist. The light pink strap made her fair skin look even brighter. Very pretty, Qining praised, not criticizing Su Aimin for spending money on his daughter. Since it was for her, she didn't mind. Su Qingyun happily said, "Thank you, Dad. I like it very much." Since the original owner was gone and she was here now, from today on, she was truly Su Qingyun. Don't worry, I will take good care of your family. After mentally saying this, Su Qingyun felt a strange sense of relief. She soon realized it might be the lingering attachment of the original owner in her body. Now that she had given her promise, that attachment naturally disappeared. Yun, listen. Dad told you. You can wear this watch when no one is around, but you must not let others see it, understand?
Su Aimin whispered. Su Ingun blinked. You understand? Dad.
Good things are for quiet enjoyment. In the past, Su Aimin would bring her good things and always told her not to let others know. The original owner was simple-minded and didn't think much about it. Now, Su Qingyun feels there must be some hidden reason behind this. Good girl. Su Aimin patted her daughter's head and looked at her smiling face, finally feeling relieved. Su Qingyun returned to her room, sat on the bed, and stroked her chin as she thought. The snow cream and watch were not things their family could easily afford. During the meal earlier, she was puzzled because her mother insisted that her family had sent some extra support, but as the daughter, she had never seen a letter from her grandparents. Qin was not originally from their village. She was among the first group of educated youth sent to support rural development. She was a proper high school graduate from a scholarly family. When she came to Luoshui village as an educated youth, she unknowingly caught her father's eye. They married, and she had her. Years passed, and she hadn't heard much news about her grandparents. It seemed the support was fake. Her father must have had some secret way of making money that he kept from the family. She wasn't sure if her grandparents knew about it. Plus, this secret probably wasn't recent. Otherwise, living under the same roof every day, her family would have noticed. Her second aunt-in-law had sharp eyes. No wonder the original owner could always produce so many good things for Lin Jianfeng. But she was careless. Her parents never kept secrets from her, so she didn't know any of this. In this era, her father actually dared to do business outside to earn money. Su Qingyun looked at her father with new respect. Thinking of this, Su Qingyun's face lit up with joy. She was worried that returning to school might burden her family, but now it seemed there was no big problem. Before going to work in the afternoon, Su Aimin replaced Qining to go to work. Wu Guixiang hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. Qining was sewing shoe insoles in her room when she saw her daughter peek in. She quickly waved her over. "Come in. What are you standing there for?" Su Qingyun sat beside her. "Don't you want to sleep a little longer?" Qining asked, feeling she might not be feeling well, and touched her daughter's forehead. "I've slept too much and can't sleep." Su Qingyun smiled and took her hand, dragging out her words. "Mom, I have something to tell you." "Go ahead. Why are you hesitating?" Qining narrowed her eyes, sensing she might not be saying something good. Are you asking for something again? I can't tell you no. Didn't your father just bring you back a watch? Oh, no, mother, Su Qingyan said with delicate eyebrows furrowing and her eyes flickering. I just want to go back to school. What did you say? Qingyan almost pricked herself with the needle she was holding. She quickly put it down. Yun, you were the one who didn't want to go to school before. You cried, and we gave in to you. Now, why do you want to go back?
Tell me why.
Su Qingyan bit her lip and looked down, apologizing. Mother, I was confused before. I believed other people's lies. After this experience, I understand now. No one can make me give up what I need to do. I want to go back to school, at least finish high school. She didn't dare tell her mother that she knew in 2 years she would take the college entrance exam again. Being able to go to university seemed like a dream to them now. Seeing Qingyan frown and think, Su Qingyun continued to persuade her. I want to finish high school like my third brother and then go to the city to work. Mother, look at how well you and father raised me. If I don't go to school, what can I do in the future? She blinked her eyes, looking worried. That makes sense, Qingyan agreed. Her daughter was delicate and couldn't do any chores. If she didn't find an easy job, how would she live? Su Qingyan thought in her parents' eyes. She was truly a little useless. After thinking for a while, Qingyan asked, Are you really sure you understand?
Yes, Ido. Su Ingun nodded firmly.
All right, when your father comes back tonight, I'll talk to him. We'll see about sending you to high school next semester. Qingyan looked at her sideways. You've been out of school for so long, you'll definitely fall behind. Why bother going back to high school? No, mother, I can do it, Su Qingyan said anxiously. If I go back to high school now, I won't be able to catch up with the first college entrance exam after the break. I'll study hard at home during this time. Just let me go to second year, okay? Whether I can go to second year depends on you and me, Qingyan said, pinching her nose. We'll ask your father to take you to the school and ask. Qingyan warned her. You have to study well. Don't slack off. If you don't understand something, ask me.
Got it. Su Ingun nodded vigorously.
After dealing with her mother, Su Qingyun felt refreshed and happy. As she watched the sun slowly set and the wind picked up, making the air cooler, she stepped outside to take a walk around the village. Lushui village is not very big. Probably because everyone is busy working in the fields at this time, Su Qingyun didn't meet anyone. Breathing in the fresh air, which she rarely experiences, she felt so happy that she almost hummed a song. Didn't you say you almost drowned after falling into the water? Looks like you're fine now. What a pity, a sarcastic voice came from behind her. Su Qingyun turned around and saw a girl with a mean look on her face. She sighed inwardly. It's unlucky to meet someone rude right after leaving home. The girl had braids, wore a light red shirt and dark blue pants. The bright clothes didn't look tacky on her. Instead, they made her look more lively and beautiful. She was a pretty girl. She was holding a lunchbox. The girl was Lin Jianfeng's current crush, Xia Qiu, from the same village. Xia Qiu's family was well off, and she was quite good-looking. Proud and haughty, she naturally looked down on the original owner, who had similar looks and background. Since childhood, she liked to compare herself to the original owner. She was jealous of her clothes and belongings, and even Lin Jianfeng was something she fought to get. Of course, Lin Jianfeng was half-heartedly willing. You're quite well-informed, but I'm sorry to disappoint you, Su Qingyun replied calmly, not wanting to argue with this spoiled girl. Xia Qiu frowned at her dismissive answer. What was wrong with Su Qingyun? Usually she would have argued back. Why was she so calm now? She tilted her chin arrogantly and said domineeringly, Su Qingyun, I tell you, Brother Jianfeng is mine now. He said before that he only saw you as a little sister, just playing along with you. Don't think that these tricks will make him soften. Su Qingyun's face twisted for a moment. Hearing her call him Brother Jianfeng so often made her teeth ache. Little sister? No matter the era, scumbags always have the same excuse. Probably the whole world is his good little sister. Okay, Su Qingyun said, not wanting to argue. She spoke gently, like talking to a child. What's yours is yours. No one is fighting you for it. Hearing this, Xia Qiu looked more alert. Something was wrong. Why did Su Qingyun say such things? She said such things, yet she remained completely indifferent. Isn't he your favorite brother foam? Favorite?
Suingyun nortet ko ultli.
What is love? What is a man? Right now, I only want to study. Studying makes me happy. I love learning. She spoke confidently and sincerely, her love for studying almost overflowing in her eyes. Learning? Xia Qiu thought she must have heard wrong. How could such words come from Su Qingyun's mouth? Su Qingyun, I think your mind is really muddled. With your poor grades, how can you say you love studying? And aren't you not going to school anymore? What kind of crazy idea is that? Sure enough, the people who know you best are always your enemies. Xia Qiu, a classmate of the original owner, knew her study situation very well. Su Qingyun didn't get angry. She smiled and said no choice.
My family spoils me.
If I want to go to school, I go. If I don't want to, I don't. Maybe next semester, we'll be classmates again. Who wants to be your classmate? Xia Qiu looked at Su Qingyun's smiling face and felt she wasn't quite normal. After giving her a hard glare, she turned and left. Su Qingyun continued humming a song, familiar with the terrain and routes of Luo Shui village. Meanwhile, Xia Qiu carried her lunchbox to where the young workers were working. The team leader disliked these young workers, saying they were too weak, unable to carry or lift things properly. He didn't dare let them go to farm, worried they'd ruin the crops. Most of them couldn't even tell garlic from scallions. After thinking for a while, he decided to send them to repair the village school. The school was just a few simple mud brick buildings. These days, every household had many children. Although they didn't expect the children to become scholars, they hoped they could at least learn a few words, not remain illiterate. Over time, as more children came, these few rooms became too small. The mud brick buildings had problems after a while. When it rained, heavy rain fell outside, and light rain seeped inside. To fix this tricky issue, the team leader applied for bricks from above to repair and expand the school. When Xia Qiu arrived, Lin Jianfeng was working with cement. Mud and water splashed onto him, making him look dirty and disheveled, completely unrecognizable as a scholar. Lin Jianfeng felt upset and confused. He didn't come to the countryside to do this, but everyone around him worked hard without complaints. To keep his tough image, he had to hold back and continue working. Brother Jianfeng. A clear girl's voice called out. Lin Jianfeng looked up and saw Xia Qiu. He quickly glanced around. Everyone was busy, so no one noticed him. So many people are here. Why did she come to find him? He frowned but still spoke gently. Xiao Qiu, I told you not to come find me while I'm working. It's not good if others see. What's wrong with that? I came whenever I wanted, Xia Qiu said casually. Seeing Lin Jianfeng's face covered in dust, she felt sorry for him and took out a handkerchief to wipe his face. Lin Jianfeng hurriedly stopped her, took the handkerchief, and said, It's dirty. I can wipe it myself. He was a young intellectual. The team leader didn't like their group much. If the leader saw them being so close, he might say they were having an affair, which would be bad. Seeing Xia Qiu pouting, he tried to comfort her. Xiao Qiu, I'm not avoiding you. It's just that there are many people and eyes everywhere. People might say things. I'm a man, so it's nothing. But you're a girl, and I'm worried others might say inappropriate things that you can't handle. Hearing this, Xia Qiu finally smiled happily. I don't care what others say. I only care about Brother Jianfeng. After saying this bold thing, her face turned slightly red, and her cheeks looked very charming. You, Lin Jianfeng said with a helpless but loving look, wait for me a moment. I'll ask the team leader for leave, and I'll sit with you nearby. After talking to the team leader, Lin Jianfeng took her to the other side of the school. As soon as he left, the other young workers started talking. Is Lin Jianfeng blind? Can't he see their relationship? Why hide it? Wasn't it that girl from the Su family before? How long has it been? They've already changed. That's really shameful. It's because he looks so gentle that people were fooled. I think he'll get into trouble sooner or later. Just wait and see. They all watched closely. Lin Jianfeng thought he was hiding things well, but everyone saw his little actions clearly. Lin Jianfeng didn't realize that everyone was talking about him behind his back. He sat with Xia Qiu on the small hill behind the school. "Brother Jianfeng, I brought you some mung bean soup to cool down. Drink a little," Xia Qiu said as she opened the lid. "You're so thoughtful, Xia Qiu," Lin Jianfeng said, feeling touched. "It's nothing, Brother Jianfeng. I want to do this for you," Xia Qiu replied shyly. Looking at the soft, cooked mung beans in the porcelain bowl, Lin Jianfeng's eyes flickered. They were just some mung beans after all. He thought they were something special, but Xia Qiu didn't have the same conditions as Su Qingyun. Thinking of Su Qingyun, Lin Jianfeng felt a bit regretful. If her family hadn't been so difficult and that old woman wasn't known for being unreasonable, he wouldn't have given up. "Brother Jianfeng, Brother Jianfeng?" Xia Qiu called.
Huh?
"What's wrong?" Lin Jianfeng snapped back to reality. Xia Qiu pouted, unhappy. "Are you really listening to me?" "Sorry, Xia Qiu. I was just thinking about work. What's up?" Lin Jianfeng smiled apologetically. "I wanted to ask if you've seen Su Qingyun recently," Xia Qiu asked, wanting to know if he knew about her jumping into the river for him. "Of course not," Lin Jianfeng said quickly, thinking she was just a young girl teasing him, out of jealousy. "Didn't I tell you? I only saw her as a little sister. I didn't expect her to have those thoughts. Naturally, I kept my distance." The rivalry between the two girls made Lin Jianfeng feel proud, his vanity and sense of achievement soared. "What about me?" Xia Qiu hurriedly asked. "Why don't you keep your distance from me, Brother Jianfeng?" Lin Jianfeng looked at her steadily, as if filled with countless feelings, until she blushed and looked away. His tone was gentle, almost like water. "Xia Qiu, I thought you understood how I feel about you. Why are you asking me this?" His seemingly sincere answer was actually vague. He had feelings for her, but he didn't specify what kind. Xia Qiu thought she had received a heartfelt confession from her beloved. As a girl in her teens, hearing such straightforward words made her shy and flustered. She looked at his seemingly hurt eyes and quickly said, "I understand. I understand everything, Brother Jianfeng." Lost in her happiness, she didn't notice the quick flash of sarcasm in Lin Jianfeng's eyes. The two of them flirted for a while longer before Lin Jianfeng finally returned to the school area. He was about to continue working when he suddenly noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely, whispering to each other. Lin Jianfeng frowned. "What's going on?" He looked to a familiar fellow villager nearby and asked, "Jiacheng, did something happen just now?" He had an uneasy feeling in his heart. Su Jiacheng looked strange and glanced around before quietly saying, "Did you know that the girl from the Su family tried to jump into the river a few days ago?"
What?
Lin Jianfeng was shocked. Su Qingyun tried to jump into the river?
How could that be? Could it be because... Is she?
He asked nervously. "She's fine now," Su Jiacheng hesitated, "but everyone is talking about how her attempt to jump might be connected to you." "What do you mean, connected to me?" Lin Jianfeng's face changed. His earlier feelings of guilt disappeared instantly. "That's nonsense. Who is spreading these rumors? I won't let them get away with it." Zhang Qi heard it when he went to Wang Dania's house to get some food. Everyone knows now. Many young people who came to the village to do farm work had never done chores before, cooking, cleaning, and so on. Most could only use their meal tickets and some money to find others to share a meal with. The villagers were happy to earn extra income, so it was a win-win. The woman Zhang Qi shared a meal with, Wang Dania's wife, was known for gossiping a lot. She loved to talk about others' affairs, and whatever she said could turn true or false. Of course, Lin Jianfeng wasn't innocent in this matter either. Lin Jianfeng's face turned pale, and then pale again, lost in thought. He was restless while working later. The story about the young girl from the Su family trying to jump into the river because of a young man spread quickly through Luo Shui village. That evening, when they finished work and returned home, the Su family looked upset. Wu Guixiang brought the dinner to the table and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why do all of you look like that?" Always calm, Su Aigua looked very unhappy. "Mom, everyone in the village is talking about Yun Yun and Lin Jianfeng." They say Yun Yun, so young, tried to jump into the river because of a boy. They say she's shameless. He couldn't bring himself to say the last part. What did you say? Wu Guixiang's face darkened immediately. Didn't I tell you? No one is allowed to mention Yun Yun falling into the water outside. Who said that? After Su Qingyun was rescued, Wu Guixiang repeatedly told her family not to reveal any information to protect her reputation. Zhang Xinlan said, "Who else would say it?" When Yun Yun was saved, someone saw it. The news spread, and somehow it reached Wang Dahong's ears. Once she heard, the whole village knew. Today, when the neighbor, Aunt Li, asked her about it, she felt so embarrassed she wanted to hide. Su Aimin and Qining were furious. Su Aimin looked very serious and cursed loudly. This isn't their business. Those gossiping women do nothing but chatter all day long, right? Qining was trembling with anger. She was well-educated and couldn't say harsh words easily, but inside, she wished she could gag those people. In the countryside, if a girl's reputation is damaged before she's married, her life is basically over. Wu Guixiang glanced at the couple and asked, "Where is Yun Yun?" Yun Yun said she can't eat and is in her room. Su Qingyun was in her room, flipping through her school books from this era, completely unaware of the chaos outside.
No, we can't just stay silent about this.
Otherwise, people will think Yun Yun is involved with that young man. How will the villagers see her? How will they see our family? Su Aimin felt more and more restless, and stood up to go outside.
Stop.
Sit back down. Wu Guixiang put down her chopsticks, stood up, and said through gritted teeth, "I'll go myself. You all stay here and wait for me. I will tear that old woman Wang's mouth apart." She stormed out fiercely, leaving everyone stunned. "Father?" Su Aimin looked at his dad. Su Dalin took a puff of his dry tobacco and said, "Let your mother go. You two shouldn't go." Su Aimin and Qining, as Yun Yun's parents, knew that if they caused a big scene outside, outsiders would think they were guilty, and it would only make things worse. So, they could only let Wu Guixiang go. Anyway, she was known for being fierce, so she didn't mind what the villagers said. "Wife Wang, come out here." Wu Guixiang shouted loudly at Wang Dahong's door. Inside, Wang Dahong, who was eating, was startled and almost dropped her bowl. Why did Wu Guixiang, this wife, come here? Wang Dahong, don't stay silent. I know you're at home. Come out quickly. Wu Guixiang crossed her arms and scolded loudly. You're more fierce when gossiping than anyone, but now you're hiding at home like a turtle. Come out if you have the guts. Wang Dahong, who also has a fiery temper, was annoyed when she heard Wu Guixiang's words. She slammed her bowl down and stormed out. A few neighbors nearby heard the noise and came out with their bowls to see what was happening. Wu Guixiang, why are you causing trouble at my place late at night? Causing trouble? I ask you, what have you been saying in the village? Wu Guixiang asked sharply, her face unfriendly. Wang Dahong immediately understood why Wu Guixiang was here. She folded her arms and sneered, "What? Did I say something wrong about Su Qingyun? Did I falsely accuse her? Is she having an affair with that young man named Lin Jianfeng? She's risking her life over him. That's none of your business. Our Yun Yun is obedient and sensible. Is it your place to spread rumors? Yun Yun accidentally fell into the water, and it has nothing to do with Lin Jianfeng. Are you happy to sit outside gossiping all day, unable to sleep? Think we, the Su family, have no one? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your foul mouth apart." Wu Guixiang warned fiercely, her eyes sharp and intimidating. The neighbors whispered among themselves. Wang Dahong keeps gossiping and Wu Guixiang came after her. She dares to provoke Wu Guixiang. She's brave. What's really going on with Su's daughter and that young man? Did she really drown herself? Wu Guixiang doesn't look like she believes that. She probably said that to protect her granddaughter's reputation. I think there's more to it than just rumors. Isn't it true that that young man from Lin is getting close to the Xia family's girl? But they don't seem to be involved with the Su girl. Those young men are really not good people. Wang Dahong thought about the old and young men of the Su family and felt a moment of panic. then quickly calmed down. If your daughter Su Qingyun really isn't involved with anyone, why are you so anxious? Many people have seen her and that young man together very close.
It's not just me saying it.
Looking at Wu Guixiang's changing expression, she pretended to be kind and said, "In my opinion, Lin Jiqing is handsome, educated, and from the city. What's wrong with that? You should support their happy union."
Puffed.
Wu Guixiang spat out, "What kind of perfect match? Even wild ducks aren't true love. Do you really think Lin Jianfeng is a good match for Yunyun? Dreaming big." Wang Dahong sneered, "Your family's Su Qingyun is lazy and difficult, but at least she's pretty. She's one of the most beautiful girls around here."
Exactly.
That little face is so tender it seems like water might come out. But honestly, marrying such a girl means she can only look good. Nothing else. I'll tear your filthy mouth apart. Wu Guixian couldn't stand anyone talking about her precious daughter. She immediately charged at Wang Dahong.
Ah!
Wang Dahong was caught off guard and grabbed her hair, crying out in pain. She didn't back down and grabbed Wu Guixiang's arm. The two immediately started fighting. The neighbors, unable to stay out of it, hurried to break up the fight. Still worried, the three brothers from the Su family saw their mother fighting and rushed over. The people from Wang Dahong's family also joined in. Suddenly, the scene was chaotic. "Stop. All of you, stop now." A loud shout came from Captain Qin Youfu, who hurried over after receiving the report. As the village captain, Qin Youfu's words carried weight in Luo Shui village. Hearing his voice, the crowd gradually calmed down. Wu Guixiang wiped her messy hair and adjusted her clothes, saying, "Youfu, you're just in time. You're the captain. Tell me, how should we deal with Wang Dahong spreading false rumors about our daughter?" "Defamation," Su Aimin quickly added, sensing her feelings. "Yes, defamation. Wang Dahong is spreading lies about our girl. What should we do about it?" Wu Guixiang demanded an answer, eyes wide. "You talk all day without saying anything meaningful, and now you want to use fancy words." Wang Dahong looked calm on the outside, but in fact, she was in pain all over her body. Despite that, her attitude remained strong. "Was I spreading rumors? You should ask the villagers yourself. Everyone isn't blind. Who can't see what's going on?" Qin Youfu looked at the tense two people with a headache. "Why are the most difficult people in Luo Shui village fighting each other? Auntie, no matter what happens, we can't hit each other." Qin Youfu's mother, Wu Guixiang, is a cousin of Wu Guixiang, so she calls her aunt. This family connection is one reason Wu Guixiang dares to be so arrogant. Wang Dahong shouted, "Team leader, you can't just favor Wu Guixiang because you're related. Look at what the Su family did to us."
Look.
She wanted Qin Youfu to see the injuries on her family members, but she noticed that although they looked grimacing from pain, their skin was smooth and unmarked. Meanwhile, the three from the Su family had bruises all over their faces and bodies, looking much worse. Wang Dahong clenched her teeth. The Su family played dirty, attacking where no one could see. Qin Youfu's brow twitched. "Enough. Everyone go back to the team office and explain everything clearly." People from both sides hurried to the office, some curious onlookers following along. The office was crowded with a large group. After Wu Guixiang and Wang Dahong finished explaining, Qin Youfu massaged his forehead, feeling even more headache. The young intellectuals who came from the city were mixed up with the teenage girls in the village. It seemed there was more than one. What a mess. He thought for a moment and said, "Get everyone here. Let them face each other and clarify what happened."
"Hey, no.
"You can't bring the kids out like that," Wu Guixiang panicked. "It's better if Yunyun stays out of it. What if she gets upset again?"
What?
"Are you afraid?" Wang Dahong mocked. "Why wouldn't she dare if she didn't do anything wrong? She's guilty, right? Fine, let them speak face to face," Su Aimin suddenly said, looking at Wu Guixiang. "Mother, we need to trust Yunyun." He didn't believe his daughter would fall for a man twice. The incident where Yunyun fell into the water was real. It's better to clarify it face to face so others won't talk behind their backs. Wu Guixiang was silent for a moment. "All right, go call Yunyun." Qin Yofu also said to the person nearby, "Go call Lin Jianfeng over from the youth team." Everyone present became excited, expecting a good show. Yun, remember what your father said. Later, you must firmly deny any relationship with Lin Jianfeng. Don't get confused. On the way here, kept reminding Su Qingyun, listen carefully.
Su Ingun nodded. I understand, Dad.
She didn't expect things to develop like this, but she was happy to publicly expose the scoundrel. Over at the youth team, Lin Jianfeng also received the news and hurried nervously to the big team. They met at the entrance. Seeing Su Qingyun, who looked thinner, Lin Jianfeng's eyes lit up slightly. He was about to greet her when he saw Su Qingyun and her father walk into the door without hesitation. Wu Guixiang waved at her. Yun, come here to Grandma. Lin Jianfeng hesitated, words stuck in his throat. He steadied himself and entered the house, surprised to see everyone inside. Captain, what do you want to see me about? He asked first. Qin Yofu looked at him sharply. Someone in the village said you're not working seriously and are just chasing after the young girls. Is that true? He didn't like these youth from the start and spoke with some disgust. Lin Jianfeng panicked when he heard this. Captain, I work every day. How could I do such a thing? Who spread these rumors? It's terrible. Wang Dahong rolled her eyes at him and sneered. Lin the youth, many people saw you with a girl from the Su family. You can't deny it. She then looked at Su Qingyun. Qingyun, tell everyone about your relationship with Lin. Don't be afraid. With the captain here, he'll stand up for you. Su Qingyun looked up at her, secretly sneering inside. Tell everyone? She just wanted to make this matter certain. Her silence made Lin Jianfeng nervous. He wondered if she was really going to say they were involved and then blame him. He didn't want to stay in this poor, remote place forever. He looked at Su Qingyun and made a subtle gesture with his eyes. Did this scoundrel just make a face at her? What kind of look was that? Su Qingyun quickly changed her expression to look confused and helpless.
What are you talking about?
I can't understand. What did I do to Brother Lin? Listen, Brother Lin, this shows how close we are, and you're saying I wrongly accused them. Wang Dahong thought she had a good point. Lin Jianfeng felt uneasy inside. Su Qingyun's eyes widened with a look of grievance. No, Grandma Wang, Brother Lin said I look a lot like his younger sister, so he told me to call him that. When she said this, everyone looked a bit strange. Such words are usually just a way for men to flatter women. Does the daughter of the Su family really believe that? Seeing her young face, people suddenly realized she's still quite young. Maybe she hasn't fully grown up and truly thinks of Lin Jianfeng as her older brother? Could it be that Lin Jianfeng wanted to flirt with her, but she totally misunderstood? Lin Jianfeng felt a twinge in his heart. When she said that, wasn't she trying to clear herself and put all the blame on him? No, how could Su Qingyun think like that? Surely her father told her to say this. The Su family members looked at everyone's expressions and felt happy inside. Qin Yofu frowned and also thought deeply. Brother, I think she means romantic brother, Wang Dahong said sharply. She wasn't easy to fool. Why do you keep sending her books and gifts? You don't even treat your real brother that well, right? Yes, many people saw that Su Qingyun from the Su family often sent things to Lin Jianfeng. That's because I had something to ask Brother Lin for help with, Su Qingyun said shyly, her face turning a little red. She whispered, Brother Lin is a scholar from a big city, very smart. I just want him to help me catch up on my studies. Wang Dahong sneered. Who here doesn't know you've dropped out? What kind of tutoring are you talking about? Are we fools? Everyone in Luo Shui village knew that Su Qingyun couldn't study or work. She was lazy and spoiled. Tears welled up in Su Qingyun's eyes. She looked tearful, biting her lip, and her face looked sad. I didn't drop out of school. I just paused my studies for a while. I'm not feeling well, so I asked the school for a leave of absence. I'll be back next semester. Not feeling well. So she took a break? Everyone looked at Su Qingyun. Her clothes were big, so she could wear them for 2 more years. She was thin and she had lost weight these days. Her fragile body looked weak inside her clothes. Her face was pale and she seemed very sick. Could it be that she never goes out to work because she's unwell? Everyone mostly believed what Su Qingyan said. After all, she was just a young girl, so how could she have any bad intentions? The Su family members, who didn't know that Su Qingyan was planning to return to school, widened their eyes in confusion. Were they really as Yunyun said? Wang Dahong frowned. Su Qingyun's answers seemed reasonable, but she didn't trust her. The girl was sharp-tongued, just like Wu Guixiang. But she couldn't find any flaws in Su Qingyun's words, so she could only stay silent. Lin Jianfeng was already stunned. How did things turn out like this? When did Su Qingyan ask him to give her extra lessons? She clearly hated studying the most. Before she could react, Su Qingyan carefully looked at him and said in a quiet voice that everyone could hear, "Big brother Lin, to avoid misunderstandings, maybe we should see less of each other from now on." She hesitated, looking a bit embarrassed, and added, "Also, can you return the money you borrowed from me before?" "What money?" Lin Jianfeng was completely stunned. "The money you said you didn't bring enough when you came here, the money for your meals. You borrowed it from me, and you even signed an IOU," Su Qingyan said confidently. Wow, Lin Jianfeng even borrowed money from a girl. Everyone's eyes widened, fully believing that the two of them weren't in any special relationship. The Su family members were also surprised. How did they not know about the IOU? "If you don't like our cooking, just don't eat it." Someone from the crowd, who was from Lin Jianfeng's household, shouted. "Does Lin Jianfeng not understand the principle of paying for what you use? How dare you complain about our food? Next time, go to another family. We won't serve you anymore." Lin Jianfeng's face turned red with anger. Su Qingyan had indeed given Lin Jianfeng money before. To pretend to be proud and protect his fragile pride, he always said that the money was a loan, not a gift, whenever the original owner gave him money. But he only said that verbally. There was no way he had ever given her an IOU. Lin Jianfeng didn't believe she could produce one. "Show me the IOU," Lin Jianfeng said coldly, finally realizing that Su Qingyan had changed. Su Qingyan winked at him and smiled sweetly. Lin Jianfeng suddenly had a bad feeling. She spoke happily, reached into her pocket, took out a folded piece of paper, and handed it to Qin Yufu. "Uncle, this is the IOU that Lin Jianfeng gave me. Please take a look." Qin Yufu took it and checked. It clearly stated how much money Lin Jianfeng owed Su Qingyan, the deadline for repayment, and was signed with a date. Everything was clear.
Lin Jianfeng shouted, "Impossible."
I definitely never gave her an IOU. As soon as he said this, he realized something was wrong. He only denied the IOU, but he didn't deny borrowing money from Su Qingyan. Luckily, everyone didn't notice the flaw in his words. There was also another young intellectual present. Qin Yufu called him over. "You come and see if this is Lin Jianfeng's handwriting." The young man looked carefully. Yes, it's his handwriting. Lin Jianfeng was proud and often showed off by practicing calligraphy in the dorms. Everyone knew his handwriting well. How is this possible? Lin Jianfeng couldn't believe it. Qin Yufu said, "Just look at this clearly written piece of paper. Do you want to deny it now?" Lin Jianfeng stepped forward and grabbed the IOU to look. His hand trembled. How could this be? The handwriting was exactly like his, but he was sure he never wrote this IOU. What was wrong? He felt confused. "Also, Brother Lin," Su Qingyan pointed at the pen clipped to his chest with a sweet smile. "Can you return this pen to me? I need it for studying." Su Qingyan extended her tender hand and held it out in front of him. He had taken her things, so he must return them. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Jianfeng felt as if he had been stripped and was uncomfortable. Facing the mocking and disdainful looks of the crowd, he tore off the pen and handed it to her. "Here, take it. Enough."
It was clear by now.
Qin Yufu said, "Aunt Wang, be careful with your words in the future. Verify before you speak. What if this small girl's reputation is ruined because of this rumor? From now on, don't bring up this matter again. You must attend the ideological education class seriously and listen carefully. Now you need to apologize to Su Qingyan."
"What?"
"I should apologize to her?"
Wang Dahong, Looked incredulous.
Yes, apologize. Qin Yofu's tone was firm and not open to refusal. Aunt Wang, this young girl was unfairly treated by you. Just apologize. What's the big deal? If my daughter were spoken about like that, I would fight to protect her. Everyone started talking loudly. The situation was tense. Wang Dahong endured and endured, almost grinding her teeth, until she finally managed to say, "Sorry. It's okay, Grandma Wang. Just speak kindly in the future. Be careful with your words." Su Qingyun smiled warmly, but her eyes were cold. Wang Dahong felt a chill run down her spine when she looked into her eyes. Why were her eyes so unsettling? She shivered and, holding back her anger, left with her family. Everyone else, please disperse quickly. One by one, people left. Lin Jianfeng was still staring blankly. Qin Yofu looked at him with a serious warning. Young man Lin, remember, you are here to help support our rural development, not to cause trouble or break things. His words were very harsh. Lin Jianfeng's face turned pale instantly. Pay back the money to the girl as soon as possible. I hope there won't be a next time. On the way home, Wu Guixiang was very happy, as if she had won a battle. She looked at Su Qingyun and said happily, I knew our Bauer was smart. She wouldn't be easily fooled.
Suinjun said inwardly.
The original owner was indeed naive. She was tricked out of money, and in the end, she even lost her life. Grandma, I'll follow you. Of course, I'm smart. That's true. Su Aimin, walking at the back, frowned and thought deeply. Something felt off. When they got home, he quietly pulled Su Qingyun aside. Yunyun, tell Dad. What's going on with that IOU? He still didn't believe that Lin Jianfeng would give her an IOU. I knew I couldn't hide it from Dad, Su Qingyun said with a clever smile. That IOU was written by me. By yourself?
Su Aimin was surprised.
And the handwriting? He used to show off his own poems to me all the time. After a while, I got familiar with his handwriting and could imitate it easily, Su Qingyun said proudly, squinting her eyes. Su Qingyun's grandfather was also a well-known calligrapher in later generations. She had been practicing calligraphy since she was young. Imitating someone's handwriting was not difficult for her. She had prepared that IOU long ago, just waiting for the right moment to make Lin Jianfeng swallow her trap and confess everything. So that's how it is. Su Aimin suddenly realized and hummed. It's what he deserved. Su Qingyun took out a pen and handed it to him.
Dad, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have lied to you before or given him so many good things for no reason. This pen belonged to Su Aimin. He used to treasure it and would clean it often. But when the original owner asked for it, he gave it to her without hesitation. She then gave it to Lin Jianfeng. Foolish girl, Su Aimin gently patted her head. Let's not talk about the past. Just be more careful in the future. From Yunyun's behavior tonight, it's clear she isn't foolish. She was just temporarily confused by someone. Since they all lived in the same village, the Summer family soon heard about this and ordered Summer Chiu not to contact him anymore. Under the supervision of the village leader, Lin Jianfeng managed to return the money he borrowed from the Su family. He wanted to meet Su Qingyun again during the repayment, but Wu Guixiang chased him out with a broom. Gradually, no one mentioned their story anymore, and people found new topics to talk about. Mom and Dad, tomorrow I will go to the county. I won't go to work, Su Aimin said casually during dinner. Wu Guixiang asked, Why are you going again? Did Qin send something?
Yes.
That's right, Su Aimin replied vaguely. Su Qingyun's eyes rolled as she boldly said, Dad, can you take me with you tomorrow? What for? Such a long trip, and it's so hot outside, Su Aimin was surprised. His daughter usually didn't like walking. I want to buy some study materials in the county. When she said this, everyone at the table stopped eating. Wu Guixiang frowned. Yun, you really plan to go back to school next semester? She thought she had only said it casually before.
Yes, Grandma, Suinjun nodded seriously.
I've already said it, and everyone is watching. If I don't go to school, people might say something. I really want to go back. I want to graduate from high school and then go to the city to work in a factory, just like third brother. She raised her chin confidently. full of ambition. Wu Guixiang smiled. My girl has such aspirations? Okay, Grandma supports you. Thank you, Grandma, Su Qingyun said happily. Zhang Xinlan looked at the happy grandparents and grandchildren, thinking quietly. Su Qingyun didn't do any chores at home, and if she went back to school, it would mean more expenses for the family. She nudged Li Xiulian and whispered, Big sister-in-law, what do you think about Yunyan going to school? What do I think? I think it's good, Li Xiulian replied, surprised. Yunyan is still young. Going to school for a couple more years isn't a bad idea. Young? Many girls in their village at Yunyan's age are already married and have children. But Yunyan's grades are not good. It would be a waste of money for her to keep studying, she added. Li Xiulian finally understood her meaning and chuckled softly.
You should talk to Mom about this.
Why are you telling me? Trying to use her as a tool? That's not so easy. Inside, Zhang Xinlan rolled her eyes. She meant they should discuss it together. Why can't she understand her point? Third sister-in-law, just say what you mean. Why are you mumbling? Zhang Xinlan looked up and saw Wu Guixiang staring at her. No, Mom, I was just thinking about Yunyan's school fees. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood her meaning. Yunyan's school fees have nothing to do with you. Why are you worrying so much? The family's paying for all the kids' schooling. Do you have any opinions? Our little Wu is talented and does well in school. Shouldn't the family pay for her education? Yunyan's grades are so poor, she's just wasting time at school, Zhang Xinlan said, not believing a word of Su Qingyun's excuse about wanting to work in the city. Qining glanced at her lightly and said, All right, since third sister-in-law says so, Yunyan's school fees will be paid by our third household. The family doesn't need to spend a penny. Is that okay? Yes, we'll pay ourselves. I'm happy to let my daughter go to school. Does anyone have any objections? Su Aimin added.
Li Xiulian smiled.
Of course we support Yunyan going to school. Zhang Xinlan pursed her lips and said nothing more. As long as the family didn't have to pay for her schooling, she didn't care if Su Qingyun went or not. She wouldn't get any real results either way. Wu Guixiang endured and endured but finally said nothing. After dinner, Wu Guixiang called Su Aimin into the room, took out a key, and opened a box made of fragrant wood. She took out some scattered banknotes and handed them to him. Here, this is for Yunyan school fees and books. Su Aimin pushed her hand away. Mom, no need. I said we can go on our own. Wu Guixiang looked at him expressionlessly. Where do you get the money to go? Don't tell me it's from your daughter's family support. Do you really think I don't know? Su Aimin was surprised but then smiled. Mom, you can't hide your sharp eyes. You haven't contacted her family in so many years, and suddenly this year they reach out and send money and gifts often. Do you think I'm stupid? Su Aimin couldn't help but laugh and cry. Mom, do you think they know what you're saying? Stop changing the subject. Wu Guixiang glared at him. Listen, no matter what you do outside, I only have one rule. Don't do anything dangerous. Mom, don't worry.
Su Aimin spoke seriously.
I won't cause trouble for the family. You don't need to worry.
As long as you understand that, she said.
Her younger son was usually lively and had many ideas. Although she was worried, she didn't try to stop him. Nowadays, everyone wants to eat well and live comfortably, as long as it's safe. The next morning, Su Aimin woke Su Qingyun up early. Dad, let me sleep a bit longer. Su Qingyun tried to open her eyes. It was still dark outside. What time is it? Didn't I say we're going to the county? If you don't get up now, you'll miss the bus, Su Aimin urged. Almost. She resigned herself and got up, putting on a blue floral shirt and simple black pants. You're so grown up, yet your mom still braids your hair. You're getting younger every day, Qining said happily as she fussed with her hair. Though her words sounded like teasing, her eyes were full of smiles. I don't know how to braid, Su Qingyun pouted, happily enjoying her mom's skill. The original owner had thick, long hair. A few days ago, she wore it loose, but today, she couldn't go into the city with her hair down. She usually kept short hair for convenience during experiments. She couldn't manage the fancy braids popular now. Either one side was too thick or the other side was uneven. After 10 minutes of trying, She gave up and asked her mom for help.
Alright. Union locks about full.
Qingning said happily. Su Qingyan looked at herself in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Her small face was so tender it seemed like it could squeeze out water. Su Aimin beside her urged, "We really have to go now, or we'll miss the bus." "Then let's go quickly, Dad." Su Qingyan hurried to catch up. The father and daughter quickly disappeared from sight. Zhang Xinlan, who was up early preparing fire and breakfast, made a face. These two, both the big and small, never do proper work. "Yunyan, can you still walk? If not, let's rest a bit," Su Aimin asked kindly, looking at his daughter. "Let's rest for a little while," Su Qingyan said with a tired face, sitting down heavily on a tree stump by the roadside. No wonder her dad said they might miss the bus. From Luoshui village to the county town, they could only walk to the town first and then take a bus to the county. The trip to the town was about 10 miles. With her skin and flesh, Su Qingyun had never walked so far before. Now she felt like her feet were blisters from all the walking. After walking for a while, they finally reached the bus stop. It was called a bus stop, but it was just a roadside signpost. Hard to see if you didn't look closely. Not many people were waiting for the bus. Many farmers had never been to the county town in their lives and stayed in their hometowns. "Yunyan, the bus is coming. Be careful and get on with your dad," Su Aimin called out from afar when he saw the bus. Su Qingyan followed him onto the bus. Su Aimin took a paper ticket from his pocket to pay for the fare and found a seat with her. Inside the bus there were people, chickens, ducks, geese, everything. The sounds of cluck cluck and gag gag filled the air, mixed with a foul smell that entered her nose. It would take about 2 hours to reach the county, and Su Qingyun could only grit her teeth and endure it. The bus was about to stop for 10 minutes. Before it started again, Su Qingyun closed her eyes, trying to ignore everything around her. "Big sister, your chickens look well fed," her dad's voice said. Su Qingyun opened her eyes and saw her dad chatting with a woman wearing a straw hat. She was holding a hen tied with straw. Among the drooping, tired-looking chickens, the hen looked especially plump. "Of course. My chickens grow by eating bugs. I take good care of them. They lay at least 2 eggs a day," the woman said proudly. 2 eggs? Su Aimin's eyes widened in surprise. "Then why don't you raise such good egg-laying chickens anymore?" Currently, although large-scale free trade is not allowed, secretly selling 1 or 2 chickens is still unnoticed. Big sister's face shows visible reluctance. "It's because my daughter-in-law just gave birth and has no milk. I was going to sell a chicken to buy her some formula." "Oh, right, formula. Who would want to sell otherwise?" "That's true," Su Aimin agrees with a nod. He smiles and says, "In that case, big sister, you were planning to sell this chicken anyway. Would you sell it to me?"
To you?
Big sister looks at him suspiciously. "Yes," Su Aimin nods confidently and points to Su Qingyun. "This is my daughter. She recently fell seriously ill. I was thinking of buying her an old hen to stew and help her recover." "Wow, you specifically bought a chicken to help your daughter?" Big sister is surprised and repeats his words. She looks at Su Qingyun's pale face and starts to believe him a little. "Su Yun, what kind of health boost?" Her father is just using her as an excuse. "Then, how much are you willing to pay?" Big sister hesitates. "If it's too little, I won't sell." "Don't worry, big sister. I promise I won't cheat you," Su Aimin says. He carefully examines the chicken and thinks for a moment. "Here's the deal. Right now, a chicken costs about 3.50 yuan. Since your chickens are well raised, I can give you 4 yuan. You won't lose out."
4 yuan?
Big sister looks a bit unhappy. "I should ask around in the county. Maybe I can get a higher price." "Big sister, that's not how it works," Su Aimin patiently explains. "If you go to the county, it takes time to ask around and there are many buyers. They might not pay more just because your chickens are good." He points to the chickens and ducks nearby. Big sister falls silent. "Also, big sister, the round-trip transportation costs about 3.20 yuan. Since the bus hasn't left yet, you can even get a refund if you change your mind. If you sell the chicken to me, you'll save that money too." Big sister's eyes light up.
Oh, right. How did she forget about that?
Brother, why not? You can look at my chickens. They're not worse than hers. I can sell mine a bit cheaper. A rough man nearby, who had been listening for a while, suddenly speaks up. No, that won't do. We agreed you'll buy my chicken, and that's what you'll get. Big sister quickly responds. She is anxious about losing the money she just got. She hurriedly hands the chicken to Su Aimin. Su Aimin smiled gently and slowly took 4 yuan from his pocket to give to the older sister. Seeing her happily counting the money to return the train ticket to the driver, the dark-haired man looked envious, his eyes turning red. Brother, do you still want it? He persistently tried to sell again.
Su Aimin looked hesitant.
I only want 3 yuan and 50 cents. The dark-haired man gritted his teeth and said firmly. Dad, this one is also good.
Buy it.
I can eat it. Su Qingyan started to cooperate with her dad. All right then. Su Aimin hesitated for a long time, but finally agreed. Buy one more, to give my daughter some extra nourishment. Young man, why don't you also look at my chickens? An old man in the front seat turned his head, his wrinkled face full of earnestness. And mine too. Big brother, how about some ducks? Old duck soup is very nourishing. And geese, they're also very nourishing. Do you want some? Amid the sales pitches, Su Aimin reluctantly picked a few more chickens and added a few more tickets for returning and getting off. The driver glanced indifferently and looked away. Su Qingyan sat nearby, laughing along with her dad, her face almost breaking from smiling. Inside, she was complaining that she would need a big budget to nourish all these chickens and ducks. Now she finally understood how the family's watch and snow cream came about. With her dad's acting skills, it's a pity he wasn't born an actor in this era. The car finally started, slowly heading towards the county town. The engine roared, and on the dirt road, Su Qingyan was jolted so much she gritted her teeth until they ached, finally reaching their destination. Dad, let's get off, she said, unable to bear it anymore. Not yet. Wait a bit. There are many people now, so it's crowded. Su Aimin remained calm and steady. 2 minutes later, Su Qingyan watched helplessly as her dad calmly handed a yuan to the driver. Did the driver intentionally stop a little longer just now? Su Qingyan thought incredulously. Wow. She exclaimed, wow. No. She said she was wrong. Her dad shouldn't be an actor. He's simply a master of business. Perhaps because rural life has looked the same for decades, standing on the streets of Luoshu County, Su Qingyan truly felt the huge gap brought by the times. The dusty road was fairly smooth, with occasional tractors, ox carts, and bicycles passing by. Cars were almost non-existent. The houses along the street were not tall buildings like those in later times. The tallest were only 3 or 4 stories high. That's the department store over there, Su Aimin said, pointing at a small 3-story building in the distance. Yun, go take a look. You can buy whatever you want. And you?
Su Qingyan asked.
Su Aimin rubbed his nose. Dad has some things to do. You go shopping first, and I'll come find you later. The town was safe enough, and his daughter was grown up. She didn't need to stay with an adult all the time. No, Dad, I want to go with you, Su Qingyan said, looking at the chicken her father was holding. She understood. Su Aimin thought for a moment and nodded.
All right.
He was a bit worried to let Yun go alone. He looked around. Let's go this way. Su Qingyan followed her father as they turned and twisted through many small alleys. They stopped at a house, and he gently knocked on the door. Soon a neat woman opened the door, She whispered, "You're here? Take a look," Su Aimin said, handing her the fattest old hen he had bought from his older sister. The woman's eyes lit up with surprise as she took the hen and looked it over carefully. This is a really good one. You actually found such a fat hen.
Su Aimin smiled honestly.
I went to the village to find it myself. This is the fattest hen I could find. And look at the price. The woman waved her hand casually. You said 5 yuan. Since this hen is so good, I'll add 50 cents. How about that? Paying 5.5 yuan for a chicken was quite expensive, but it was hard to find a high-quality rural hen in the city. The price was not unreasonable. Okay. Thank you, sister, Su Aimin said happily, agreeing quickly. She counted the money and handed it to him, then looked at Su Qingyun standing nearby. Is this your daughter? She's really pretty, she said, thinking for a moment before reaching inside and giving Su Qingyun a few candies. Thank you, Auntie, Su Qingyun said with a bright smile, quickly expressing her gratitude. Sister, if you need anything else next time, just tell me. I'll help you find it, Su Aimin said, meaning he wouldn't just do one business. All right, the woman nodded. She was sweet-talking and friendly, and everyone liked doing business with her. After selling this chicken, Su Qingyun followed her father as they hurried around, selling the remaining poultry. They were careful and quiet, like guerrilla fighters, to avoid attracting attention. 5, 6, 7. 17, 18. Su Aimin happily counted the money, then thought for a moment. After subtracting costs, it should be 12 yuan and 30 cents, Su Qingyun quietly said.
Wow.
That's right. Su Aimin carefully checked the calculation. He rubbed his daughter's head. Yunyun, you're so smart. You really take after me. Su Qingyun looked up at the sky. She knew that a regular worker in a factory earns about 30 yuan a month. 12 yuan and 30 cents is almost half a month's wages for her father when he goes to town once. What she didn't know was that something even more shocking was coming next. Brother, I mean, you're finally here, a voice suddenly called out from the street corner. The father and daughter were startled. The person who appeared had a sharp face and a clever look. When he saw Su Qingyun, he paused for a moment. This is my daughter, Su Qingyun. Yunyun, you can call this Uncle Nan, Su Aimin introduced simply. Yuan Nan made a few sounds of surprise. Brother, I mean, I told the truth. Your daughter is really pretty.
Wow, who is she with?
She must be with her sister-in-law, right? Get lost, Su Aimin said angrily, looking around. Where are the things? Getting to the point, Yuan Nan looked serious. Here, he said, pointing to an alley. Su Qingyun looked over and saw a shoulder bag hidden in the shadows, with 2 baskets covered by plastic cloths. They looked full, but she didn't know what was inside. It really looked like a secret deal, she thought, smiling at her own imagination. Yunyun, just wait here at the street corner. I'll go with Uncle Nan to handle something, Su Aimin said. She nodded obediently. Su Qingyun watched as Yuan Nan lifted the shoulder bag. They crossed the street and went to the opposite side. She had good eyesight and could see clearly it was the Luoshua steel factory. She saw the 2 men put down the bag, talk to a man who came out, then take some money, stuff it into his pocket, and quickly leave the factory gate. From their smooth movements, it seemed like they had done this many times before. Did her father also have this kind of connection? Su Qingyun was truly surprised. This was different from selling poultry to small investors earlier. Her father could sell things directly to a factory, which was a safer and more promising way. Just as she was thinking this, her father returned. After greeting Uncle Nan, he quickly left. Come on, Yunyun, let's go shopping. Su Aimin said boldly, showing off his confidence. Making money made him feel rich and proud. Father, you really managed to sell stuff to the steel factory. That's impressive, Su Qingyun praised, giving a thumbs up. Su Aimin looked around and lowered his voice. That man just now works in the steel factory's purchasing department. He's also related to your maternal aunt's family, her uncle's brother-in-law's nephew's brother. But this is a connection I worked hard to find. He looked proud. Su Qingyun. That connection was really distant, probably so far that even her maternal grandmother couldn't understand it. Su Qingyun guessed she couldn't even untangle this relationship. Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival coming soon? Their factory wants to buy some mountain goods as gifts for workers. Mountain goods?
Su Qingyun suddenly understood.
In the countryside, mountain products weren't rare, but in the county town where vegetables had to be bought from the market, they were quite rare. However, with just those 2 baskets, how much mountain produce could there be? The steel factory had over 1,000 workers. Seeing her daughter's puzzled look, Su Aimin explained again. Of course, this isn't the only time. Before, Uncle Nan came over. He lives in Xiaoyuan village. Some of those mountain goods he found himself, and others he collected from different villages. Su Qingyun nodded, understanding. Xiaoyuan village was near Yunluo Mountain, which stretched and rolled endlessly. Not to mention mountain products, even wild animals like bears could be found. The locals only dared to go to the mountain's outskirts. Nan dared to go up the mountain to find mountain goods. He was brave. But he wasn't bold enough to do business regularly. Dad, so you and Uncle Nan are doing different things. One finds supplies, the other finds buyers. What about the costs? Su Aimin stopped walking and looked seriously at his daughter. He was surprised. Yunyun, you understand this too? Su Qingyan rubbed her nose and smiled shyly. It's because I didn't like studying before. I loved reading miscellaneous books. I saw this in books. Books are good books. Books also teach knowledge. Su Aimin thought this was good. He always believed Yunyun was innocent and carefree, not understanding worldly affairs. Today, he realized he had underestimated her. The initial costs were paid by me. Now, I think it's about a 60 to 40 split, 60% for me, 40 for Uncle Nan. Su Aimin spoke sincerely and also reminded her, when you go back, you must not tell your family, not even your grandma. Remember? It's not because Su Aimin is selfish. The money he earns and the risks he takes, working in the rain and wind for so long, he can't be so generous and share everything with his family.
Got it.
Su Qingyan blinked, showing she would keep the secret. She understood her father's worries. The family hasn't split up, and all the income and expenses are controlled by her grandma. Her second aunt is very cautious. If the family found out, who knows what might happen. When the father and daughter reached the department store, Su Qingyan felt like her legs weren't her own anymore. The first floor of the department store sells daily necessities. These days, buying things requires money and various tickets. Even now, supplies are in short supply and shopping feels like fighting a battle. Yun, get ready. Dad will push through the crowd with you, Su Aimin said eagerly. Maybe. Let's just forget it, Dad. Su Qingyan swallowed her saliva at the scary crowd and hesitated. Since we're here, how can we not go? Well, the worst thing is hearing those 4 words. Before she could rush into the crowd with her father, Su Qingyan was suddenly bumped hard, and her shoulder hurt. Sorry, young lady. Are you okay? The person who bumped her was an old woman wearing patched coarse cloth clothes. Her face was full of wrinkles and apology. She was holding a child, who had her eyes closed, probably sleeping. I'm fine. Su Qingyan patted her shoulder, and wasn't angry. Su Aimin frowned, looked at the child, but said nothing. Thank you. The old woman hurried away with her child, heading toward the city exit. Seeing his daughter bumped, Su Aimin didn't want to force her into the crowd anymore. Yun, let's go to the second floor. There's cloth there.
We can see if there's a pattern you like.
He was about to take Su Qingyan upstairs when she suddenly stopped. Cloth. Patterns? Su Qingyan knew something was wrong. Dad, the person who bumped me just now is a pickpocket.
Su Yun exclaimed. What?
Su Aimin was caught off guard. A pickpocket? The elderly woman who just bumped into me was wearing patched clothes, but she was holding a fine silk cloth and a small child who was still nursing. The child was wrapped casually and was carried out the door, indicating that their home was nearby. However, the old woman's accent was not local, and she was heading out of town. Su Qingyan felt more and more that something was wrong. Her face looked anxious. Also, I saw the child sleeping with a slightly red face. I thought it was from the sun, but now I wonder if she was given something to make her sleep. Seeing her speak confidently, Su Aimin's face also grew serious. Stealing a child was a serious matter. If not careful, it could ruin a family. Let's go and follow her, he hesitated but decided. It's better to believe there's a problem than to ignore it. The father and daughter followed the old woman at a distance, heading in the direction she was going. Luckily, the old woman was probably old and was holding the child. She didn't go far before they kept a close but not too close distance behind her, discussing what to do. They couldn't just rush up and say the child was kidnapped, or they might get into trouble if she turned out to be innocent. The old woman kept walking until she suddenly stopped. The father and daughter looked at each other. Wasn't this the place where people wait for buses? The bus would pass through several villages, but they didn't know her destination. Let's go and catch the bus, Su Aimin decided quickly. They approached and stood at the bus stop. The old woman looked up and gave them a cautious glance. Su Qingyun moved her lips slightly and smiled brightly. Grandma, you're waiting for the bus too? What a coincidence. The old woman squinted at her and recognized her. It's you, little girl. And who is this? She looked at the young woman, but was wary of men. This is my dad, Su Qingyun replied. Oh, weren't you at the department store shopping? The old woman looked at their empty hands. There were too many people, we couldn't get in, so we didn't buy anything, Su Aimin said with a smile. He looked honest and friendly, which made people feel at ease. The old woman visibly relaxed a little. To avoid suspicion, they didn't say more. Soon, a battered bus arrived at the station, and the driver turned off the engine, waiting for passengers. Su Qingyun and her companion deliberately got on the bus behind her, waiting until the elderly woman sat down before casually finding their seats. The bus had 2 rows of seats on each side with an aisle in the middle. The father and daughter sat across the aisle from the elderly woman on her right. There weren't many people on the bus. Su Aimin looked around, stood up, and walked to the driver's side. He reached into his pocket and took out a cigarette. Old Chong, want to smoke? The driver, Old Chong, glanced at him and waved his hand. I smoke my pipe. You can't handle these fancy cigarettes. Just try it. It's good stuff from Haisher, Su Aimin said, still holding out his hand. Come on, let's go outside to smoke. My daughter just got sick, and she can't stand the smell of smoke. Old Chong didn't want to refuse, so he followed Su Aimin outside the bus. Through the window, Su Qingyun saw her father talking to the driver. Before long, the driver looked quickly toward the bus. She understood they had guessed something. Soon after, her father and the driver got back on the bus, looking normal. More people got on, many carrying chickens and ducks. The bus started to get noisy again. Because it was so loud, Su Qingyun looked at the child in the elderly woman's arms and frowned. The child woke up, waving tiny hands and fussing. The child pouted and started crying loudly. When the child cried, the chickens and ducks seemed to compete, making even louder noises. Many passengers looked annoyed. Ma'am, why is your little one crying so much? Is he hungry or needs a diaper change? A man in front turned around and asked. It's okay. I'll soothe him, the elderly woman said softly, rocking the child gently. But maybe the child didn't recognize her scent, and the crying grew worse. No, ma'am, you should check. If he's hungry or needs a diaper change, rocking him like that won't help, another kind woman said, looking a bit puzzled. You don't usually bring your grandson on long trips, do you? A child that small gets hungry often. You need to have something to feed him. Hearing this, the elderly woman looked panicked for a moment, but quickly calmed herself. I don't often bring my grandson. We left in a rush today, so I forgot. Su Qingyun felt she emphasized the words my grandson on purpose. Maybe you've brought your son before, but not your grandson, the woman muttered to herself, not daring to say more. Su Qingyun looked at the crying child and softly said, Grandma, let me try to soothe him. Babies cry a lot, and it can hurt their feelings. She smiled in a harmless way that made people feel at ease. The old woman pursed her lips and looked at the child, who was starting to gasp for breath. All right then, she said. Since she was a young girl, there was nothing to worry about. But this girl looked really nice. If only. She glanced at the tall Su Aimin beside her, then temporarily gave up her thoughts. Give me the child, Su Qingyun said, holding out her hand. The old woman hesitated for a moment, but finally handed the child over. Su Qingyun carefully held the child, as if cradling a cloud. She gently patted the child's back and softly hummed a tune. Strangely, the child's crying gradually stopped, and after a few hiccups, she calmed down. People around were surprised. Hey, this child's grandmother can't soothe the child as well as this young girl.
Suinjun smiled.
Although the child couldn't speak, she could clearly feel the kindness or meanness from people. Once she's settled, give her back to me, the old woman said anxiously. Sure, Su Qingyun whispered, raising her index finger to her lips. Wait until she falls asleep, or she'll cry again later. Yes, let her sleep first. Ma'am, don't worry. The girl is being careful. She won't hurt your grandson. The old woman pursed her lips and hesitated, then withdrew her hand.
Suinjum continued humming softly.
She gently touched the child's small face, which felt a bit hot. Her heart tightened. She couldn't delay any longer. She brushed her hand over the swaddling cloth and casually said to the old woman, "Grandma, your family takes good care of children. Even the swaddling cloth has embroidery. Is the child's surname Lin? That's a nice name." The old woman was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "Yes, yes. My son's surname is Lin, and of course, my grandson's too. We're just worried about losing him." So his wife embroidered the name.
Suinjun snered inwardly.
She was the one talking about losing children. Are you from Linjia village? I haven't heard of anyone having a baby there recently. You look a bit nervous, a man behind her asked, leaning in with curiosity. The old woman stiffened and forced a smile. I'm not from Linjia village. I was visiting relatives. We're from Yuan village. Su Qingyan watched her lie through her teeth and shot her father a glance. Su Aimin understood immediately, muscles tensing as he prepared himself. Grandma, is your son really surnamed Lin? Su Qingyan asked with a cheerful tone, but her words sounded a bit strange. The old lady instinctively felt something was wrong, but she could only go along with her words and said, "Of course." Su Qingyan tilted her head and smiled playfully, "But Grandma, the cradle is very clean and doesn't have the character Lin. I was just joking with you earlier. You're a naughty girl, tricking me." The old lady was stunned for a few seconds before finally realizing what was happening. She tore off her fake kind face and revealed her ugly true nature. Her eyes turned red as she suddenly lunged at her, trying to take the child back.
"Dad!"
Su Qingyan called out. Su Aimin was already prepared. He quickly stood up and blocked her, shouting angrily, "This is a troublemaker. Everyone catch her." He was a strong man. Although the old lady looked fierce, she was no match for him. He grabbed her with one hand and twisted her arm behind her back with the other. The old lady immediately couldn't move, but still tried to struggle. The people in the car were stunned by all these sudden events. Once they recovered, they rushed forward. In this era, anyone who was a troublemaker was hated, and this troublemaker was definitely one of them. A kind-hearted auntie slapped the old lady on the back and cursed loudly. I knew she couldn't calm the child. That old woman dares to kidnap. She thinks she's above the law. Yeah. Luckily this girl was clever and caught her in the act. That's just wrong. If she had taken the child away, we'd be in big trouble, someone said nervously. Everyone nodded. If they knew they had let a troublemaker escape right under their noses, they probably wouldn't sleep well tonight. Let me go. Let me go. The old lady was pressed down tightly by the crowd, gasping for breath. Su Aimin turned around and said, Old Chong, go to the police station. About time you said that. Old Chong, with a cigarette in his mouth, didn't hesitate. He turned the steering wheel, and the bus circled outside the city, before heading back. No, Uncle Driver, please take me to the hospital first. The child has a fever and might have been given medicine, Su Qingyan said quickly, looking at the child's red face. What? She gave medicine to the child? This is terrible. Everyone was even angrier now. They no longer cared that she was an elderly woman. They used their strength and soon, the old lady was exhausted, her breathing shallow. A large group of people arrived at the hospital. Su Aimin and Su Qingyan carried the child inside quickly. The others trusted them and handed over the child, since they were the ones who first noticed something was wrong. In this era, heroism is deeply admired. Everyone was eager and excited as they headed to the police station. At the same time, the atmosphere at Luoshui County Police Department was very tense. Someone in our area, the Vice County Mayor's child, was taken in broad daylight. What does this mean? Can anyone tell me? Lin Weigua, the police chief of Luoshui County, shouted with a serious face. In front of him, police officers bowed their heads, not daring to speak. It shows that our entire department, Dozens of officers are just wasting time. It shows that our local security is very bad. This is our shame, Lin Weigua said angrily, his chest rising and falling. I tell you, go out and find that child immediately. Even if you have to search the whole town, find that child. Yes. Everyone responded seriously, ready to leave. Chief. Someone outside has reported something. Someone rushed in, panting.
Speak.
Lin Weigua closed his eyes, hoping for no worse news. Outside, there's a group of people. They said they caught a flower thief.
What?
Lin Weigua's eyes widened. Quick, where are they? He ran outside quickly. At the police station entrance, a bus was parked, full of people, some outside, some inside. Lin Weigua was stunned. After a moment, he managed to speak again. They caught a flower thief? I thought we caught someone else? Here. A kind-hearted woman shouted excitedly. On the bus, a crowd parted to reveal a very disheveled old woman. Lin Weigua squinted and saw her with white hair, short stature, and a bun. She looked similar to the witness from the Chin family's account. Thinking of this, Lin Weigua hurriedly asked, "Where's the child?" The child should be with the flower thief. At the hospital, the young girl and her father took the child there. The child was drugged.
Poor thing.
Everyone was talking at once. Lin Weigua felt a headache coming on.
Stop.
Let one person speak. Old Chong silently stepped forward, finally took a puff of his cigarette. Not bad, this foreign thing. The child was wrapped in a black background floral blanket, made of silk fabric. The child's left earlobe had a mole. This was the description Su Aimin asked them to note down to help find the child's family faster. Yes, that's right, Lin Weigua said excitedly, stammering. He ordered the officers, hurry up and notify the Chin family. I'm on my way. The officer quickly drove the only police car to deliver the message. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the child's condition is okay. She was given some medicine to sedate her and has a slight fever. We'll give her a fever reducer and keep monitoring her and she'll be fine, the doctor said kindly. Thanks to you all for noticing something was wrong. If you had arrived a little later, she might have gotten seriously sick. Su Aimin took a deep breath, feeling scared. If Yun hadn't noticed something was wrong, or if he hadn't trusted her, this child's life could have been ruined. Good job, Yun, Su Aimin patted his daughter's shoulder. He didn't know how she came up with the idea to trick the old woman. It was just a coincidence. She bumped into me or else. Su Qingyun also felt nervous. The child had been given an injection. The unusual redness on her face gradually faded, and she fell asleep. The two of them stayed by her side. The Chun family hurried to the hospital after hearing the news. Following the doctor's instructions, they rushed into the ward. Seeing the sleeping child, the child's mother, Hu Yunxiu, suddenly felt weak and collapsed to the ground, crying loudly, "My child! My child!" An elderly woman also cried so hard she couldn't breathe. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken you out. That terrible trafficker was after you. It's all my fault." Chun Jing's eyes also welled up with tears. He took his wife and mother by the arms. It's okay. Su Qingyun frowned slightly, her delicate eyebrows furrowing. "Auntie, please be a little quieter. He just fell asleep. Let's go outside and talk." The three members of the Chin family reluctantly left the ward. As soon as they stepped outside, Hu Yunxiu suddenly knelt down with a thud. "Big sister, what are you doing? Get up quickly." Su Aimin was startled and hurriedly helped her up. "Big brother, thank you. Thank you so much." Hu Yunxiu couldn't stand up and kept thanking him incoherently. "If it weren't for you, my child. She was too afraid to say the full possibility. "Thank you." Chun Jing also bowed deeply, sincerely expressing his gratitude. He is almost middle-aged. After finally having a child, just a few hours after the child went missing, the Chin family felt like the sky was falling. If the child isn't found, he doesn't know what this family will become. "Don't be like that," Su Aimin said, feeling a bit helpless. From their clothes, it was clear they were well off. Seeing them lower their stance made him uncomfortable. After everyone calmed down a little, Su Aimin proudly said, "Don't thank me. It was my daughter who noticed something was wrong and who took back the child."
What?
The Chun family was stunned. Did they thank the wrong person? Chun Jing carefully looked at Su Qingyun, who was silent beside him. She had a pretty face, dressed simply but neatly. Most importantly, her eyes were calm like a lake, clean but deep. Chun Jing, with many years in politics, had looked into many eyes, but never like hers. So young, yet so unusual. This child is not simple. In just a moment, he quickly thought everything through. No matter what, this father and daughter had saved their child. "Thank you," he bowed to Su Qingyun again, without feeling embarrassed. Hu Yunxiu, with tears in her eyes, held Su Qingyun's hand and choked out, "Good girl. Thank you so much. It's what I should do, Auntie. If it were me who lost the child, my parents would be frantic too," Su Qingyun said, noticing the older woman's gaze, which seemed to have other thoughts. She gently hugged Hu Yunxiu to comfort her. The doctor explained the child's condition to the family. When they learned that the child had been drugged, the mother and stepmother burst into tears again. Chun Jing's face turned cold, and his whole body radiated a threatening aura. Lin Weiguo finished handling the matter at the police station and hurried to the hospital. County Mayor Chun. The title County Mayor Chun sounded like a thunderclap in Su Aimin's ears. He was dizzy, with only one thought spinning in his mind. They actually saved the county mayor's child? Su Qingyun was also surprised. The child was actually the county mayor's? "How is the child?" Chun Jing asked the older woman. Lin Weiguo wiped the sweat from his forehead. "She's locked up. With so many witnesses and she was caught red-handed, I don't think she'll refuse to talk." Chun Jing's gaze was serious. "I will interrogate her myself."
Yes.
Lin Weiguo was not surprised. Vice County Mayor Chun Jing was mainly responsible for public security and agriculture. Su Aimin was still a bit stunned. Lin Weiguo looked at him again and said, "Hello, I am Lin Weiguo, the director of Luoshui County Public Security Bureau. Please come with us to the police station to give a statement."
Okay. Su Aimin nodded blankly.
With the county mayor present, the police chief was quite comfortable. In the police station, only a few key witnesses remained. Others left by car. "Director Lin, County Mayor Chun, that's about what happened. We were just going to the department store to buy something when we ran into this incident. Luckily, it wasn't worse." Su Aimin finished explaining the situation, now able to face the two calmly. Su Qingyun spoke less, but her words contained important details. Chun Jing kept paying attention to her and thought she was very smart. Once everything was clear, he hesitated for a moment and said to Su Aimin, "Brother Aimin, I am 2 years older than you, so you can call me brother. If you and Xiaoyan have any requests, just tell me. I will do my best to help." Su Aimin was startled by the way he was addressed. Could he really be on a brotherly level with the county mayor? What requests? He immediately refused. "I have no requests." Chun Jing said seriously, "I know you acted bravely without expecting anything in return, but I want to show my appreciation." Lin Weiguo also supported him, saying, "The county mayor wants to thank you. It's right to show some gratitude, and our bureau will also give some recognition." "Dad, if Uncle Chun wants to thank us, we should accept it." Su Qingyun suddenly looked up. She stared at Chun Jing, hesitating. "Uncle Chun, can you arrange a job for us?" "Yun, what are you saying?" Su Aimin was stunned. What was his daughter saying? Asking the county mayor for a job? Was he crazy? Or was his daughter not thinking clearly? "Dad, listen to me first." Su Qingyun tugged at his sleeve. Su Aimin opened his mouth but said nothing, strangely silent. Su Qingyun understood that Chun Jing was the kind of person who might worry if they didn't ask for anything. Properly making a request would make him feel at ease. A job? Chun Jing was surprised. He looked a bit troubled.
That
might be difficult. Currently, each job position is like a separate hole for a carrot. Hiring new workers only happens during the annual recruitment exams. Suddenly placing someone in is difficult and not proper. Temporary workers or apprentices are fine. Whether they can become permanent depends on their ability. Su Qingyun said with a smile. She added, Uncle Chun, don't worry. We will do our best with the work you arrange for us. We won't let you down. That's acceptable, Chenjing thought for a moment and nodded. Each factory has some spots for temporary workers or apprentices. Taking one isn't against the rules, especially since rewarding those who act bravely is common. Can it be at the steel factory? Yes, said Chenjing. Since the spots are available, it doesn't matter which factory. Su Aimin stared in shock as they quickly agreed on a job many people dream of. He pinched himself hard. This can't be real. Wait, Yun, you're a girl. Why do you want to work at the steel factory? He suddenly realized something was off. Who said I'm going? Su Qingyun asked back, pouting at her father. Dad, you forgot. I want to go to school. In the future, I can find a job on my own.
Sui Min. He had completely forgotten about this.
Then who'll go if not you? You and big brother, second brother, and third brother work so hard every day. Anyone can go, Su Qingyun said casually.
Me?
Su Aimin pointed at himself in disbelief, shaking his head like a drum. I can't do it. I can't. Lin Weigua interrupted. Apprenticeships have age limits. You have to be under 35. Su Aimin breathed a sigh of relief. Being a worker is enviable, but once he joins the factory, he can't run his small business anymore. An apprentice's monthly salary is at most 17 or 18 yuan. He could easily earn that back. Having a stable job is good, but actually getting the benefits is even more important. Su Qingyun was a bit surprised. She didn't know about this rule, but it didn't matter. Any of her brothers could do the same. Chun Jing hesitated, but didn't speak. In fact, the age limit isn't absolute. Giving her this spot was already a special exception. Go back and discuss it first. Next time you come to the county, just tell me the names, Chen Jing said simply. Okay. Thank you so much. Su Aimin excitedly shook hands with Chen Jing. Brother Aimin, what are you saying? We should be thanking you. Well, we're leaving now. The father and daughter prepared to say goodbye. Wait, Weigua. What time is it? Chen Jing asked. Lin Weigua looked at his watch and frowned. Oh, it's already past 6. The last bus was at 6, so we've missed it. In that case, you find someone to drive you back, Chen Jing said after thinking for a moment. Su Aimin, like in a daze, got into the police car. The car was much better than the bus, smooth and fast. He felt like his soul was about to float away. He carefully touched the interior and looked at it with envy. Dad, when I get a job and earn money in the future, I will definitely buy you a small car, Su Qingyun said confidently, smiling as if he had already seen a good life ahead. Good. Dad will wait until you earn money to buy me a small car, Su Aimin said happily, not taking Qingyun's words seriously. His daughter was also brave to dream big. When he was in Haisher, he heard that a small car cost several 10,000 yuan. Several 10,000. That was a number Su Aimin couldn't even imagine. The driver in the front seat also smiled. The girl was truly fearless. Next to Su Qingyun and him, there were a bunch of things: malted milk, fruit candies, paper, pens, a school bag, and a few pieces of fine cloth. These were hurriedly brought by Hu Yunxiu and forced into their hands. The bus ride took about 2 hours, but the small car could get there in about an hour. At this moment, in Luo Shui village, the Su family was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. What is the third brother doing? It's already so late, and he still hasn't come back? Wu Guixiang gritted her teeth. If he's in trouble, I don't care. If Yun is in any danger, I'll skin him alive. Su Dalin took a hard puff of dry tobacco. Even the last bus from the neighbor's place has returned. Do you think the third brother and Yun are really in trouble? Zhang Xinlan looked at her family gathered around the table. Dinner was ready, but no one was eating. She was already starving, feeling her stomach pressed against her back, and she looked impatient. How could something happen? Maybe he just had too much fun in the city and missed the bus. Maybe we should eat first. Perhaps they'll be back soon.
Eat.
All you do is think about eating. Wu Guixiang was furious. What do you care about in this family? Just focus on eating. Zhang Xinlan looked annoyed and wanted to say more, but Su Adong gave her a warning look. Mom, don't worry. I'll go look for him. A few men also stood up when they saw this. Gui Xiang, come out quickly, shouted the neighbor outside. Your son Aimin and Qingyan have been brought back by the police car. Her loud voice was heard by nearby households, and they all rushed out to see what was happening. Wang Dahong, who was farther away, heard the news and was so happy she stopped eating and ran out quickly. Wu Guixiang, today she's going to make sure she's humiliated. On the dirt road outside the Su family's yard, usually only a tractor passes by, but today a small car was parked there. Curious villagers quickly gathered around. Oh wow, I've never seen a car before, and this is what it looks like. Isn't that the third son of the Su family and his daughter? Why are they coming back in a car? Wow, isn't that a police car? What did they do wrong? It's probably bad news. The Su family isn't known for being good people, said Wang Dahong happily, eager to see some drama. The Su family rushed out. Wu Guixiang, who had attended a literacy class, saw the police emblem on the car and felt her legs go weak. Su Daling almost dropped his pipe. What did the third son do? Qining ran to the front. Su Aimin shook his head at her, signaling he was fine. Qining let out a breath of relief and then carefully looked at Su Qingyun. Dad, Mom. Su Aimin excitedly called out to his parents who were a few steps behind. Wu Guixiang tried to stay calm. She stepped forward. Wait, what was the third son carrying? Big bags and small packages. 2 cans of malted milk, a large bag of fruit candies, and 2 beautiful pieces of cloth. These things. Wu Guixiang was so frightened her lips trembled. She clutched her voice and asked, Third son, did you go to steal something and get caught? Su Aimin, about to take credit, looked confused. Mom, can't you think about me a little? Ma'am, you've misunderstood, the police officer driving the car explained with a smile. Su Aimin and Qingyun helped us catch a thief today. These things were sent by the family of the children. Not only the Su family members, but the onlookers also froze in surprise. Wu Guixiang's legs, which had been weak, suddenly straightened. She took a step forward and looked at Su Aimin. Son, is what this police officer said true? Su Aimin was amazed at how quickly his mother changed her attitude. Just a moment ago, she called him the third son, but now she called him son. Mom, if you don't believe me, do you also doubt the police officer? Of course I believe you, Wu Guixiang said happily, her face blooming like a flower. Good job, third son, said Su Daling, normally serious and strict, but today he also managed a rare smile as he patted Su Aimin on the shoulder. I didn't expect the third son of the Su family to have such ability, someone said. I've thought since he was a kid that he's smart and could do great things, another added. Yeah, the oldest and second son are honest, but he's clever and sharp, someone else commented. Everyone started talking excitedly. Not only that, today the person who contributed the most is Yun. Su Aimin deliberately raised his voice, so everyone could hear. He wanted to give his daughter a good reputation and forget about the past. The police also testified, yes, comrade Su Qingyun is brave and resourceful, playing a key role in this incident. She is worth learning from. We will also give her a reward later, they added. This caused a big stir among the crowd. What? Su's daughter played the main role? Can she really catch a thief with her small size? She's a high school student. Very clever. Besides, a tiger's cub doesn't lack a dog's offspring. She's learning to be as smart as her dad. I now believe there's really nothing between her and Lin Jinyan. Such a good girl. Zhang Xinlan couldn't believe it. How could Su Qingyun, who couldn't carry a bag or lift a hand, do such a thing? Amid the praise, Su Qingyun smiled slightly with her lips pressed together, modest and humble, as her father and the police had already spoken. Bauer, are you hurt anywhere? Wu Guixiang's face suddenly changed as she held her hand and asked. No, Grandma, I'm fine. Su Qingyun felt warm inside. Others only cared about these achievements, but her family was the only one concerned about her own safety. Everyone, disperse now. Disperse. The police officers still need to report back, said Captain Qin Yufu, arriving late. He had already received news from above. We will hold a meeting to review everything so everyone can learn from it. Now go back to your homes, he added. Above all, they wanted to encourage this brave act, so they decided to hold a recognition event. When such good deeds happen in their village, everyone feels very excited. Once the team leader spoke, everyone was still curious, but then dispersed. Wang Dahong didn't get to see the good show, but she heard a lot of praise for the Su family and was very angry, cursing as she left. The police finished their work and also went back. The crowd dispersed, and the entire Su family immediately went inside. Wu Guixiang closed the door tightly. Everyone sat around the dining table, eating and asking Su Aimin and his daughter about what had happened. Su Aimin told the story animatedly, and everyone listened with amazement, forgetting to eat. Wow, are you saying Yun Yun took the child from that kidnapper? Li Xiulian looked at Su Qingyun with admiration. You're so capable, kid. Qining frowned. Next time something like this happens, let your dad handle it. You're just a kid. What if she hurts you? Those kidnappers are cruel. She also glared at Su Aimin. Such things shouldn't involve children. I know, Mom. Su Qingyun nodded obediently. Dad was right next to me. Besides, there were so many people in the car. They all quickly subdued her. If I ever see a thief, I'll beat her until she's crawling on the ground, third brother Su Kongwu said eagerly. The two brothers matched their names. One calm, one active. Zhang Xinlan listened to the story, but was more focused on the items brought back by the two. So many nice things. How could they share them? Wu Guixiang squinted and saw her thoughts clearly. She straightforwardly said, Let me be clear. These things are thanks from others to Old Third and Yun Yun. No one is allowed to touch them. Of course, we wouldn't think of that. These all belong to Old Third and Yun Yun, Su Aigua said confidently. Su Adong glanced at his wife, but said nothing. Zhang Xinlan opened her mouth but didn't dare say anything after what her older brother said. She could only look enviously at the items, thinking how good they were. Everyone's reactions to Su Qingyun's story were different. She looked at her father.
Su Aimin nodded gently.
On the way back, they had already decided how to split these things. Grandma, this piece of red cloth, make a whole outfit for you. The remaining cloth will be used to make one outfit each for Auntie Da, Auntie Air, and my mother. The cloth was bright and colorful, suitable for women. These 2 cans of malted milk, one is for my mother to improve her health, and the other is for you. If anyone at home needs it, just brew it to drink. The sugar is with the milk, and these paper and pens are divided among my brothers and me. Su Qingyun quickly finished dividing everything, leaving the whole family stunned. Make clothes for me? Wu Guixiang hurriedly shook her head. Such good fabric. I'd waste it if I wore it. Waste a how? Su Qingyun frowned unhappily. Mom, you'd look good in this color. It's festive for the new year. All right, Wu Guixiang smiled warmly. She couldn't refuse her granddaughter's kind gesture without feeling guilty. Li Xiulian smiled and said, Then I won't need any. Yun Yun, you can make a dress for yourself. I have plenty of clothes. Su Qingyun waved her hand softly. Auntie, you can use that blue fabric. It suits you and makes you look fair. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity when she praised. Li Xiulian felt warm inside. For the first time, she realized how it felt to have a daughter like this. No wonder her mother favored Yun Yun. If it were her, she'd also be biased. Su Qingyun looked at her second aunt, who was already touching the fabric herself. This one definitely wouldn't be polite with you. Really nice. Wu Guixiang looked at the happy family and sighed. All right, everyone's hungry now. Let's eat quickly. Wait, Mom, Su Aimin interrupted. There's something I haven't said yet. What? Still? Weren't everything already divided? Zhang Xinlan's eyes lit up. Could there be something left? Maybe money? She stared at Su Aimin, urging him to speak quickly. But Su Aimin played it mysterious, saying, Do you know who Yun Yun and I saved today?
Who's that?
Surely not someone we know. How could it be? How could we know the family that has these things? Zhang Xinlan suddenly realized. Su Dalin couldn't stand his younger brother showing off and slapped him. Hurry up and tell.
Su Aimin Potez. clearly impatient.
That child is the vice, county, chief's kid. He emphasized the 3 words. What vice county chief? Everyone was confused. He's the vice county chief of Luoshui County, he explained. Su Aimin raised an eyebrow proudly. Suddenly, Su Tsongjuan's bowl fell to the ground with a loud crash. Su Tsongwen's chopsticks dropped, and Su Kongwu choked on his food, struggling to breathe.
But no one paid attention to that now.
Everyone was staring in disbelief at Su Aimin. Third brother, you didn't say it wrong, right?
Su Woking está mered.
You guys saved the deputy county head's son?
Yes. Su Aimin nadid confidently.
Everyone took a deep breath, surprised. Wu Guixiang trembled as she asked, so, all these things were given by the deputy county head? Oh my goodness, I can't wear clothes made by the deputy county head, Zhang Xinlan muttered, with a dreamy look on her face. Not only her, but others also looked like they were lost in a dream. The biggest official they had ever seen was a village cadre, a deputy county head, someone they never even dared to imagine meeting. Their third brother had actually saved a big official son. How impressive! How amazing! What did the county head say? Su Dalin looked the most calm, but in reality, he was almost burning his cigarette to his fingers. The county head didn't say anything. Instead, Yunyan asked the county head for something, Su Aimin said. He remembered how his daughter had made demands to the county head, which made him nervous. Zhang Xinlan's eyes nearly popped out. How dare Su Qingyun ask the county head for something? Was she trying to reach the sky? What thing? Su Kongwu couldn't hold back and asked eagerly.
1.
Su Aimin stretched out the word, scanning his family with his eyes, and finally said clearly, a job. What kind of job? These 2 words sounded like a loud thunderclap in everyone's ears. Little uncle, what did you say? Su Tsongjun swallowed hard, thinking he must be hearing things. An apprentice at the steel factory. It depends on which of you 3 brothers goes, Su Aimin explained the details. The monthly salary is about 17 yuan. Whether you get promoted depends on your ability. Steel factory? Apprentice? Every word Su Aimin said sounded so far from their everyday life. The whole family was stunned. Zhang Xinlan was the first to react. She stared at Su Aimin, saying, Third brother, are you saying there's an apprentice position at the steel factory? That was to work in the factory. They had never even dared to think about it. Even if it was just an apprentice, it meant food and supplies. 17 yuan a month, just over 200 yuan a year. If he got promoted, wouldn't it be even better? However, about these 3 brothers, do you think you can talk to the deputy county head again? Zhang Xinlan shamelessly said. How should the jobs be divided? Now Su Aimin looked at her with surprise. His second sister-in-law dares to think like that. Zhang Xinlan, do you know what you're saying? Su Daling, who usually spoke little, was angry. The county head has already given us a job, and we are grateful. How many more do you want? Also, this job was meant for Yun Yun. Let her decide who goes. No, Dad, Zhang Xinlan hurriedly said. What does Yun Yun know? Because she wanted this job, Su Aimin sneered. Second sister-in-law, let me tell you, Yun Yun was the one who asked for the steel factory job. Otherwise, she could have just taken an easier job herself. If you think it's not enough, go get one yourself. Where could she get one? Zhang Xinlan shrank back, afraid to say more. Qining looked at Su Qingyun after hearing this. Her daughter is really determined to go back to school. Wu Guixiang looked at Li Xiulian, who had been silent for a while. Big sister-in-law, what do you think?
Me?
Li Xiulian was stunned. She came back to herself. Mom, I don't understand city jobs either, but I think it's hard to be a worker. Working at the steel factory, only those with skills dare to go. Our family has a military background. We are honest and diligent. We may not be the smartest, but we are reliable and willing to work. Whether or not this job involves the military, we won't say much. Wu Guixiang nodded with satisfaction. Her eldest daughter-in-law truly knows how to read the situation. She is indeed the one she chose herself. Su Qingyun also glanced unexpectedly at her aunt. She is the one who truly understands the family's situation. Zhang Xinlan secretly rolled her eyes. Both good and bad words have been said about her. Our family has been good at studying from a young age, quick-witted. We can learn technical skills fast and well, and we're sure to get permanent positions. We won't embarrass the old Su family, Zhang Xinlan said proudly. Anyone can say nice words. Su Kongwen, usually quiet and reserved, spoke up. Mom, I think I'll pass. Let the older brother or third brother take this job. What did you say? Zhang Xinlan widened her eyes. She didn't expect someone to push the job away. I want to join the army, Su Kongwen said firmly. The whole family looked at him.
Su Qinjun stared in surprise.
Her second brother actually has this idea. From when? Do you really mean it? Su Dalin's cloudy eyes lit up. When he was young, he couldn't join the army due to health reasons, so he hoped one of his children would become a soldier. Unfortunately, his 3 sons had no such ambition. Now, he was surprised to find that his most gentle grandson had this plan. No way. I don't agree. I absolutely don't agree. Zhang Xinlan trembled with anger. You're 20 now, old enough to get married. Why didn't you join the army earlier? Dad, say something. She pushed Su Adong. Su Adong looked at his son and quietly said, I know about this. Just let him do it. You know? Why didn't you tell me? She felt both father and son had kept her in the dark. Because of your attitude, one has never wanted to tell you anything since he was little. Listen, don't interfere with this anymore. Su Adong was an honest, even somewhat gentle man. Usually, Zhang Xinlan made most decisions, but this time, he was very firm. Zhang Xinlan was frightened by his side and had to suppress her feelings. She gritted her teeth and said then, he's only a high school graduate. Li Xiulian kept silent and didn't try to persuade Wen to join the army anymore. After all the arguing, the final decision was still in Su Qingyun's hands. She looked at everyone's expectant faces and slowly said, I'll think about it. Why think? Just pick whoever is smart enough, Zhang Xinlan urged eagerly. Second aunt, why are you in such a hurry? I want whoever I choose. I believe both big brother and third brother can do a good job. Su Qingyan calmly tucked her hair behind her ear. I'll consider it some more. It's a big decision, and I can't be careless. Right, grandparents? Of course, you should think carefully. Wu Guixiang immediately supported her.
Our good girl is right.
The others had no objections. Zhang Xinlan clenched her teeth, feeling frustrated. Let her do as she pleased. She wanted to see who would dare to want this girl. Wenwen, are you up? Do you want to eat something? Second aunt will cook for you. Early in the morning, Su Qingyan looked at her second aunt's big smile with some surprise and took a step back unconsciously. Say it. Zhang Xinlan looked at her expectantly. After a night of thinking, she had understood. It's just about going along with her. Simple. Su Qingyan thought for a moment and understood. She looked up at the sun in the sky with a serious face. Second aunt, look at that sun.
Huh.
Zhang Xinlan also looked up. Does it look like a soft-boiled egg with runny yolk? Zhang Xinlan. If you want a soft-boiled egg, just say so. Second aunt, I'll go make some for you. She turned and went into the kitchen. Su Qingyan said calmly, Second aunt, I like that kind of soft-boiled egg best. The yolk isn't powdery, but it's not runny like water either. Just right, not too thick or thin. It would be even better if the white part was a bit rounder, more appealing to the eye. All right. Zhang Xinlan gritted her teeth and agreed. She couldn't hold back. A few minutes later, the soft-boiled eggs were served on the table. Yunyan, try this? Zhang Xinlan swore this was the most carefully made soft-boiled egg she had ever done. Su Qingyan looked at it. The shape was perfect. She picked it up and took a bite. The sweet, fragrant egg flavor filled her mouth, just as she wanted, neither too runny nor too thick. Her second aunt really knew how to cook well. Not bad, Su Qingyan casually praised. Then she looked at the pumpkin seeds drying in the corner. Second aunt, fry those pumpkin seeds. Add a little salt, fry on low heat. They'll be so fragrant. Zhang Xinlan's face twisted for a moment. She was still eager to give orders. Okay. She started frying. Half an hour later, Su Qingyun held a handful of pumpkin seeds and sat at the gate of the yard, happily munching away. Behind her, Zhang Xinlan gritted her teeth in frustration, rubbing her sore hand. At noon, everyone came back from work to eat. Usually, the noise of eating would be loud, but today it was especially quiet. Here, Yunyan, eat this, Zhang Xinlan said with a bright smile, scooping some food onto her plate. Thank you, second aunt. Su Qingyun smiled and ate happily, feeling content.
How's your hand?
Su Adong asked, noticing her hand was trembling. It's fine. Zhang Xinlan kept smiling. Could she be trembling from frying pumpkin seeds for half an hour? Did Mom take the wrong medicine today? Su Kongwu whispered to Su Kongwen, looking scared. A smile flickered in Su Tsungwen's eyes. It's all for you. For me? Su Kongwu looked confused for a moment, then understood. Mom, be normal. He was scared. What are you saying? Eat yours. Zhang Xinlan glared at him. Then she turned and changed her tone. Come, Yunyan, have some more of this. Eat slowly, be careful not to choke. Everyone in the family was startled by her gentle tone and shivered. After dinner, Qining looked at Su Aimin and said, Second sister-in-law is so scary. Su Aimin held back her laughter and said, if it were before, second sister-in-law would be great at gathering information. She can adapt and change her attitude easily. Su Qingyun was amused by her father's words. By the way, Yun, have you decided? Who should get this spot? Qining looked worried. If we give it to the other side, they might feel uncomfortable. If we give it to Big Brother's family, second sister-in-law might be furious. Su Qingyun pursed her lips and said, I plan to give it to Big Brother. Su Aimin asked, tell me your reason. Third brother is good at studying. He plans to go to the city to find a job soon. I believe he can succeed. But if we give it to Big Brother, he might miss this chance. But what about second uncle's family? Qining hesitated. It's okay. Second sister-in-law now knows we are friends with the deputy county head. She will be cautious and won't offend us. Besides, with Dad and Mom here, she won't dare to cause trouble. That's true. Qining nodded in agreement. She had never seen anyone as domineering as her mother-in-law. All right, it's decided then. Su Aimin agreed. That evening, during dinner, Su Qingyun announced her decision to the whole family. Grandpa and Grandma, uncle and aunt, second uncle and aunt and big brother, second brother and third brother, I have decided to give the position of apprentice at the steel factory to. The whole family held their breath.
What?
As expected, Zhang Xinlan exploded. Why not choose Songwu?
Give me a reason.
Not only her, but the entire main household was stunned. They all thought the spot would go to Songwu. Su Qingyun didn't answer her question. She looked at Su Songwu. Third brother, you've been the smartest kid in our family since you were young. I believe in you. You can pass the exam and become a worker with your own strength. I'm giving this chance to Big Brother. You won't be mad, will you? Seeing her serious face, Su Songwu put away his playful expression. We're all family. Anyone can get it. Why get angry? Besides, I believe in myself. I will definitely pass the exam and become a formal worker. Mom, just wait. I will pass the test for you, he said confidently. You think it's as easy as roasting sweet potatoes, Zhang Xinlan said irritably. With the firm gaze of Wu Guixiang, she didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. Su Songjun was silent for a while after being unexpectedly rewarded. He then said, I will work hard and not let everyone or this opportunity down. Su Dalan took a puff of his cigarette and advised him, work well and don't embarrass your sister. I understand, Grandpa, Su Songjun promised. At this point, the work matters were settled. The three brothers in the Su family had clear paths. The eldest became a worker, the second joined the army, and the third prepared to take exams to become a worker. That evening, Zhang Xinlan sat on her bed. Su Weidong was massaging her hands, which felt sore and painful. She was angry thinking about how she had been bossed around all day by Su Qingyun. This girl is just teasing me for fun. Su Weidong shook his head. Why are you fighting with Yun? You haven't even gained anything yourself. I just can't accept it. Why can't our second house get any benefits? Zhang Xinlan said angrily, then felt sad. Such a good job, and it's just given to the main house. Are you really foolish or pretending to be? Su Adong looked at his wife with disappointment. The third brothers met the deputy county head this time. That's a very important person. Even a little slip from him could be enough for us. The kindness of saving his child probably isn't just a one-time thing, right? This opportunity was given to Songjun, but what about next time? The third brothers will think of us first, right? Wu Guixiang always thought her second son was too honest. But the Su family was not full of fools. Su Adong didn't talk much, but he understood the risks involved. Don't think about being unhappy. Keep fighting the third brothers, and I believe Yun will have a bright future, he said. Otherwise, how could others see that Yun was not right? Why couldn't others save their children? Zhang Xinlan pouted. With Su Qingyun's lazy and spoiled attitude, what big future could she have?
But the first part of what he said made some sense.
Once the spots were confirmed, Su Aimin specifically went to the county to report Su Tsongjuan's information. Zhang Xinlan kept a sour face for 2 days. Seeing that no one paid attention to her at home, she felt tired and could only accept the result. Doing something brave was a big deal, especially since she was being recognized as a model for learning. In the past few days, Qin Youfu, the village head of Luoshui, was walking around confidently, busy organizing the recognition and learning meeting. This meeting would be attended not only by nearby villages, but also by some officials from the town and county. Qin Youfu went to the Su family and asked Su Aimin to prepare to speak on stage about what happened. It was best if he also shared his thoughts. The main reason they didn't choose Su Qingyun was because she was too young and worried she wouldn't be able to handle the crowd during the event. Of course, Su Qingyun would still go on stage during the awards ceremony. After he left, the Su family sat together, looking at each other in confusion. They wondered how to speak on stage. They had always listened from below and never imagined they would have the chance to speak to others. Third sister-in-law, you are educated. Can you help the third brother think about what to say? Su Dalin smoked for a while and asked. Qining nodded. Okay, Dad. Maybe we should make a new dress for Yun? Wu Guixiang thought for a moment. With so many people, everyone would see how well-behaved she was. No, Grandma, I have so many clothes, Su Qingyun quickly refused. She thought it was too extravagant to make a special dress just for speaking on stage. Yes, Mom. Yun has plenty of clothes. Just pick one, Su Aimin said, noticing his second sister-in-law's angry look. Zhang Xinlan was jealous and her eyes turned red. Third brother, with so many officials, you better not stutter when the time comes. Second sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll just pretend everyone sitting below is just ordinary folks, Su Aimin said with a mischievous smile. Zhang Xinlan choked. Officials are just ordinary people? She couldn't believe he said that. She thought for a moment and decided to visit her family in the neighboring village to tell them about it. They should come listen. After all, the third brother was still representing the Su family, and it would bring honor to her face. Thinking this, she told Wu Guixiang she wanted to visit her family in the afternoon to see her newborn nephew. Wu Guixiang looked at her. It was obvious she was eager to show off. Everyone knew she wanted to brag. Her nephew was almost half a year old, and she only now wanted to go see him? But she didn't stop her. After all, it was also a way to promote the Su family's reputation. Let her go. In the afternoon, Qining deliberately didn't go to work and stayed home to help Su Aimin prepare her speech. Su Qingyun occasionally added a sentence or two, which made Qining very happy. Yun, your writing skills are pretty good. If you graduate someday, I can help Uncle Fu write some articles in the village, Qining said. This job is good, easy, and earns work points, Su Aimin agreed. Unfortunately, Su Qingyun's mind was full of her unfinished experiments from her previous life. She was determined to continue her scientific research. Father, Mother, do you not believe I can find a job after graduation?
Su Injun pouted deliberately, looking unhappy.
Su Aimin and his wife exchanged a look, feeling a bit guilty. Honestly, with her grades, no one in the family really believed she could succeed. What are you saying?
Of course I believe in you.
You've been with me since you were little, and you're smart, Qining said confidently. Su Aimin hesitated and nodded, trying to agree. Yes, I believe too. Once the busy farming season is over, I will take you to see the teachers at school. It's only August now, and the school won't start until September.
Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Su Ingyun beamed happily.
I'm going to read now. Go ahead, go ahead. Zhang Xinlan returned to her maternal home in the neighboring Zhang village. Her mother, Zhang Shi, had 5 children, 4 daughters and 1 son. She was the 3rd child in the middle, neither too old nor too young. Since childhood, her eldest and 2nd sisters were obedient and sensible, while the youngest sister and brother were small and sweet-tongued, able to coax people easily. Only she was unloved by her father and ignored by her mother. It wasn't until she married into the 2nd-best family in Luoshui village, the Su family, that her parents finally showed her some kindness. She hadn't yet reached the courtyard gate when her younger sister-in-law Shinfen, who was sweeping the yard, saw her. Shinfen was about to smile when she noticed that Zhang Xinlan was empty-handed, and her face immediately fell. Every time she returned home, her 3rd sister usually brought something from her husband's family. What was wrong this time? 3rd sister, why are you back? Shinfen said with a forced smile. Where are father and mother? Zhang Xinlan ignored her unpleasant expression and asked eagerly. Father went to the fields. Mother is in the house, Shinfen replied, then called out inside, Mother, 3rd sister is back.
Lanea.
Zhang Shi inside the house immediately got up from bed. When she came out, her smile froze a little. Why was she back empty-handed? Mother, I have something to tell you, Zhang Xinlan said excitedly, not noticing her mother's change in mood. She pulled her into the house eagerly. Shinfen thought for a moment and followed inside. Zhang Xinlan animatedly told her story, leaving Zhang Shi and her daughter-in-law stunned. What? Zhang Shi was so shocked her eyes nearly popped out. You mean the 3rd son of the Su family, who is always talkative and lazy, and his daughter, who is also lazy, greedy, and spoiled, together caught a flower thief? Just hearing these adjectives showed how often Zhang Xinlan had been gossiping about her family when she visited. It's more than that. Zhang Xinlan proudly lifts her head, as if she is proud of what she has done. She lowers her voice and says, They saved the child of our deputy county mayor. Deputy county mayor's child? Zhang's lips tremble in shock. She takes a few deep breaths and tells Shinfen, Hey, 5th sister-in-law, hurry and make some sugar water for your 3rd sister. She must be thirsty after talking so much. Make sugar water? Shinfen is about to refuse, but sees her mother-in-law's expression and understands. She quickly responds and goes to prepare. Zhang Xinlan, surprised and pleased, takes a sip of the sugar water. Did the deputy county mayor give anything in return? Such a big official. This is a life-saving favor. Zhang's cloudy eyes brighten. Yes, he gave something. Zhang Xinlan quickly explains what Su Aimin and his daughter brought back and talks about the work. What? He gave it to the eldest family? Zhang's voice rises. She feels heartbroken and pounds her chest. She slaps Zhang Xinlan hard. What are you doing? This is such a good opportunity, but the big family took it all. Shinfen also feels heartbroken and almost can't breathe. Her 3rd sister didn't seem to grasp this chance at all. I have no choice, Zhang Xinlan says with grievance. 3rd sister and the others don't like our 2nd family. And Li Xiulian is so good at pretending to be kind, she definitely gave it to them. Enough, Zhang says impatiently. You should control your temper and treat the 3rd family, especially that little girl, a bit better. Next time it might be your turn. Maybe our Zhang family will even get some benefits. Do you think the town officials will come to the recognition ceremony? Will the deputy county mayor come? Zhang asks. How would I know? Anyway, they are all officials. You need to behave well. If there's a good chance, not only your family but also your younger brother should think about it, Zhang advises her. At that time, I will take your younger brother to see it. Su's family might get some reward, and maybe they can get a little share. I understand, mother. Zhang Xinlan nods seriously. Shinfen laughs inwardly. The 4 sisters of the Zhang family always have to look after their younger brother. Her mother-in-law is really good at managing them. It is now the busy farming season. The whole Su family, except Su Qingyun, has gone to the fields. She stays at home, boiling some mung bean soup to cool down, and takes it to the fields once it's ready. Su Qingyun stood on the ridge and shouted loudly, her face reddened by the hot sun. Such a hot day. Why did you come? Qin Ing gently touched Su Qingyun's small face with concern. I made some mung bean soup and brought it to you. Su Qingyun shook the bucket in her hand. She poured the soup into a small bowl she brought and gave each family member a bowl. Others in the field saw this and whispered, that Su girl is even bringing soup to her family. She doesn't seem to be lazy like others say. Yeah, look at her small body. Her skin is so fair. I'm afraid she can't even hold a if she goes to work in the fields. She probably just does light chores at home. My boy is always playing around. If I had such a caring daughter, I'd spoil her too. Why are you still making soup? Did you burn yourself? Wu Guixiang quickly looked at her hands.
It's fine, Grandma. Look.
Su Qingyun held out her hands in front of her. They were white and tender, and she didn't mention how long she had been tending the fire. Hurry up and drink. It's refreshing, Su Qingyun urged. Okay. The Su family sat on the ridge and drank the mung bean soup eagerly. Su Qingyun looked up at the endless cornfield. When would it be time to harvest? After harvesting, they would need to carry the stalks, and some of the corn would have to be shelled and ground into cornmeal. It was a big job. She carefully observed the busy crowd. Right now, they were harvesting corn in the most basic way, by hand, pulling it apart. It was tiring and inefficient, with hands developing blisters and thick calluses. Is there any way to make the harvest more efficient? Su Qingyun thought carefully. She recalled that a combined corn harvester that could gather both the ears and stalks seemed to have been invented in the early 1980s. But now, it was still in the development stage.
Su Ingyun puset aside her unrealistic thoughts.
It seemed she still needed to visit the village's tool storage to see if there was anything that could be simply improved. Yun, the sun is strong. You should go back quickly, Qining said after finishing a large bucket of mung bean soup and tidying up her things, urging Su Qingyun to return home. Su Qingyun agreed with her mouth but turned around and headed toward the village tool storage. Tools were now an important asset for the village. They were kept near the granary and guarded by someone. Now, during busy farming times, the tools were being used outside. Uncle Wang, who was guarding them, had nothing to do. The summer heat made him sleepy and drowsy.
Su Ingyun softly greeted.
Uncle Wang opened his eyes, looked at her carefully, and recognized her. You're the young girl from the Su family. What's the matter? I saw everyone working in the fields, and I wondered if I could help somehow. I came to see if there are any tools I can use. Uncle Wang couldn't help but smile. With such small arms and legs, what help could you be? Just let me take a look, Qingyun begged. All right, Uncle Wang agreed with a smile. Since there's nothing urgent and they're not precious treasures, it's okay to take a look. He stood up and used a key to open the warehouse door. Qingyun glanced inside. It was mostly empty with just some sickles and hoes.
Huh?
Qingyun looked around a corner and exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Wang, there's even a tractor here. It's so busy in the fields, could this help? Oh, that Uncle Wang glanced over casually. That tractor is outdated. It doesn't have enough power, often won't start, and can't pull much. Plus, it wastes diesel.
I see.
Qingyun stepped closer and examined the tractor. It looked quite old and smaller than the common models today. But with some repairs, it could still be used. It would just take some effort and require a maintenance team, which might cost more than it's worth. Is there a way to make it work best? Qingyun thought about the cornfield and studied the tractor's structure carefully. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in her mind. Since the tractor is a size smaller and the corn is planted densely with short spacing, these two features could fit together. If she added a special plow to the tractor, could it serve as a simple harvesting machine? The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed.
But
how could she get the team leader to agree to let her do this? Qingyun rubbed her head, feeling a bit headache. After thinking for a moment, she went to the team office to find Xin Youfu. Uncle Youfu, Xiao Yun, why are you here? Do you need something? Qin Yofu asked with some confusion. Qin Yun directly explained her purpose. Uncle Yofu, I just went to our village's tool warehouse. I want to ask if the tractor can be repaired and used. Qin Yofu thought for a while before remembering what she said and looked at her in surprise. That can't be used anymore. Besides, even if it could be fixed, the cost would be too high. His answer was expected, but Su Qingyun was not discouraged. She continued to ask, what if we could harvest corn after fixing it? Harvest corn? Qin Yofu was even more surprised. He laughed at her wild idea. How would a tractor harvest corn? Tractors are for plowing and planting. I've never heard of them being used for harvesting. It's like this, Uncle Yofu. If we add a special sharp plow in front of the tractor, we can definitely harvest corn. I've looked at our cornfield, and the spacing between the rows fits perfectly with this tractor. Seeing Qin Yofu still looking confused, Su Qingyun grew a bit anxious. She took a piece of paper and a pen from the table and started drawing and explaining. Before long, Qin Yofu's brow furrowed deeper. The more he listened, the more he thought it might work. Was he going crazy, or was this girl just too talkative? How do you know all this? Qin Yofu asked, feeling a bit strange. He knew about Su Qingyun's reputation in the village. Her aunt spoiled her quite a lot. I saw foreign harvesters in a book before. They're so impressive. They can harvest several acres in a day, Su Qingyun said with admiration. I thought if only we had such machines. Hearing this, Qin Yofu sighed. Their country was still far behind foreign ones. Let me think about it, he said, putting down his work and staring at the drawing for a long time. He called a few young people from the village who were good at science and engineering. One of them even graduated from a technical school with a mechanical processing background. Look at this drawing. Do you think this method could work? Qin Yofu asked, placing the drawing in front of them. Su Qingyun sat quietly nearby, waiting patiently. The young people looked at the drawing and murmured for a while. Then, hesitantly, they said it might work, but we need to see a real prototype and do some experiments to be sure. A real prototype? That means making something first. But if it doesn't work, all their effort would be wasted. Qin Yofu felt a bit stuck. We don't need to find a repairman. As long as we have the tools, we can make it ourselves, right? Su Qingyun suddenly said. The modification of the tractor wasn't very complicated. She had been silent all along, and none of the young intellectuals paid attention to her. When she finally spoke, everyone was shocked. Could this picture be drawn by her? The picture is mine, but I hope to finish it with everyone, Su Qingyun said with a bright smile, sincerely inviting others.
Wow.
It really was her. I didn't expect she had the skill. No one among them dared to say they could draw this picture. Lin Jianfeng was really mistaken. He thought he had a treasure, but it turned out to be just a fool. The young intellectuals looked at each other. Doing this was better than working in the fields, right?
Well.
Okay. Qin Yofu saw everyone nodding. Since it was so important, and if it succeeded, the efficiency of harvesting corn would greatly improve. He finally made up his mind. All right, I'll borrow the tools. Asking others for help wasn't easy, but borrowing tools was doable. Will this count as work points? Someone hesitated and asked. Yes. And as long as you do what's needed, I'll personally apply for a reward for you. Qin Yofu waved his hand confidently. If they were going to do it, they should do it well. Reward? Everyone's eyes lit up. Time was running out. Since they decided to do it, Qin Yofu immediately went to town to borrow tools. Before dark, he returned with everything. The Su family was a bit confused. How come after work? Yun said she found a job in the village and could earn work points. What's going on? Just helping Uncle Yofu with some work, along with a few young intellectuals. After all, I'm one of the few high school students in the village. Everyone is working, and I'm just free. Su Qingyun didn't say it outright. If she boasted before the task was done, it wouldn't be good. The Su family was surprised. No wonder Yun was helping out with the young intellectuals. Having something to do is fine, but don't tire yourself out, Wu Guixiang warned. I know, Grandma. Su Qingyun just promised, then quickly forgot her words. She spent all day in the warehouse with those young intellectuals, acting mysteriously and not letting anyone know. Before long, rumors started spreading in the village. Why is that girl from the Su family hanging out with the young intellectuals again? And there are quite a few. What are they doing in the warehouse? Every day. Don't talk nonsense. I heard from the team leader they're working on something important. Why do important tasks have to be done behind closed doors? It's none of your business. If you're curious, ask the team leader. Anyway, it's not something good. Wu Guixiang straightened up from the cornfield, looking very upset. The people around immediately fell silent. What are you saying? Tell me again, I want to hear. It seems you haven't finished your work, right? Maybe I should go find Fulua and ask him. Do you all have time to gossip? No one dared to speak again. She walked home with a serious face. Just then, she saw Su Qingyan yawning as she came back. The question she was about to ask turned into concern. Sweetie, why do you look so tired? Come inside and drink some sugar water. Su Qingyan didn't bother to reply. She quickly drank a large cup of water, wiped her mouth, and smiled.
Mom, I'm fine.
I just feel a little hot. They had no special tools, only manual work, testing and measuring over and over. The workload was very heavy. Before she could rest, she heard someone outside calling. It was Song Yen, a young worker. Su Qingyun hurried outside. What's wrong? The team leader has brought the plow back. Song Yen said excitedly in a low voice. Really? Su Qingyun also looked happy. Actually, the tractor was already repaired. Everything was ready, except for the plow. The only thing missing was the wind. The wind was the plow. They kept testing data to draw the most accurate design of the plow. For this special plow, Qin Yofu even went to the county to ask the steel factory for help. Now they just needed to install the plow and test it in the cornfield to see the results. Su Qingyan casually greeted Wu Guixiang and then ran toward the warehouse. Wu Guixiang sighed. How is this kid becoming more and more wild? Su Qingyan bent down carefully to examine the plow Qin Yofu brought back. She quietly shook her head. The manufacturing technology of this era was still a bit rough, but it was usable. Whether it was a good horse or not, it still needed to be taken out for a test. Will this really work? Qin Yofu looked at the iron thing with doubt. Can this thing even be called a plow? Xiao Su said it's fine, but we need to see how efficient it is. As long as the difference from our expected data isn't too big, it's okay. Qingyun's drawings won't be wrong. Qin Yofu looked surprised at the group of lively young intellectuals. Why did they admire Su Qingyun so much? It had only been a few days, and she already had these proud young people obedient. Truly impressive. Song Yen secretly admired her. He who studied machinery was convinced. Who had said before that Su Qingyun was just a pretty fool? They must have been blind. Let's go and try, Su Qingyun said excitedly, her eyes shining. She couldn't wait. This was her first experiment in this new time. Let's go, Qin Yofu agreed, eager to see. Song Yen got on the tractor, started it, and it rumbled as it headed toward the cornfield. The village loudspeaker announced 3 times, notice. No work this afternoon. Work hours will be announced later. At this time, every household had just finished lunch and was preparing for a short rest. Suddenly, they heard the broadcast and paused in surprise. Why aren't they working this afternoon? There's still so much corn in the fields. I think I saw Song and some young people driving the tractor to the field, and the girl from the Su family was there too. The village head was with them. What? What are they doing?
Let's go see.
There weren't many entertainment options back then. Any small movement could attract the whole village. Everyone pointed at the improved tractor, talking excitedly. Isn't there only one tractor in the village? Where did this one come from? It looks like the old one. Wasn't it broken? Has it been fixed? So, these young people have been busy with this for the past few days. That's a big achievement. But what's the girl from the Su family doing there? Who knows? I just know there's another vehicle for transporting corn now. One of the young participants chuckled. It's not just about moving things. What else can it do? Just wait and see. Su Qingyun was busy directing everyone to prepare the plow. Everyone felt nervous, wondering if their efforts these past days had been in vain. Qin Yofu's heart beat faster. He had put a lot of effort into this. Su Qingyun carefully handled the tractor, like it was a treasure. Everything was ready. She told Song Yen, "Start now." He nodded, turned the steering wheel, and drove toward the cornfield. Oh my, what is Song doing? Why is he heading straight for the cornfield? Captain, please stop him. Don't waste the food.
Quiet.
Qin Yofu said impatiently, without taking his eyes off the tractor. The tractor was heading straight toward the cornfield. Just as it was about to reach a row of corn, the front-mounted plow, embedded between the rows, began turning. Sharp prongs spun and cut through the corn stalks from the roots. The tractor moved slowly and the cut corn stalks fell off, flowing through pipes into the back hopper. Everyone watched in shock as the tractor passed through the cornfield, separating the ears from the stalks, leaving only bare corn stalks behind. What is this? Am I seeing things? I saw a tractor harvesting corn and automatically removing the ears. Oh my goodness! If all tractors worked like this, we wouldn't need to farm by hand anymore. Did those young people invent this? Are they really that talented? The young man who had spoken earlier answered, "Yes, we worked on it together, but the idea and design came from Su Qingyun." After some time, everyone was truly impressed with Su Qingyun. Su family? No way. Are you joking? The man stared in disbelief. Qin Yofu's face turned red with excitement. That's wonderful. That's great. With this kind of tractor, Luo Shui village wouldn't worry about harvest this fall. No, he needed to report this and promote it widely. Excellent. Qingyun, you're amazing. Qin Yofu praised sincerely, giving a thumbs up. When he said that, everyone gasped. If the captain said so, then this tractor really was made by Su Qingyun? Zhang Xinlan stared blankly at everything happening. Flashing through her mind was Su Aiden's words. Yun was talented and promising. Could it really be true that he was right?
Mom.
Su Aimin quickly helped Wu Guixiang, who was about to fall. "Third brother, give me a hand," Wu Guixiang said firmly, though her legs trembled and her heart pounded with excitement. Her dear mother, their family's good girl, had quietly accomplished such a big thing. Those gossipers still dared to spread rumors about her. Sure enough, when she looked up, she saw the villagers who had spoken ill of Su Qingyun lowering their heads in shame. Among the crowd, Lin Jianfeng looked incredulous. Only he did not believe that Su Qingyun had come up with this idea. No one knew her better than he did, especially her knowledge level. But he knew that if he dared to say such a thing, he would definitely be attacked by everyone in the village. With this tractor, the villagers of Luoshui village found farming much easier. When they mentioned Su Qingyun, everyone praised her, and no one spoke badly of her anymore. Qin Yofu hadn't yet reported the improved tractor, but the award ceremony had already begun. Several village officials from the town had arrived. At the grain drying yard in Luoshui village, villagers gathered tightly. A temporary simple stage was set up. After a few leaders sat down, Qin Yofu took the stage to host the event. Wow, I've never seen so many leaders in my life. Where is Su's daughter? What kind of reward do you think they'll give? The Su family has really been in the spotlight lately. Wu Guixiang has been walking around with her nose in the air. The crowd below was noisy. Qin Yofu raised his hand to quiet them. Hello, villagers of Luoshui. I am the team leader, Qin Yofu. We are very happy to gather here today. As you all know, today's main purpose is to honor Su Aimin and Su Qingyun from the Su family for their brave deeds of righteousness. He was speaking, while the father and daughter they were looking for were waiting behind the stage. Dad, can you stop trembling? Su Qingyun looked at her father helplessly. She kept her face calm, but her legs were actually trembling. I can't help it. There are so many people, Su Aimin said, not wanting to tremble either. Maybe I should speak instead? She had memorized her father's speech from listening to him every day.
Su Aimin replied, "No need."
He slightly looked up and glanced at the leaders on stage, the mayor and the police chief from the town. They probably came to impress Deputy County Chief Chen Jing. Wait, the person sitting in the front row? Yun, do you think the person in the first row is Deputy County Chief Chen? Su Aimin's eyes widened. How could he be sitting in the audience? Su Qingyun looked over and nodded. Yes, it's him. Dad, he's a deputy county chief. It's normal not to make a big deal out of it, Su Qingyun said casually. That's true, Su Aimin said, but he was even more nervous now. Is it really okay to boast about himself in front of the person involved? Under the stage, Chen Jing indeed came to the scene as a private individual. First, he didn't want to draw too much attention, and second, he didn't want to put too much pressure on the Su family. After Qin Yofu finished speaking, Su Aimin went on stage to give a speech. The Su family instantly sat up straight and looked around proudly. Zhang Xinlan excitedly pulled her mother and said, Mom, the third brother is speaking. Yes, yes. Zhang also lifted her head proudly, feeling honored. Su Aimin stepped onto the stage, took a deep breath, and calmed down. Hello everyone, I am Su Aimin. Just a few days ago, my daughter Su Qingyun. Unexpectedly, Su Aimin did not stutter at all and finished speaking smoothly. The town mayor nodded approvingly. She was confident and capable of achieving great things. Great. The villagers clapped loudly. This was a proud moment for their entire village. The admiring looks from other villagers showed their pride. Qin Yofu stepped onto the stage again. Next, the mayor of Luoshui town will present awards to Su Aimin and Su Qingyun. Let's give them a big round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. The applause grew even louder. Here it comes, finally the award ceremony. What do you think they will give us? Oh my goodness, the deputy mayor is giving out the awards. Su Aimin and Su Qingyun went on stage. The mayor stood up, took out a certificate of bravery, and handed it to them with a kind smile. Keep up the good work. The secretary nearby handed over the prizes. The villagers' eyes widened. They saw thermoses, enamel cups, rice, flour, and oil. Wow, so many good things. Su Aimin's face lit up with a big smile. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, Su Qingyun said with a bright smile. Chen Jing saw this scene and also smiled. After the recognition ceremony, the leaders didn't rush to leave. Since they were there, they decided to inspect the rural work. The villagers gathered around out of curiosity, following behind. Chen Jing followed the mayor, and although everyone found him unfamiliar, no one paid too much attention. Su Aimin quietly whispered to Wu Guixiang, Mom, that behind the mayor is Deputy County Chief Chen. What? Wu Guixiang's eyes widened. The Deputy County Chief was here too? Why didn't you say earlier? She complained. We should greet him, or people will say we don't know proper manners. Mom, the Deputy County Chief doesn't want the village to greet him. Why should we? Su Aimin rolled her eyes. He never thought that saving the Vice County Mayor's child meant he had a connection with the Vice County Mayor. Let's go back first. If the Vice County Mayor sees us, he might feel uncomfortable. The Su family members felt excited for a while but also tired, so they went home. A few leaders walked along the field edge, looking at the heavy, bent corn with satisfaction. The corn harvest is pretty good this year. It's okay, Qin Yofu said with a smile. The town mayor looked at a large area of bare cornfields. Your village is pretty quick at harvesting corn. It looks almost finished. Hard work is good, but everyone should also take care of their health. Doing too much can be harmful. Of course, Qin Yofu nodded repeatedly. Actually, it's not just our speed. We have a secret weapon to help us. The town mayor was surprised. Chen Jing, standing behind, didn't speak but was also curious. Qin Yofu suddenly got excited. This was his chance to speak. Mayor, look over there. Qin Yofu pointed to a distance. Is that a tractor? The mayor looked. Why is it so small? It seems to be an old model tractor that was phased out a few years ago, one of the leaders recognized. Smart eyes, leader. But now, it's no longer outdated. It's our village's treasure, Qin Yofu said proudly. He looked at the crowd and called out, Song Yan, where's Song Yan? Here. Song Yan quickly responded from the crowd. Go and show everyone how that tractor works. Among the villagers, Song Yan knew this tractor best. Actually, the most familiar person should be Su Qingyun, but it wouldn't make sense to let a small girl drive a tractor, right? That would be strange. Yes. Song Yen ran over quickly. Today, everyone in the village was at the award ceremony, so no one was working in the fields. He started the tractor and drove into the cornfield. In less than 10 minutes, a row of corn was completely harvested. What is this? The town mayor stared in shock. What kind of tractor is this? It's a tractor we improved ourselves, Qin Yofu explained. With this tractor, we can harvest corn by ourselves, which greatly improves efficiency. An improved tractor? Chen Jing, usually relaxed, became serious. As someone in charge of agriculture, he knew very well how much convenience this kind of improved tractor could bring. He also forgot his status and hurriedly asked, who invented this? This kind of talent must be highly praised and rewarded to encourage even greater contributions. Qin Yofu glanced at Chen Jing. Who is he? The town mayor quickly reminded him. The deputy county head is asking you questions. Deputy county head? Qin Yofu almost gasped. When did the deputy county head arrive? He didn't know. A few nearby villagers looked at Chen Jing in shock and quickly kept their distance, about 3 meters away. He's one of our village's young educated people. Qin Yofu stammered. Young educated people, Chen Jing thought, indeed have many talented individuals. Along with Su Qingyun, Qin Yofu finished his sentence.
Suingyun?
Chen Jing was surprised, thinking he might have heard incorrectly. He paused for 2 seconds and asked, how many Su Qingyuns are there in the village? Just one, Qin Yofu said blankly. The leaders exchanged glances. Is this the girl who was just praised? Does she really have such abilities? The villagers nearby also started talking excitedly about Su Qingyun. That girl from the Su family has been smart since she was little. This was a response to earlier comments that she lacked brains and had selective amnesia. This time, the Su girl really helped our village a lot. Without her, we wouldn't know when these corns would be harvested. Chen Jing closely examined the tractor, his face flushed, feeling excited. He admired her even more now. I will report this to the county. As long as there are no issues, this type of tractor can be promoted across the whole county. The people involved in its creation will also be rewarded. That's wonderful. Thank you, Deputy County Head. Qin Yofu was so excited he almost fainted. Song Yen smiled. Su Qingyun didn't deceive them. She really succeeded. After the lively award ceremony, the thing Su Qingyun looked forward to most finally arrived. Her father was taking her to school. She had previously attended the only middle school in town. Now, the principal of the town middle school looked at Su Aimin and his daughter with some difficulty. Dear parent, you're putting me in a tough spot. You voluntarily asked to withdraw from school before, and now you want to return? School isn't something you can just come and go as you please. He had a deep impression of Su Qingyun as a student. Although she was from the countryside, she was spoiled and had a temper worse than city girls, which many teachers had commented on. Initially, she asked to withdraw from school, and the teachers were secretly happy for a while. Now, why does she want to return? I understand, Principal, Su Aimin said with a forced smile. Our child withdrew because of health issues. Now that she's recovered, she naturally wants to go back to school. Principal, you can't refuse a student who truly wants to learn, right? Truly eager to learn? The principal was amused by these words. Many teachers had said before that this student wasn't focused in class and her grades were poor. How did she suddenly become eager after falling ill? I know my attitude toward studying was wrong before. I promise I will improve, Su Qingyun said, lowering her head and speaking humbly. The principal looked at the girl with her head down, her eyelashes trembling, clearly nervous.
He sighed.
If the student really wanted to come back, they wouldn't stop her. All right, she can return to school.
But
the principal changed the subject. She must start again from the first year of high school. Since she missed so much, she won't be able to keep up with the second year. Hearing this, Su Qingyun was anxious. Principal, I can do it. I can keep up with the second year work. You can't just say that and be allowed. The principal shook his head. Su Qingyun thought for a moment and then said, Principal, could you give me a second-year exam paper? I can prove myself. The principal was a bit surprised but agreed. Young people often have stubborn determination. He brought out a second-year exam paper, only in Chinese and math. Su Qingyan glanced at it casually and started writing. Su Aimin watched nervously from the side. She worked quickly, almost without thinking about each question. The principal frowned slightly. Her attitude. Even if she didn't know, she shouldn't just guess randomly. In less than 40 minutes, Su Qingyan put down her pen. She didn't write the Chinese essay. Please take a look. The principal had given up hope. He took the paper, glanced at it casually, then stopped and sat up straight, put on his glasses, and looked carefully. Su Aimin was even more nervous because of his attitude. He was more tense than when he spoke at the assembly. He asked cautiously, Principal, is there a problem? Su Qingyan gently tugged on her father's sleeve and blinked softly. Dad, trust me, it's okay. Su Aimin patiently waited. After a while, the principal put down the exam papers, took a deep breath, and looked at Su Qingyan with excitement and hope. Principal, can I start high school now? Su Qingyan asked with a smile, deliberately. Yes, of course. The principal replied quickly. The 2 exam papers were carefully written, with clear sentences and logical reasoning. He couldn't find a single mistake. This girl is like a hidden shining gem. She is a genius. In the past, her grades might have been because she wasn't trying hard. Geniuses are like that. Once they focus, no one can compare. Unfortunately, there is no college entrance exam now, so students are recommended by workers, farmers, and soldiers to go to university. Su Aimin was still a bit confused. Principal, how are Yunyun's grades? Very good, extremely good. The principal said with emphasis. You're welcome to return to school.
Su Aimin relaxed.
Recently, he watched Yunyun study and read so hard, and he was worried her efforts would be wasted. Mr. Su, you have an excellent daughter, the principal said with admiration and regret in his eyes. Su Qingyun met his gaze and understood what he meant. She smiled meaningfully. Principal, everything in the world is unpredictable. Tomorrow's sun is different from today, and the sky tomorrow is even more uncertain. The principal was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled. You're right. No one knows what tomorrow will bring. Su Aimin watched the 2, feeling confused. What kind of riddle are they talking about? Never mind. The most important thing is that Yunyun can go back to school. Back home, Su Aimin couldn't wait to tell the whole family this good news. Qining happily hugged her daughter and praised her repeatedly. The principal even praised Yunyun, Su Aimin said proudly. Wu Guixiang smiled happily. I knew our little treasure could do it. Of course. Yunyun can even handle a tractor. Studying is nothing, Su Kongwu said, now convinced of his sister. Among the family, only he knew how difficult it was to improve that tractor. His sister was truly a genius. Why didn't he notice it before? Su Kongwu thought for a while and blamed Lin Jianfeng. It was his fault for leading Yunyun astray. Yunyun's schooling is settled. What did they say about when she should report to the factory from the military side? Wu Guixiang asked. They said it will be a few more days. Wu Guixiang thought for a moment, then said, let's just settle the marriage between Songjun and his daughter first. That way, one thing is taken care of, and Songjun won't worry about it when he goes to work. His daughter is the girl engaged to suit Songjun. Mother is right, it should be decided now. Li Xiulian nodded, agreeing with the idea. Then we should do it properly. I'm all for it. The whole family discussed his marriage. Su Songjun felt a little shy. Su Qingyun watched her older brother's dark skin turn red and couldn't help but laugh. Was her brother so innocent? Zhang Xinlan looked thoughtful. If Songjun gets engaged before going to work, then one will be going to join the army soon. Father, should we also help one find a wife? After he gets married, he can go to the army. She couldn't stop him from joining the army, but surely no one would oppose when getting married? Mother, can you stop worrying about my affairs? Wen said helplessly. I'm about to join the army, maybe for several years, and I might not come back. If I get engaged now, isn't that delaying the girl? Stop causing trouble. Ai Dang Su scowled, stopping Zhang Xinlan from speaking. All right, Wen has his own plans. Don't worry so much, Delin Su frowned. Wen, who wanted to join the army, was his precious son. After Delin Su spoke, Zhang Xinlan didn't dare say more, feeling resentful inside. Work was his, marriage was his, he seemed to get all the good things. When Songjuan's fiancé's family was from Changxiu village, quite far from Luoshui village. The two families had only met twice through a matchmaker, and their marriage was roughly decided. At this moment, He Qinqin's mother was earnestly persuading her. Girl, I've told you, Zhang's family only has one child. In the future, everything will belong to Zhang Jian. Look at the Su family, 3 rooms for children. How much can they share? Besides, Zhang's family said they'd give 80 yuan as bride price. Marrying into that family means a good life. Initially, she thought Su's family was pretty good, but compared to Zhang's, it was far inferior. Mother stopped talking. I only like brother Songjun, He Qinqin said stubbornly. Then what's so good about Songjun? He's just a farmer. What do you like about him? He sure saw that her persuasion was useless and became very angry. I just want to marry into the military family. We've only met twice. How deep can our feelings be? He sure gritted her teeth. I don't care. Anyway, I have already promised the Zhang family. What? He Qinqin looked at her mother in disbelief. Did you sell me for $80? He sure was furious. What do you mean sell? I'm your mother. Can't I decide your marriage? Marriage is free now. He Qinqin argued with her. Anyway, I won't marry. If you want to marry, you do it yourself. Nonsense about free marriage.
He sure spat.
I'm your mother. Even if you don't want to marry, you have to. After saying that, she left directly and locked the door, leaving He Qinqin crying inside. He sure sat at the door, looking serious as she thought about discussing the marriage with the Zhang family. She saw the matchmaker, Granny Zhang, happily approaching. Oh, Mrs. He, why are you sitting at the door? Are you waiting for me? He sure forced a smile. Granny Zhang, why are you here? I'm here to propose marriage for the Su family. Soon, if everything is okay on your side, their family will come to visit. Granny Zhang seemed very happy to help arrange another marriage. These two families had been interested in each other before. Her visit was just a formality. Proposing marriage for the Su family? He sure was stunned. She hadn't yet refused the Su family, and now they were coming to propose marriage? No, Granny Zhang. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I told you already. Granny Zhang looked at her strangely. She was very experienced and quickly saw He Shure's hesitation. Her face darkened. Mrs. He, are you thinking of changing your mind? You agreed to this marriage. That was just in words, not serious. He Shure chuckled awkwardly. She hadn't accepted the bride price from the Su family, so the verbal agreement didn't count. Granny Zhang narrowed her eyes. Be honest with me. Is someone else proposing marriage to you? I can find out even if you don't tell me. Don't blame me for losing face for the He family.
Just.
The Zhang family at the east end of the village. Knowing she couldn't hide it from Granny Zhang, He Shure had to tell the truth. The Zhang family at the east end? Granny Zhang stared in disbelief. Are you trying to push Qin into a fire pit? Everyone in Shaoyuan village knows that the Zhang family's son is paralyzed from the waist down. If Qin marries him, what good life could she have? What do you mean pushing her into a fire pit? Mrs. He suddenly looked serious. The Zhang family is so well off. If Qin marries into that family, she will live a good life. The Su family can't compare. They only offered $80 in bride price. Can the Su family afford that? Living a good life? Grandma Zhang sneered. You need to have that luck first. She listened to Mrs. He's subtle dislike for the Su family and found it strange. She asked, have you heard what's been happening in Luo Shui village lately?
What?
Mrs. He sounded a bit impatient. She didn't care about what was happening in Luo Shui village. Grandma Zhang saw her expression and decided not to say more. She smiled with a hint of meaning, nothing much. If you don't want this marriage anymore, I will go tell the Su family. I just hope you won't regret it later. The Su family from Luo Shui village saved a very important person's child and received an award. They are well known among the town leaders. Yet, the He family, who are supposed to be relatives, doesn't seem to know about this. It shows they don't care about the Su family. That's fine. She wouldn't interfere. Although Mrs. He felt something was off, she still firmly said, we will not regret this.
All right then.
Grandma Zhang looked at her as if she were simple-minded. After hearing Mrs. He, she didn't try to persuade her anymore. I'll go to Luo Shui village now and tell the Su family that this marriage is off. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Once Grandma Zhang agreed, Mrs. He's face lit up with a smile. The Zhang family is famous for matchmaking in this area. She didn't want to offend them, or else her family might suffer from their gossip. Mrs. He thought for a moment, then hurried to the chicken coop to pick 2 eggs. She handed them to Grandma Zhang. Here, Aunt Zhang. Take these and eat. Consider it a small thank you for making the trip. I can't accept these 2 eggs, Grandma Zhang said sarcastically. She was promised 5 yuan for this trip to Sue's house, but now that the deal fell through, she naturally looked at Mrs. He with displeasure. All right, I'm leaving, Grandma Zhang said, and turned to walk away. While the sun was still high, she hurried back to Luo Shui village. When she arrived at the Su family's house, she was already exhausted and panting heavily. The family was waiting for her news. Seeing this, Wu Guixiang quickly poured her a glass of water. When she saw how hard Grandma Zhang was breathing, she asked eagerly, His Aunt Zhang, what does the He family say? Su Aigua's family of 3 also looked at her with anticipation. Su Qingyun heard the noise and came out of the room, bringing a small stool to listen. Aunt Zhang saw the expectant faces of the Su family and felt even more that the He family was untrustworthy and not acting properly. She snorted coldly. The He family refused. Everyone was surprised. Su Zongjuan reacted the most. He widened his eyes and said in disbelief, How could they refuse? Qing and I clearly. It's not about that girl. Aunt Zhang waved her hand. Qing's mother is a simple person, and you probably have an idea of her. The Zhang family at the east end of Xiaoyuan village offered 80 silver dollars in bride price to marry Qing. When Qing's mother heard that, she agreed immediately. But when I went to see her, she changed her mind, saying it was just a verbal agreement and not binding. 80? The Su family was stunned. These days, not many city families could afford such a high bride price, right? Is the Zhang family's son a bit? Wu Guixiang, who was older and had seen a lot, quickly sensed something was wrong. With such a high bride price, she couldn't believe the Zhang family had no issues. Aunt Zhang curled her lips and said, That Zhang family son is disabled. Half of his body is paralyzed. Where would they find a daughter-in-law? They just want someone to take care of him. Otherwise, how would that elderly couple survive after their son and daughter-in-law pass away?
What?
The Su family was stunned. Aunt Qing was going to marry a disabled person?
Swingyun frowned.
With her education, hearing about such an arranged marriage made her feel uncomfortable. This is just too much, Qing said with a frown. Su Zongjuan suddenly stood up. Qing wouldn't want to marry him. No, I have to find her. He was about to run outside. Stop. You can't go anywhere. Wu Guixiang shouted, stopping him. Why are you looking for her? Her mother has already accepted the bride price. This is a done deal. Yes, Zongjuan, don't be angry. There are many good girls in the surrounding villages. Auntie will find you someone better than Qing. Su Songjun sank down dejectedly. Li Xiulian felt sorry for her son and asked Zhang Pozi, and Zhang, does the He family really care only about the 80 yuan bride price? Don't they know about our military service? When Songjun goes to the city to work, 80 yuan is nothing. He can earn it back in a few months. If the He family is greedy, it's strange they wouldn't want to keep such a money-making opportunity, like a soldier. Your nephew-in-law. You've hit the nail on the head, Zhang Pozi sneered. The He family knows nothing about our Luo Shui village's recent situation. If they did, they would have come knocking already. No wonder, it's not just that the Su family is flattering themselves. Recently, everyone in the village has been very friendly to the Su family, often coming over to ask about their connections to the town and county officials. I asked the He family myself, Li Xiulian said. They said they wouldn't regret it. I didn't say much, to avoid trouble. Aunt Zhang, you're right, Wu Guixiang sneered. The He family looks down on us. We Su family aren't desperate to marry into them. Mother, I can't just watch Qin marry that kind of man, Su Songjun said anxiously. He liked Qin Xin very much. Zhang Xinlan secretly curled her lips. If this marriage didn't go through, it would be for the best. The He family is so snobbish. If they married into that family, who knows how many favors they'd demand from the Su family. Mother, maybe we should go ask about it ourselves, Li Xiulian said.
I really like Qin Xin.
She probably doesn't want to marry anyone else either. They say it's better to break 10 temples than to regret one marriage. Wu Guixiang looked at the sad face of Su Songjun. She also loved her grandson very much. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, All right, I'll go myself. I don't believe the He family won't give us an answer. Mother, I want to go too, Su Qingyan quickly said. Qining pulled her back and glared. What is a young girl like you doing going? No, you're not going. Your mother is right. Young girls shouldn't go to matchmaking, Wu Guixiang nodded. Fine, Xiulian, and I will take Songjun. It's still early, there's time. Oh, Aunt Zhang, I'll bother you to come with us, she added. Don't worry, whether it works out or not, we'll pay you the 5 yuan, no less. That's great. Aunt Zhang immediately smiled so broadly that her eyes disappeared, showing her happiness. She still believed that the Su family was kind and considerate, with good conditions. The He family, on the other hand, was truly blind. All right, I will go with you again and talk to them, she said.
Thank you, Grandma.
Thank you, Mother. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Su Songjun quickly expressed his gratitude, turning his worries into happiness. The 4 of them hurried back to the He family in Changxiu village. The remaining Su family members stayed at home waiting for news. The whole family looked forward eagerly. It was dark before they returned. Aunt Zhang had already gone home, leaving only Su Songjun and his grandparents. The 3 of them looked more gloomy than the dark sky outside. The Su family exchanged worried glances, already sensing what might happen. Su Aigua pulled his wife and asked anxiously, Tell us, what's going on? What else could it be? Wu Guixiang's face was as cold as water. The marriage is off. Don't bring it up again. This time, Su Songjun didn't say anything and didn't mention anything about refusing He Qinqin's marriage. Li Xiulian sighed and said, The He family's attitude is just too much. We traveled so far, and not only did they refuse to give us a sip of water, but they wouldn't even let us in. Su Songjun wanted to see Qinqin, but it was impossible. And they said that the marriage was already settled between He Qinqin and that young man from the Zhang family. They kept pushing us away with their words. What? That's just too disrespectful to the Su family. What do they think of us? Su Aiden said angrily. It's better if it doesn't work out. If it did, the He family would only cause more trouble, said the head of the Su family, Su Dalan. Exactly. Even if they regret it later, they won't be able to come back and ask us again, Wu Guixiang said bitterly. She looked at the sad Su Songjun and comforted him. Songjun, don't worry. Go to the city to work. Grandma will keep an eye out for you and find you a good girl.
I understand, Grandma, Su Kongyun nodded.
Although he still looked sad, he seemed to have already let go. He and He Qinqin had only met twice, so there wasn't much deep feeling between them. The He family looked down on him, and since they canceled the marriage, he had his pride. He wouldn't keep going there to humiliate himself. All right, everyone eat. Second daughter-in-law, bring the food, Wu Guixiang said, waving her hand. She was tired after traveling so far. A family gathered around the table to eat, chatting occasionally about the He family. Su Qingyun held her bowl, lost in thought. Yun, what's wrong? Qining asked with concern. It's nothing, Mother. I just think He Qinqin is quite pitiful, Su Qingyun whispered. In this era, even one's marriage and lifelong happiness are out of their control. It's truly sad and pitiful. Qining paused, looking at her fair face with gentle eyes. Our Yun won't face such problems. In the future, as long as you like someone and their character is good, your parents won't oppose it. Yes, Bauer, you must personally check the man you marry, Wu Guixiang said firmly. If he dares to treat you badly, I will directly go and deal with him. Mother, Grandma, what are you saying? Su Qingyun said with a mix of laughter and tears. She was surprised how the topic of her older brother suddenly turned to her. She put down her bowl, linked her arm with theirs, and smiled warmly. From now on, I'll stay with you all, and I won't go anywhere. Stop talking nonsense. Wu Guixiang scolded playfully, but her smile grew wider. Her precious daughter knew she was upset and was trying to cheer her up. Meanwhile, at the He family in Changshu village, after sending off the Su family members, he sure let out a deep breath. She had heard about the fierce reputation of the old lady from the Su family. She had been worried they would cause trouble, but they left so tactfully. Thinking about the 80 yuan bride price, he sure felt excited, her face smiling with deep wrinkles. When he father returned from work and saw her smiling, he asked curiously, "What's so good? You look so happy. What could be so good?" He sure replied with a smile. Right now, nothing is better than Qinqin's marriage to the Zhang family. He father hesitated, looking at the closed door of Qinqin's room. He asked hesitantly, "Mother, do you think what we're doing is right?" "Stop talking about that," he sure said impatiently, waving her hand. "All we're doing is for Qinqin's good. With the Zhang family's conditions, she'll be living a good life." But he father still felt uneasy inside. "We only have this one daughter. Because we only have her, we need to think carefully. We don't have a son to take care of us when we're old. What if we get too old and can't work? Isn't it better for Qinqin to marry into a good family?" Father, he was silent after being told off, only able to stammer and close his mouth. The two started eating, and Mrs. He firmly refused to let Father he call He Qinqin to come and eat. "Wait until she figures things out, then she can come out." She deliberately raised her voice, but there was no response from He Qinqin's room. After finishing the meal, Father He, worried about his daughter, took the keys, carried the bowl of rice, and went into He Qinqin's room under Mrs. He's stern gaze. Seeing his daughter lying quietly on the bed, tears streaming down her face, Father He sighed and placed the bowl on the bedside table. "Qinqin, don't blame us. The Su family's boy is good, but they have many relatives and their conditions are not as good as the Zhang family. You are our only daughter, and your future depends on you. If you marry well, it will be better for us." Father He's helpless words made He Qinqin cry even harder. She turned her back to hide her face from him. Father He was silent for a while, then left the room. The sound of the door locking was heard. He Qinqin covered her face with the quilt and cried loudly. 2 days later, Su Songjun finally gathered his courage and prepared to go to the city to work. The Su family was full of joy. Even Zhang Xinlan, who had been unhappy, looked a little happier. Since the county was far away, once Su Songjun left, he could only come back occasionally. He packed his things and dressed in his best, neatest clothes. Not bad, looking energetic, like a city person. Su Aigua praised with a thumbs up. Li Xiulian looked worried. "Songjun, when you get to the factory, you must work hard, follow your master carefully, and try to get a permanent position early. Remember, don't shame our Su family. This job isn't just about you. It represents us all. Do you understand?" "I know, Mom." "Don't worry," Su Songjun said confidently. "Let's go," said Su Aimin. Su Songjun only got the job because of his relationship with Su Qingyun. On his first day, Su Aimin went with him. Watching them leave, Su Qingyun smiled meaningfully. Her father was eager to go earn more money again. After big brother Su Songjun left, Su Qingyun's school days were approaching. Just a few days before she was to go to school, her second brother Su Kongwen received his enlistment notice. Captain Qin Youfu happily came to the Su family. The gate was open, so he went straight in and called out, "And Uncle, are you there?" "Yes, we're here," Youfu Wu Guixiang responded quickly, coming outside. Because of the improved tractor that Su Qingyun developed, the corn in Luoshui village was harvested early, and the farming season ended sooner. Recently, everyone was at home and free. "What's the matter, Youfu?" Qin Youfu waved the list in his hand and handed it to Wu Guixiang. "Your son Kan Wen received a notice to join the army. The notice arrived at the brigade, so I came to tell you. In any era, having a family member join the army is a proud thing. Respect for soldiers is especially high now. This time, only Su Kanwen from Luoshui village was chosen to enlist, so Qin Yofu felt proud too. Already so fast? Wu Guixiang was surprised. When did Kanwen sign up? The notice has arrived. She quickly called inside. Second's wife.
Kanwen.
Come out quickly. Zhang Xinlan, who was resting on the bed, heard her mother-in-law's loud voice and reluctantly got up. What's all the noise about? Get up. No need to talk so much, Su Adong said impatiently, dressed quickly and opened the curtain to go outside. Su Kanwen ran out like a gust of wind. Grandma, is my enlistment notice here? His fair face was flushed with excitement, full of nervousness and anticipation. Qin Yofu smiled and pointed at Wu Guixiang. Here, look. Wu Guixiang was still reading the notice carefully when Su Kanwen snatched it away. Grandma, let me see it first.
Child.
Wu Guixiang said annoyed, then went inside to call Su Dalin, hoping to make him happy.
What?
An enlistment notice? Hearing those words, Zhang Xinlan suddenly sat up and quickly got out of bed. Already so fast? She couldn't believe it. How could Kanwen leave just like that? Second brother is leaving? Su Aimin's family also came out after hearing the noise. Su Qingyan asked. Above, told me to pack my things and get ready. The notice said that around the afternoon of the 28th, a military vehicle will come to pick me up, said Su Kanwen, trembling with excitement. He was usually a calm person, rarely so outwardly emotional, so he was clearly very happy. The day after tomorrow? Zhang Xinlan screamed, This is so fast. Su Dalin just came out of the house and heard her say, Military orders are like a mountain. Even if we need to leave immediately, we must do it. In the past, when marching or fighting, we would leave without any warning or preparation. He looked at Su Kanwen with a happy smile and patted his shoulder. Kanwen, well done. Our family finally has a soldier. Second brother, you're amazing. Su Kangwu also cheered for him. Su Qingyan smiled happily and congratulated him. Congratulations, second brother. You got what you wanted. Su Kangwen scratched his head, feeling a little shy. Thanks, Yun Yun. Qin Yofu said, All right, you all celebrate. I'll go now. Thank you, uncle, Su Kangwen said gratefully. Everyone in the family was happy, except Zhang Xinlan. She kept a serious face and asked Su Kangwen, Did they say which unit you're going to? No. Su Kangwen shook his head. They didn't say. We'll probably find out later. It's okay, Mom. As soon as I get to the army, I'll write you a letter. I don't care if you write or not. Zhang Xinlan glared at him. Su Adong said cheerfully, Mom doesn't want a letter. You write to your dad.
All right, Su Kanwen nodded quickly.
Writing to his mom or dad was the same to him. You two are really close, Zhang Xinlan said through gritted teeth. At this point, she couldn't do anything but pack his things. She felt sad for her son and hurried to gather his belongings. Food, clothes, essentials, all must be taken, she muttered as she hurried inside and outside the house. Don't be in such a rush, Su Adong held her back. The army doesn't have much, and they're short on food. Besides, they all wear military uniforms, so packing clothes isn't that important. It's better to bring a thick quilt, in case the winter there gets cold. Yes, the quilt, Zhang Xinlan was reminded and quickly ran off again. In the end, although she kept reducing the luggage, she still packed 2 big bags. Now they were just waiting for the army truck to pick them up tomorrow. That night, Zhang Xinlan lay in bed, tossing and turning, and unable to sleep. Su Aidong's sleep was also disturbed by her. Why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? He asked. Your son is about to leave, and you're still awake. Zhang Xinlan was so angry she pinched him. When she married him, it was because she thought he was honest, but now she sees he's just heartless and careless. Kanwen is going to join the army, not going into some dangerous place. Why are you so worried? Su Adong turned over and said, Enough, go to sleep. Don't think about it. Su Aidong's voice was already getting fuzzy. Zhang Xinlan stared at his back. It's not your child, so of course you don't worry. Kanwen is leaving soon, and we don't know when he'll come back. Just thinking about Kong when leaving home, maybe for a year or two, made her heart feel tight and painful.
How could she sleep?
Outside, Su Qingyun, passing by to use the toilet, overheard their conversation. She thought for a moment, then put on her clothes and knocked on her parents' door.
Dad, Mom, are you asleep?
She whispered. What's wrong? Yun, come in. Luckily, they were still awake. Qining looked at her daughter crawling into their room and sat up. Why aren't you sleeping? Su Qingyun sat on the edge of the bed, holding her mother's hand. I just went to the bathroom and overheard Uncle and Aunt talking. Second brother hasn't left yet, but Aunt is already worried and can't sleep. We don't know how long it will be before second brother can come back. Aunt misses him, but she doesn't even have a photo. Over there, he's alone in the army, with nothing to remember him by.
Photo? Su caught that word.
He frowned. You mean? I was thinking maybe before second brother leaves, our family could take a group photo for him to take with him, she said. A family photo? Qining was surprised too. But is it enough time? Second brother leaves the day after tomorrow. Big brother is still in the county and hasn't come back. The nearest photo studio is in town, she explained. It's enough time, Dad, Su Qingyun said confidently. Second brother leaves the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we'll call big brother in town and ask him to take a day off. We can meet in town tomorrow afternoon, take the photo, and then have it rushed to develop. Second brother will definitely get the photo the day after tomorrow. She had everything planned clearly. Su thought it might really work. Let's do it. Give the kids something to remember, Qining suddenly said, her eyes showing a faint sadness and longing. Su sighed and put his arm around his wife's shoulders, knowing she was thinking about her parents far away in Jing City. Qining looked a bit lost in thought. She left in a hurry years ago and didn't take a single photo. Over the years, her parents' faces have become blurry in her memory. She wondered how they were doing now. Okay, I'll do it. I'll handle it, Su agreed. But I must talk to your grandparents first. All right, Su Qingyun's father nodded, feeling relieved and smiling. All right, go back to sleep now. Qining gently pinched her daughter's soft, happy face. You've been worrying about this, and that all day. Your grandma's worries are bigger than yours. Su Qingyun stuck out her tongue and made a silly face, then ran back to her room to sleep. The next morning, Su got up early. Wu Guixiang and Su Daling, being older, woke up early too. Seeing Su up so early, they found it unusual. Wu Guixiang asked, Third brother, why are you up so early? That's rare. Mom, I have something to tell you. Su sat with his parents. Since tomorrow is the day we leave, last night Yun suggested that our whole family go to the town and take a family photo. It would be a nice keepsake for Kongwen, since we don't know when he'll be back after he leaves. Family photo. Wu Guixiang's eyes lit up at the new idea. She quickly understood. You mean the whole family going to the town to take pictures?
Exactly, Su nodded.
Su Daling's face, usually serious, showed a smile. That's a great idea. Yun is so thoughtful. Why didn't we think of it? All right, everyone will go. We'll take this family photo. But what about Songjun? He's still at the county. Won't he want to be in the photo too?
Wu Guixiang suddenly remembered Su Gonghun.
Mom, don't worry. I'll call the steel factory right now and ask Songjun for leave. He can come back for a bit, no problem, Su said quickly and hurried out. Wu Guixiang muttered, this third brother is always so busy. When she saw Zhang Xinlan from the second house get up, she quickly went over to tell her about the plan. At the steel factory, when Su Songjun received the call, he heard that Kongwen was leaving. He promised to come back. As the older brother, he felt he had to return to see him off. After finishing the call, Su returned home, and the whole family was waiting for his news. Su smiled and said, From June said he will come back soon. After breakfast, we will leave and meet at the town's photo studio. Okay, let's eat quickly, Wu Guixiang called everyone. Seeing Zhang Xinlan not moving, she said, Second daughter-in-law, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and serve breakfast. Oh, okay. Zhang Xinlan replied, snapping out of her thoughts and heading to the kitchen. She hadn't slept well all night, thinking about Conwen, but she didn't expect to wake up and learn that the whole family was going to take a photo together. Zhang Xinlan was stunned. She also didn't expect that it was the little girl Qingyun who suggested this, and the third son was helping out too. It seemed that the family of the third son wasn't so annoying after all. Zhang Xinlan silently smiled. Wu Guixiang finished serving the meal as usual. Zhang Xinlan looked at the dishes on the table. She first took a bite for Conwen and Congu, then paused, and took another bite into Su Qingyun's bowl. Suddenly, everyone looked over. Su Qingyun stared at the food in her bowl, a bit dazed. Why was her second aunt doing this?
Why are you looking at me?
Hurry up and eat. Zhang Xinlan's face turned a little hot as she deliberately said loudly, then lowered her head to eat. Everyone couldn't help but smile secretly, so they kept their heads down and ate quietly to avoid showing their smiles on their faces. After breakfast, the whole Su family cheerfully headed to the town in a big group. Su Songjun from the steel factory greeted his master, who happily let him go. The sun rose higher, and the two groups finally met at the only photo studio in town. Big Brother. Su Kongwen, with sharp eyes, saw Su Songjun at the photo studio entrance from afar. As they approached, Su Songjun punched Su Kongwen on the shoulder. Good boy, you really did well. Since he was young, he knew that his second younger brother was someone who quietly achieved big things.
Jeje, sucumben chakel fulischali.
Oh my, the photos turned out so clear. Wu Guixiang was surprised as she looked at the photos displayed in the glass window outside the photo studio. She was amazed. She had lived so long, but this was the first time she saw such clear photos. Not only her, but in all of Luoshui village, taking photos was a rare thing. Those faces looked just real, even clearer than movies, Zhang Xinlan also exclaimed in wonder. Yes, look at this pair. They really look handsome. Li Xiulian looked at the photos of the newlyweds above and kept praising them. The man was wearing a Zhongshan suit, looking excited but a little shy. The girl wore a floral top and had a sweet smile. Both looked very happy. Su Qingyun glanced at the photos. They were still black and white, which made her feel a strong sense of history. All right, everyone, go inside quickly, Su Aimin said, worried about wasting time. The Su family entered the photo studio. The photographer inside was busy working. When he heard the noise, he came out from the darkroom where he developed photos. What are you all doing here? The photographer was surprised to see such a big group and wondered what they wanted. We came to take photos, Su Aimin said casually, walking forward to chat. Master, how much does it cost to take a family photo here? Family photo? The photographer was even more surprised. Usually, only couples getting married came to take photos, and they didn't spend much. This was the first time a big family like yours came to take a family picture. It's quite new. Can we take one? Of course, yes. The photographer smiled. Taking photos isn't complicated. A single person costs $1, a couple costs $1.50, and for a whole family, it's $2. $2? Wow. That's expensive just for a photo, Zhang Xinlan said, opening her eyes wide in surprise. Taking photos costs money, even if it's just a quick click. The film costs, and developing the photos takes time and effort. We earn very little, the photographer explained happily. Most people who come to take photos think it's expensive, but some are happy to pay. $2 is fine. We'll take it, Su Dalin said. Since they were there, they had to take the photo. Wu Guixiang nodded too. She usually watched her money carefully, but she was willing to spend this amount for a family photo.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Thank you, Grandma, Su Kongwen said, feeling very touched. He knew the whole family had gone to so much trouble just for him. He was the second oldest of 3 brothers. He was quiet and modest. The family didn't pay much attention to him normally, but these days, he realized that beneath their quiet words, they cared deeply and loved him very much. All right, let's go inside. The photo will be taken there, the photographer said happily, pulling back the curtain to the inner room. The Su family entered the inner room. When they saw the decorations inside, Wu Guixiang exclaimed, Why are those walls so colorful? Oh, there are even flowers? She picked up a bunch of flowers, touched them, and clicked her tongue, saying, "Are they fake?" "Of course they're fake, ma'am. Those are just for the people taking photos, as decorations," the photographer said, without looking up from adjusting his camera. Su Qingyan glanced at the large camera. Nowadays, most cameras are upright, air pressure models. "All right, everyone stop looking around. Line up against the wall," the photographer said after finishing his adjustments, calling out to the curious crowd. Seeing so many people from the Su family, he thought for a moment. "Let's stand in 2 rows, young people in the back, elders in front. Young man, go bring 2 chairs for your grandparents to sit on." Obediently, Su Kongwen quickly brought 2 chairs and placed them in front for Wu Guixiang and Su Daling to sit. Everyone looked at each other and started to find their spots. Su Aimin began giving instructions. "Big brother, sister-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, stand next to our parents. From June, Kongwen, and Yunyun, stand in the back row on the left. Aing, you and I will stand on the right." "Yes, yes, that's good. Stay still once you're in position," the photographer said, watching the family settle into their spots. Everyone looked at the machine across from them. It was their first time taking a photo, so they were a bit nervous, biting their lips, glancing around nervously, with serious faces. "Relax your expressions, smile, think of something happy," the photographer instructed, helping the stiff family relax their faces. They moved their mouths slightly, trying to smile naturally, though it looked a bit forced. The photographer leaned into the dark cloth covering his head, focusing on the camera's viewfinder. "Good, good, smile a little bigger, relax. Ready, 3, 2, 1, he counted down. With a click, the photo was taken. "Everyone stay still, let's take another one," he said before anyone could react. He lifted the black cloth and smiled.
Done.
The whole family let out a breath of relief. Taking pictures really was tiring. Seeing the photographer working on the film, Su Aimin asked quickly, "Master, when can we get the photos?" "Fastest?" The photographer thought for a moment. "Probably in 2 or 3 days." Zhang Xinlan was in a hurry and decided to leave tomorrow. But was it enough time? Su Aimin asked, "Will we get the photos tomorrow?" The photographer hesitated and shook his head. "Tomorrow won't work. Developing photos takes time." "No, master," Su Aimin explained, "the boy is leaving tomorrow to join the army. We want him to take pictures of his family with him." He quickly pulled Su Kongwen over to introduce him. The photographer looked a bit surprised. He hadn't realized this thin young man was a soldier. After thinking for a moment, he said, "If you really need them tomorrow, I'll stay up tonight to develop the photos for you." "That would be great," Su Aimin said happily. "Master, we won't let you work for nothing. We'll pay you extra."
Just tell me how much.
"Just 5 more cents, the photographer said casually. Joining the army is a good thing, and he wanted to support them. "I just took 2 photos. If you want both developed, it'll be 5 yuan total. I won't charge extra for rush service," he added after thinking.
Thank you, master.
"We want both," Su Aimin replied immediately. Wu Guixiang nodded too. 1 photo for the family, and Su Kongwen would take the other. "All right, I'll also give you a frame so you can display the photos at home," the photographer said happily. "Thank you so much," Su Kongwen said with a big smile. After taking the family portrait, the Su family happily went home. Su Kongwen just told the photographer he had to return to the county. He patted Su Kongwen on the shoulder and said, "Big brother, I won't see you off tomorrow. Do well in the army and try to make achievements." "Yes," Su Kongwen answered loudly. By the time they got home, it was already after 4 p.m. Dinner in the countryside was early. Zhang Xinlan went into the kitchen to cook, and Li Xiulian and Xining went to help. Wu Guixiang entered the kitchen and said to the 3, "Tomorrow Kongwen leaves. Let's have a good meal today. Cook more meat, and we'll kill a chicken from the yard. Xiulian, make some dumplings with white bread. Let's enjoy tonight." Zhang Xinlan's eyes widened in surprise. Her mother-in-law was so generous today. Not only did she spend 5 yuan on photos, but she was also willing to kill a chicken? Wu Guixiang shot her a glance. "What's that look for?"
If you don't want to eat, don't.
I didn't say I wouldn't. Zhang Xinlan quickly changed her expression. She picked up a knife and said excitedly, I'll go kill the chicken right now. Wu Guixiang looked at her holding a knife as if ready for battle and rolled her eyes silently. Soon, a tempting aroma began to drift through the air, carried by the wind into many households in Luo Shui village. Wow, which family is cooking meat? The smell is so delicious.
I can even smell chicken.
It seems to be coming from the Su family. The others wondered, does the Su family have good news again? A friend replied, don't you know? Su is going to join the army. He'll be a proud soldier in the future. Really? The Su family's life is getting better and better. It makes people envious. Everyone outside was talking eagerly, but the Su family members didn't notice because they were busy eating meat, not lifting their heads. Su Qingyan ate a few pieces of chicken and some dumplings filled with cabbage and pork made by her aunt, and she was full. Yun, why aren't you eating anymore? Wu Guixiang asked. I'm full, Grandma. Su Qingyan looked at her second brother. Second brother, you should eat more. When you miss home-cooked meals later, you can remember the taste. Her words made everyone laugh. Su Aimin helped Su Kongwen put a piece of meat on his plate. Yes, Kongwen, eat more. Su Kongwen ate silently, tears shining in his eyes, falling into his bowl. The next afternoon, amid everyone's eager anticipation, a military truck stopped in front of the Su house. A soldier in a neat uniform got out and loudly announced, Su Kongwen. Yes. Su Kongwen jumped and answered loudly. The soldier looked at him with satisfaction. This young man has good spirit. He took a uniform from the truck and handed it to Su Kongwen. This is your military uniform. Here. Military uniform? Su Tsungwen's eyes widened with excitement. His hands trembled as he took the uniform, looking serious and respectful. The villagers watching nearby also cheered up, starting to talk excitedly. Wow, that military truck is so impressive. That young man looks handsome. This is the first time I've seen a brand new uniform. It looks great. The Su family's boy really made them proud. The villagers all stretched their necks, waiting patiently. Soon, Su Kongwen came out dressed in a dark green military uniform. His handsome face looked even more heroic in the uniform. He stood straight, showing a strong military presence. Good. Grandpa Su looked at his grandson in uniform, speechless and only able to say good. Second brother looks so handsome. Su Qingyun's eyes sparkled. He was a soldier of this era. The villagers' eyes also brightened as they looked at Su Kongwen, as if they had discovered a new treasure. Kongwen is so good-looking. Why didn't I notice before? Once he puts on the uniform, he looks even better, like a perfect model. Is Kongwen 20 this year? Has he gotten engaged? I have a niece from my family. She's pretty, smart, and capable. She would suit Kongwen well. Ever since Kongwen left, I don't know when he'll come back. Why rush into an engagement? I'm just saying. Kongwen will get married someday. Shouldn't we act quickly? The villagers chattered excitedly. Zhang Xinlan listened with her chin raised high, feeling proud. After all, he was her son. Looks good. A soldier praised Su Kongwen as he took a big red flower from the car, hung it around his neck, and tied it securely. Instantly, Su Tsungwen's face turned as red as the flower, excited beyond words. Seeing her confident second brother, Su Qingyun suddenly felt a bit sad. She whispered to her father, Dad, if only yesterday Kongwen had worn this outfit when we took the family photo. Su thought for a moment. It would be wonderful if Kongwen could stay like this forever. There will be other chances to take photos, he said. Just having one family photo is enough to be happy. All right, it's about time. Get in the car. We need to pick up others, the soldier said, checking the time. Grandpa, Grandma, parents, uncles, aunts, younger uncle, younger aunt, and someone's friend Wu Hua and Yun. I'm leaving now. Everyone, take good care of yourselves at home, Su Kongwen said to his family one by one, then looked at them briefly before quickly getting into the car. Watching Su Kangwen sit upright in the military vehicle, Zhang Xinlan couldn't hold back her tears. She cried, "Son, you must take good care of yourself." Su Aimin's eyes also welled up with tears. "Write to us as soon as you arrive, and let us know you're safe." "I will." Su Tsungwen's nose twitched, and his eyes became moist. After replying with a word, he turned his face away. The military truck started moving, carrying this young soldier full of hope for the future, heading toward the distance. Until the truck's shadow disappeared from sight, the Su family reluctantly looked away. Wu Guixiang glanced at Zhang Xinlan, who was still sad, and said to Li Xiulian, oldest daughter-in-law, "Tonight you can cook. Since when left, let the second daughter-in-law rest and take a break." "Okay," Li Xiulian agreed happily. As a mother, she understood Zhang Xinlan's feelings right now. Both the eldest and second brothers had left home. It was also the day for Su Qingyun, the only third-generation member of the Su family, to start school. Su Qingyun strongly refused her father's idea of sending her to school. She thought it was funny. She was in high school, not in kindergarten. Although she refused her father, she couldn't refuse her grandmother. Her grandmother got up early and specially made her hand-pulled noodles a long strand. Su Qingyun admired her grandmother's cooking skills. The bowl also had 2 eggs in it. Wu Guixiang pointed at the fragrant bowl and said seriously, 1 strand of noodles, 2 eggs. May our treasure always score 100%. Thanks, Grandma. Su Qingyun cheerfully finished the big bowl of noodles. Then she put on her backpack, and under everyone's watchful eyes, she set off for school. It's quite a walk from home to the town middle school. Su Qingyun wondered if her dad could get her a bicycle. Walking back and forth every day was too much for her. The town middle school has only 3 classes per grade, about 30 or 40 students in each. At this moment, Qin, the teacher of class 2 in the second year, looked at the student roster and fell into thought. Who could tell her why Su Qingyun, who had already dropped out, appeared on the list again? Could it be a school printing mistake? She went to the school director with her doubt. "Director, is there a mistake in our class list? There's a student who already dropped out, but she's still on the list." "Let me see." "Here it is." The student named Su Qingyun. She only enrolled a short time ago last semester, and then she dropped out. Qin pointed at her name on the list. "Oh, you mean her?" The director suddenly understood.
No mistake.
This student has come back to school. Qingyun Su used to be a student who often caused trouble for teacher Qin. Although she was from the countryside, her family spoiled her. She was proud and stubborn, and her grades were not good. Now, she comes and goes as she pleases, and everyone knows she doesn't like it. The director looked at her and said, "Students should study hard." How can the school not agree? Also, I want to tell you that the principal personally asked us to pay special attention to her. The principal? Special attention? Teacher Qin widened her eyes. What's going on? When she first wanted to return to school, the principal suggested she restart at the first year of high school. But she insisted on being in the second year. Do you want to know how she convinced the principal? She asked the principal for a copy of her previous second-year exam paper for Chinese and math. She finished everything in less than 40 minutes, except for the essay. Teacher Qin snorted softly. 40 minutes? How many points do you think she got? The director looked at her steadily and said 2 words, full marks.
Impossible.
Teacher Qin immediately objected. I know her grades. She dropped out long ago. How could she get full marks on a second-year exam paper? Director, are you joking? I'm not joking, the director shook his head. This is exactly what the principal told me, word for word.
How could that be?
Teacher Qin was speechless, unsure of what to say. The principal wouldn't make things up without reason, but believing that Qingyun Su scored full marks was even harder to believe. The director spoke calmly. Teacher Qin, don't underestimate her after just a few days. Maybe she was talented all along, just not discovered. There are many examples of late bloomers in history. You should observe her more. After all, you can't cheat in learning. Teacher Qin pursed her lips. I understand, director. She took the roster and left, eager to see how much Qingyun Su had changed. Qingyun Su used her memory to find the classroom of the second-year class 1. Most students had already arrived, and the class monitor was collecting summer homework. The moment Soo entered the classroom, the noisy room suddenly fell silent. The girl who came in was wearing a white floral blouse and black silk pants. Her shiny black braids made her look fresh and pretty. Her smiling face showed she was in a very good mood. The students looked at each other in surprise. Wasn't this Soo? Why was she here? And how did she become more beautiful than before? Several boys glanced at her briefly before quickly looking away, but their eyes shone brightly. These were probably people who liked the original owner before. Although the original owner had a bad personality, she was beautiful and had many suitors. It's unclear why she later fell for Lin Jianfeng, a bad guy. Shangqiu, who was from the same village and in the same class, looked at Su Qingyun with shock, as if she had seen a ghost. She couldn't believe Su Qingyun was back at school. Thinking about Su Qingyun's recent fame in the village, Shangqiu bit her lip. After the story of Lin Jianfeng bothering Su Qingyun spread, her family no longer allowed her to contact him. She was originally very sad, but then she realized Lin Jianfeng had only tried to pursue her a few times before giving up. Soon after, he started flirting with a girl from the neighboring village. Shangqiu then saw that Lin Jianfeng was just an ordinary person, selfish, hypocritical, and pretentious. Su Qingyun was just someone he had hurt, and she had nearly lost her life because of him. Thinking of this, she felt sad but also a little relieved. Watching Su Qingyun look around nervously as she entered the classroom, Shangqiu felt mixed about her. Su Qingyun was trying to find her place. Her old spot had already been taken, and only the last row of the classroom had a seat. She walked straight to the back and sat down. She wanted a window seat but found a bag in the desk drawer, so she had to settle for sitting next to it. Everyone in the class was shocked to see her sit there. Su Qingyun, why are you back? A student in the front row asked curiously. Su Qingyun smiled lightly and said casually, I thought about it and I still like going to school, so I came back. The classmates looked at her with mixed expressions. With her grades, how could she still like school? Many people started whispering. Where has she been all this time? And why does she look even more beautiful? Asked Shangqiu. They're from the same village. Hearing this, Shangqiu's mind flashed with everything Su Qingyun had done recently, dealing with Lin Jianfeng, catching a thief, being praised, fixing the tractor. Her life has been quite exciting lately, she said sincerely. If she hadn't disliked Su Qingyun since childhood, Shangqiu would have admired her. Summer and Autumn chuckled softly and said, You should ask her yourself. Seeing that they couldn't smell anything unusual, the girls continued whispering. Why is Su Qingyun sitting next to Jiyu as soon as she returns? Could she still have feelings for him? With sharp ears, Su Qingyun clearly heard. What does it mean to still have feelings? Who exactly is Jiyu? Su Qingyun thought about the name in her mind. After a few seconds, her pupils shrank as if struck by lightning. Jiyu is a good-looking, high-achieving person. Besides being a bit shy and strange in personality, there's nothing bad about him. He is the pride of the town school. The principal even said that if he can get into university, even prestigious schools like Jing University or Huaqing would be within his reach. But that's not the main point. The real issue is that during the time the original owner was in school, she harassed Jiyu. Recalling the original owner's shady methods and greasy words, Su Qingyun almost wanted to poke her own eyes. It's so wrong. Why does every place she goes seem to be entangled with her past romantic troubles?
Su Qingyun silently remembered Jiu's appearance.
It was hard to describe. How could the original owner, after seeing such a stunning person, end up liking Lin Jianfeng? Her taste is really dropping off a cliff. Why are you sitting here? A cold, indifferent male voice sounded. It was clear and pleasant, like a cool breeze on a summer day. Su Qingyun looked up, and the face from her memory appeared before her. The young man stood tall, dressed in white with black pants. His features were handsome, his eyes bright and dark. At this moment, he was staring at her coldly, with a hint of impatience in his expression. Sorry, I got it wrong. Su Qingyun hurriedly picked up her bag and stood up. She glanced around the classroom and froze. Her only seat was right here. Where else could she sit? Maybe. Su Qingyun tentatively suggested, smiling apologetically. I'll sit for a while first, and the teacher can change my seat later. Ji looked at her directly for 2 seconds without saying a word, then sat down. He tilted his head to look out the window, clearly unwilling to communicate with her. The students paying attention here started whispering again. Ji, you didn't chase her away? That's strange. I think Su Qingyun is even bolder. She dared to sit next to Jiyu. Last time, he fought fiercely with the neighboring vocational school. Only because of his good grades did the school not expel him. It's obvious that the other person caused trouble, right? Harassing our school's girls, Jiyu acted bravely to help. Teacher Qin, the head teacher, entered the classroom and saw the noisy scene. She frowned, slapped her book on the desk, and sternly said, "What are you all shouting about? Did you have too much fun during the summer break? There's a test at the start of this term. If someone does poorly, just wait and see how I deal with her. Don't think that once you finish high school, you're done. When you graduate, you'll realize how important good grades are. Whether you get assigned to a job or have to look for one on your own, the choice is yours." Hearing her words, Su Qingyun silently thought. In this era, high school graduates are quite popular, and most are assigned jobs after graduation. Her third brother, Su Kongwu, also graduated from high school, but because his assigned job was to work in a remote rural area in the northwest, similar to the educated youth sent to their Luoshui village, he eventually gave up that opportunity after her second aunt's loud protests. He decided to wait until the factory recruits workers and then take the exam in the county. After teacher Qin patiently finished speaking, the classroom gradually quieted down. She looked around happily, and when she saw Su Qingyun in the last row, she frowned again. Everyone has probably noticed that Su Qingyun, who was previously absent due to health reasons, has returned to school. Let's give her a warm welcome with applause. The classroom immediately responded with sparse applause. It shows how unpopular she was. Su Qingyun didn't mind. She came to school to learn, and she didn't care much about others' attitudes. All right, now let's get ready for class. Teacher Qin opened her book. Due to limited educational resources, their class was a science class. Teacher Qin was responsible for both math and physics. There were 2 other teachers, one for Chinese and English and another for biology and chemistry. Su Qingyun looked around. Everyone was opening their books voluntarily. The school's textbooks were ordered at the end of last semester based on the class size. Since she was added later, she hadn't received her books yet. She glanced at Jiyu beside her, hesitated for a moment, and then cautiously asked, Can I look at the textbook with you?" Jiyu glanced at her lightly. "Do you still need to study your grades?" This is not a question, but a statement. Su Qingyun choked briefly, but still couldn't help saying, "It's not too late for me to start now, right?" After thinking for a moment, she added, "What happened before was my fault. I won't do it again. Sorry for causing you trouble."
Ha!
She heard Jiyu chuckle softly, with obvious sarcasm in his laugh. Just then, Teacher Qin looked at both of them and said, "Jiyu, Su Qingyun's textbook hasn't arrived yet. You two will share one." TSK, Jiyu made a sound of impatience, but still moved the textbook slightly closer to Su Qingyun.
Thanks, Su Qingyun whispered.
Jiyu didn't reply. Teacher Qin started the lesson. Su Qingyun listened for a while, but began to zone out. She couldn't help it. Some of the material in the textbook was too simple for her. Next to her, Jiyu twirled his pen, his long fingers almost dazzling Su Qingyun. His relaxed expression showed he wasn't paying full attention either. Teacher Qin frowned as she watched both of them daydreaming. She was angry. Jiyu, she knew his level, but Su Qingyun, who had just returned to school, was acting like this in her first class. She had doubted the principal's words, but now she realized she shouldn't have had any expectations for her. "Su Qingyun, stand up,"
she ordered sharply.
Su Qingyun was staring at the ants on the windowsill, lost in thought. She took 2 seconds to react to the voice before slowly standing up. Jiyu curled his lips, clearly pleased with her discomfort. "Tell me how to solve the third problem on the textbook." Teacher Qin just finished explaining a concept and was now discussing practice questions. She couldn't tolerate Su Qingyun's attitude and told her to come up and solve it. Su Qingyun lowered her head, glanced at the textbook. It was a simple multiple-choice question about solving inequalities. She answered, Option A. I didn't ask for the answer, the process. I want to see the process. Teacher Qin snapped, annoyed. She thought Su Qingyun could just glance at Jiue's answer and cheat?
Impossible.
Jiue looked at his blank textbook and raised an eyebrow. Was this like a lucky hit? Su Qingyun paused briefly and asked, Can I go up and write it? Many people widened their eyes. Did Su Qingyun really know how to do it? During the summer and fall, Min bit her lip, feeling strangely confident that Su Qingyun could do it. Teacher Qin paused for a moment. All right, you can come up. Su Qingyun walked to the podium. She picked up a piece of chalk and started writing without hesitation. Teacher Qin watched her handwriting carefully. Su Qingyun's writing was neat and elegant. She nodded slightly, thinking that Su Qingyun must have practiced her writing seriously at home. Her anger eased a little. The inequality is x, a 2, 0, when a 0 or a 1, the solution set is. Many students followed Su Qingyun's reasoning. She wrote quickly and soon found the final answer. Director Qin's eyes widened. She really managed to solve it? Seeing the correct answer without any mistakes, Director Qin didn't say anything more. Keep going. Be more careful in class. Yes, teacher. As Su Qingyun sat back in her seat, she heard someone nearby say, So, it's not just luck. Luck. Su Qingyun took a few seconds to understand that Jiu was mocking her, implying she had just stumbled upon the right answer by chance. She clenched her teeth, holding back her urge to reply. Don't get angry. Don't get angry. You are the one who upset her first. Su Qingyun repeated this to herself several times to calm down. Jiu looked at her unexpectedly. It had only been a few months since they last saw each other, but Su Qingyun had changed so much. She seemed a bit smarter now. But what did that have to do with him? Thinking about how Su Qingyun used to bother him, Jiu frowned in disgust. Was she pretending now? Because they were reading the same book and sitting close, Jiu could almost smell Su Qingyun's light fragrance. It didn't bother him. Did she put on perfume? A breeze blew, lifting a strand of Su Qingyun's hair at her temple. It accidentally brushed past Jiu's ear. He instinctively moved away slightly. Noticing his avoidance, Su Qingyun also shifted a little. They restored a safe distance between each other. The book between them was only visible because they both stared hard, trying to see. After staring for a while, Su Qingyun's eyes hurt, and she started to daydream. The knowledge in her textbook was too simple now. She needed to find or borrow some academic books to learn more about current scientific progress. She thought for a moment and decided she still needed to visit the county. Maybe the county library would have some useful information. Soon it was lunchtime. Most students ate at school, mostly those coming from rural areas. Some students from the town brought their own lunch. Before coming to school, Su Aimin gave her enough money so she wouldn't have to go hungry and could buy whatever she wanted to eat at school. The food at the town middle school was generally okay. Su Qingyun took her meal ticket and went to the cafeteria. She ordered a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, more tomatoes than eggs, and a plate of shredded pork with green peppers, with the pork hidden inside the peppers. She carried her tray around the cafeteria looking for a seat. There were only a few empty spots, most people she didn't know. Jiu's seat across from her was empty, and he was sitting alone at a table. Others wouldn't dare sit next to him, even if the tables were crowded. Su Qingyun didn't want to sit there and look awkward, so she had no choice but to. Why are you sitting here? Xiaqiu, who had just put a bite of food into her mouth and hadn't swallowed yet, puffed out her cheeks and asked Su Qingyun, Isn't it because I know you best? Su Qingyun replied with a bright smile. As the saying goes, a smiling face doesn't hit back. Xiaqiu could only stare at Su Qingyun, who was sitting steadily across from her. They sat facing each other, but didn't speak. In the noisy cafeteria, the atmosphere between them was strangely quiet. Watching Su Qingyun eat so leisurely, Xiaqiu finally couldn't hold back. What exactly do you want? She asked, not believing that Su Qingyun was just here to eat.
What? Su Yun looked confused.
Xia Qiu's delicate eyebrows furrowed, and her eyes widened. I know we had issues because of Lin Jianfeng before, but you don't have to hold a grudge until now, right? I was also a victim who was tricked by him. At most, I can apologize to you. Lin Jianfeng? Su Qingyun almost forgot that name. Just eating my lunch. Why bring him up? It's bad luck. That name made her feel sick. Xia Qiu saw her disgusted expression and opened her mouth but couldn't speak. She had thought that Su Qingyun might jump into the river for Lin Jianfeng, and no matter how much she still cared about him, she couldn't let go. But now it was clear that Su Qingyun's attitude towards Lin Jianfeng was as if he was trash. However, all of this was Lin Jianfeng's fault. Just thinking about having once liked such a man made Xia Qiu feel disgusted. She also nodded and muttered, "Really unlucky." A hint of a smile flashed in Su Qingyun's eyes. Xia Qiu's personality is like this, loving so much she wants it to grow, hating so much she wishes it would disappear. She is a girl who dares to love and hate openly. In this era, she is quite special and very cute. With a shared dislike, the atmosphere between them surprisingly eased a bit. Su Qingyun ate for a while, then put down her chopsticks. The food in the cafeteria was quite filling. To avoid wasting food, she finished a large plate of rice. "Why aren't you eating this?" Xia Qiu glanced at her, noticing a few slices of meat on her plate. "I don't eat fatty meat," Su Qingyun said, clearly unable to accept fatty meat. Xia Qiu looked at her as if she were silly. Who in this day and age doesn't like eating meat? How did Su Qingyun grow up? She only took 2 vegetable dishes. Although the Xia family was well off, Xia Qiu had 2 older brothers, so she wasn't overly spoiled. Eating meat twice a week was about the limit. "Do you want to eat?" Su Qingyun hesitated, then declined. "Never mind, I've already eaten." It wasn't very proper. "What's wrong with that?" Xia Qiu rolled her eyes. "It's just vegetables, not leftovers from her." Without hesitation, she took her plate and grabbed the few slices of meat, putting them into her mouth. The rich fat spilled out, filling her with the aroma of meat. Xia Qiu squinted happily, satisfied. Seeing her content expression, Su Qingyun also smiled. She finally understood why so many people enjoy watching eating shows. Watching someone eat delicious food makes your own appetite grow. Friendship between girls can come so quickly and strangely. After eating a few slices of meat, Xia Qiu awkwardly said, "Su Qingyun, actually, you're not so bad. How about we shake hands and make peace?"
Su Yun blinked.
"Is there really a conflict between us?" Xia Qiu paused. Strictly speaking, apart from Lin Jianfeng, there was no real conflict. It was just some childish grumbling. After realizing this, she also smiled. "Shall we go home together after school?" Having someone to accompany her might make the walk less difficult. Xia Qiu happily nodded. After school, the 2 girls walked home together, chatting and laughing all the way.
Soon they arrived.
Xia Qiu waved her hand. "See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." When Su Aimin saw his daughter come back, he quickly asked, "How was your first day of class?" Su Qingyun felt a bit helpless. "Dad, today is my first day at school this semester, not my first day ever going to school. I'm just worried you might not get used to it," Su Aimin said, thinking that if Yun dropped out and then went back to school, people would talk. He was a little worried. "By the way, why did I see you coming home with that girl from the Xia family? That girl usually doesn't get along with Yun. When did they become friends?" "Yeah, we're in the same class." Su Qingyun pushed away her curious father. "Dad, I have homework."
Alright. Su Aimin stopped asking.
"Go to your homework now. After you're done, we'll have dumplings for dinner, pork and cabbage filling, just like you like. Your grandma specially made them." Qining came over and asked Yun, "Do you have any questions you don't understand? Mom can help you." She was a serious high school graduate, so helping with her daughter's homework was easy. Since her daughter wanted to study hard, she would help. "No need, Mom. I can do it myself," Su Qingyun said with a sweet, obedient smile. "That's good. Last time, The principal of the town middle school said Yun Yun is very talented and smart, Su Aimin added. Qining shot him a glance and proudly said, I gave birth to her, so of course she's mine. So, was it all her own effort? Su Aimin carefully winked at Su Qingyun but didn't dare to argue with her. After dinner, Su Qingyun waved to her father, and the two of them moved aside to whisper. She asked her Dad, how much do you think it costs to buy a bicycle? Su Aimin thought for a moment. Different brands cost different amounts, but most are around 150 yuan. But money isn't the most important thing. The hardest part is getting industrial coupons. Without coupons, even if you have money, you can't buy one. Although Su Aimin mostly sold mountain goods and poultry, he knew the prices of various items well. He was thinking about whether he could get a bigger deal this time. He looked at his daughter. Why are you asking? Yun Yun wouldn't want a bicycle. Would she? That might be a little complicated. It's nothing. Su Qingyun thought for a long time, but didn't want to bother her dad. If it's expensive or hard to get, she'd rather not ask. She thought about her savings, which totaled no more than 20 yuan. This was all she had saved little by little over the years. 100 yuan seemed like a huge amount to her. Is there any way to get a cheap bicycle without using industrial coupons? Su Qingyun started to seriously think about this problem. The next day, Xia Qiu came to find Su Qingyun and asked if she wanted to go to school together. She casually asked, Qiu, do you know how to ride a bike? I don't know how to ride a bike, Xia Qiu replied, thinking it was a silly question. Only 2 or 3 families in our village have bikes, and one of them belongs to the brigade. Besides those in the town, I've only seen bikes at my aunt's house. But that bike was bought used by my uncle from someone else. It makes noise everywhere except the bell. That broken bike cost about 60 or 70 yuan. Xia Qiu kept chatting, but Su Qingyun's eyes lit up. Yes, she hadn't thought of second-hand bikes. They're cheap and might not even need industrial coupons. There's also a better idea. Junkyards often have many treasures. Many valuable things in her later life were found in junkyards. Su Qingyun was planning in her mind. She could go to the junkyard to see if there were broken or old bikes. As long as she had a frame, she could find parts and fix it without spending much money. She kept thinking about this so much that during class, she couldn't help but take out her notebook and start drawing and writing. Ji Yu, who was sitting with her and looking at the textbook, didn't pay much attention at first. But when he saw the rough sketch on Su Qingyun's notebook, he frowned.
Was that
a bicycle? What was on her notebook wasn't just a casual doodle. It was a complete bicycle diagram, with the front, the frame, every axle, and each part drawn clearly. Seeing Su Qingyun's serious expression, Ji Yu almost wanted to draw the tire tread pattern too. Does Su Qingyun also know how to draw?
Y wondered.
In his mind, she was just like other girls who liked to show off to him. The only difference was that she was bolder and more difficult to deal with. After she dropped out of school, he felt a huge relief. But now that she had returned to school, she seemed like a different person. Her demeanor was calmer, she was less annoying and noisy, and she was a little smarter.
These changes seemed a bit too strange.
Ji Yu twirled his pen, unable to think of a reason, so he stopped trying. At noon, Xia Qiu kept urging Su Qingyun, hurry up, there are no seats left in the cafeteria. Almost done. Almost. After finishing the last, Su Qingyun put down her pen and looked happily at her revised bicycle diagram. It was perfect. Let's go, let's go. Xia Qiu pulled her as they ran toward the cafeteria. When they reached the line for food, all the seats were full. Su Qingyun looked at the only available spot, pursed her lips, and was about to walk over.
Hey,
what are you doing? Xia Qiu grabbed her arm. Aren't you going to sit with Ji Yu? Do we have a choice?
Su Qingyun asked.
I won't go. I'd rather stand and eat, Xia Qiu said firmly. When Ji Yu gave her a cold look, she felt as if she were standing in freezing snow, cold and uncomfortable. It's okay. Look, I'm still sitting at the same table as him. Surely, I won't lose face over this, Su Qingyun said as she pulled Xia Qiu over. After a day and a half of being together, Su Qingyun had figured out a bit about Ji Yu. Although he seemed cold, as long as you didn't bother him, He wouldn't pay attention to you. Su Qingyun led Xiaqiu to Jiyu and smiled. Jiyu, can we sit here? Jiyu looked at Su Qingyun but said nothing. Su Qingyun took that as his approval and sat down. Seeing her sit, Xiaqiu had no choice but to sit down too, feeling a bit nervous. Eat quickly, Su Qingyun urged when she saw Xiaqiu hesitating. She started eating casually. Honestly, the school cafeteria's food was pretty good. Seeing that Jiyu really didn't seem interested in talking to them, Xiaqiu relaxed and started eating eagerly. She wanted to leave quickly. Qiu, are you in a rush to go home after school? We can go shopping, Su Qingyun suggested, wanting to visit the scrap yard. Okay. Xiaqiu hurriedly stuffed food into her mouth and agreed casually. Is this what you meant by going shopping? Xiaqiu looked at the scrap yard in front of her with a blank expression. Yes, Su Qingyun said cheerfully. Here? Xiaqiu asked more firmly. Why here? There are so many treasures here. Su Qingyun pulled her inside. You'll see once you go in. Today's scrap recycling station is not like those in the future. It doesn't just collect cardboard and bottles. Here, you can find all sorts of things, old appliances, furniture, books. As long as you look carefully, there are many good items to be found. When you enter the station, there is a large square yard filled with various items. They seem to have just been collected and not sorted yet. The warehouse at the back is also full of stuff. Su Qingyun's eyes shine brightly, like a cat that sees fish snacks, eager to rush in. What are you guys doing? A man from the recycling station comes out and looks at the two young girls with curiosity. Uncle, we want to buy some things, Su Qingyun smiles sweetly. Buy things? The man's eyes roll as he thinks. You're mistaken, right? This is a recycling place, not a department store. No mistake, uncle. We're students from the town middle school, Su Qingyun continues. Our art class needs to make some handmade items, so we came to see if you have anything useful. Xiaqiu looks confused. What kind of handmade stuff? What are they making? Don't worry, we'll pay, Su Qingyun quickly says, when she sees the man hesitating. She understands what he's implying. These days, good items often come into the recycling station, so there are people coming to buy things. Usually, they are the first to pick out the best stuff, then others come later. Pay? The man looks at the pile of things on the ground. All right, take a look. If you see something you need, just take it. I'll settle the price afterward. Anyway, these items have already been sorted through, so there's not much good left. Thanks, uncle. Seeing the man go back inside, Xiaqiu quickly asks, what kind of handmade stuff? I didn't hear anything in class. I wouldn't say anything if they didn't let us choose. Su Qingyun waves her hand. Hurry up and pick. Maybe there are some good things. What good things? Xiaqiu wrinkles her nose. Just a bunch of broken metal. Broken metal can be useful. Su Qingyun blinks and happily starts looking through the items, peering at this and that, excited like a bird. Xiaqiu can only follow along and casually look around.
Su Qingyun searched carefully.
There were so many things that she almost felt overwhelmed, but none of them were what she needed. She didn't give up and picked up an iron hook to keep searching. Suddenly, her eyes caught a corner. Her face lit up as she quickly moved over and lifted the cover, hiding something under a book. She hurriedly picked up the item. Upon inspection, she was very happy to see it was a bicycle frame. Although it looked almost like a plain iron frame with no chain, no bearings, and no wheels, Su Qingyun was still very excited. With a frame like this, other parts wouldn't be far behind. She immediately continued searching, still looking for more. Suddenly, Xiaqiu's joyful voice rang out. Qingyun, I found lots of books. What kind of books? Su Qingyun turned around quickly and asked.
Come see.
Su Qingyun walked over a few steps. In front of Xiaqiu was a pile of books, some missing covers, some dirty, and a few with burn marks. But from the notes inside the covers and pages, it was clear that the previous owners loved these books. It seemed something had happened, causing these books to end up here. Su Qingyun looked through them one by one. Some were textbooks, others were famous literary works. She was delighted to find that among them was even the original version of Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy. She carefully picked up the book, brushed off the dust without hesitation, and gently touched the worn corners with care.
Pick the books you like.
We'll take them all, Su Qingyun said confidently, waving her hand. Okay. Xiaoqiu looked at the literary works with longing and immediately nodded. Su Qingyun continued searching for her bicycle parts. Soon, she found 2 flat tires, a broken chain, and a pedal with only one side. She placed these items aside. After a while, she straightened her aching back and rubbed it. She felt satisfied with what she had gathered. She still needed pedals, a front fork, a sprocket, a freewheel, and more. Although she was missing many parts, she was already happy. She understood that big things take time to build. A pyramid isn't built in a day, and a bicycle isn't assembled in a day either. There's no rush. How about it? Found any treasures? The middle-aged man came out of the house and teased the two. All of these are treasures. Su Qingyun pointed to a pile of things in front of her.
These.
The man looked helpless. What are all these strange objects? It seems this girl really doesn't know much. She took a long time to pick these items. He glanced over at Xiaoqiu, who had a pile of books in front of her. He was even less interested. Here, books are the least valuable items. No one wants them even if you give them away. Xiaoqiu looked at what Su Qingyun had chosen and was confused. Qingyun, what are these? Things that can be turned into treasures, Su Qingyun said with a mysterious smile. The man looked again and seemed to realize something. These things seem to be from bicycles? Uncle, you have good eyes. The man smiled proudly. He had been collecting things here for a long time, so he was quite observant. He pointed at the pile and said, "Are you planning to use this junk to build a bicycle? Did your school ask you to make a bicycle in craft class?" He found his own idea funny, but was surprised when the girl nodded in agreement. She actually wanted to assemble a bicycle from these parts? That's impossible. The man shook his head. These are all scrap parts, broken beyond repair, so rotten you can't even tell they were once parts of a bicycle. Trying to put them together is just a wild idea. Students these days really dare to think big. Xiaoqiu was also surprised. Did Qingyun really want to make a bicycle? No wonder she asked her about it this morning. But still, she looked at the pile of items and stayed silent. She didn't doubt Su Qingyun, but it seemed a bit unrealistic. Why not? Su Qingyun asked confidently. As long as I can find all the parts, I can assemble a bicycle. Her confident look made the man smile. He thought for a moment and pointed to the warehouse behind. See the warehouse at the back. The bicycle parts you're talking about aren't in this pile, but they might be inside. They're probably broken into tiny pieces now. I'll give you a chance. You can go in and pick what you need. If you can really build a bicycle, I won't charge you anything. What do you think? Uncle, are you serious? When Su Qingyun heard this, she was overjoyed. Of course, I'm serious. The man raised an eyebrow. You can ask around at the front door street. Wang Zihua always keeps his word, one nail. Words are promises. I will never regret it.
Great.
Thank you, Uncle. Su Qingyun was very happy, smiling brightly because she could get a bicycle without spending any money. Wang Zihua looked at her confident expression and hesitated a little. Could she really do it? He thought for a moment and then asked.
But
if you can really put together a bicycle, I won't charge you. But can you help me make another one later? Okay. If I can't do it, I'll pay you. You won't lose out. Su Qingyun agreed immediately. Whether it was 1 sheep or 2, it didn't matter. Wang Zihua smiled. This girl was straightforward and quick to understand. She was interesting. All right, then consider those books as a gift for you. They're not worth much, just a small favor. Thank you, Uncle. Xiaoqiu also called him uncle and quickly expressed her thanks. Su Qingyun looked at the sky. It was getting late. Uncle, we'll go now. We'll come back after school tomorrow. This time, we'll leave the things here. Okay, the man replied casually. As Su Qingyun and Xiaoqiu stepped outside, they bumped into someone's chest. It was hard, and she felt her nose sting, tears coming to her eyes.
Jiyu?
Xiaoqiu exclaimed. Su Qingyun rubbed her nose and looked up. The handsome boy's face appeared before her. Sure enough, it was Ji-yu. Ji-yu looked at the tearful Su Qingyun and frowned. What are you doing here? We came. Xiaqiu thought for a moment and raised the book in her hand. Looking for treasure. Ji-yu looked at them with a helpless expression, then his gaze fell on the book in Su Qingyun's arms. The book, Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy. Isn't this the one I left here last time? He pointed at the book and asked, this book.
Why?
Su Qingyun's nose still hurt, and she looked alert. She put the book behind her. Ji-yu pursed his lips. This is the one I didn't take last time. You say it's yours, so it's yours? Su Qingyun didn't agree. It was bad enough to bump into someone and not apologize, but now he was being so rude. What's wrong? Wang Zhihua heard the noise and came out to ask. Uncle Wang, I asked you to keep this book for me last time, didn't I?
Ji-yu said.
Wang Zhihua was stunned. These books all looked similar. How was he supposed to know which one was which? He looked at the expressions of the three people. Do you know each other? Chiwa, classmate. Wang Zhihua said casually, that's fine. She'll look at it after you do. It's just a book. You're a grown man. Let the girl have her turn. Su Qingyun spoke up, sounding confident. I was the first to get it today. Since you want to see it too, I'll wait until I finish reading it and then give it to you. Chiwa looked at the original book. It wasn't that he didn't want to let her, but he really doubted whether Su Qingyun could understand this book. All right. Chiwa nodded. He wasn't going to argue over such a small matter.
Thanks. Su Qingyun immediately smiled happily.
See you tomorrow, classmate Ji. After saying that, she pulled the dazed Xiaqiu away. Once they were out of sight, Chiwa withdrew his gaze and stepped into the recycling station. He casually asked, Uncle Wang, are they here to pick out books too? Lushui Town has limited educational resources and few books. Since Chiwa wanted to read, he could only come to the recycling station now and then. Over time, he became familiar with Wang Zhihua. Not exactly. That girl is just dreaming, Wang Zhihua said with a smile.
Dreaming?
Chiwa looked puzzled. See that pile of stuff? Wang Zhihua pointed to the things he hadn't yet helped Su Qingyun pack away. That girl named Su said she wants to make a bicycle. A bicycle? Chiwa remembered the bicycle diagram Su Qingyun drew in class. So she wasn't just doodling. With these broken things? Making a bicycle out of that? How is that even possible? That's just dreaming, Wang Zhihua said. Impossible? Chiwa pressed his lips together, feeling an odd premonition. Maybe Su Qingyun really could do it. When Su Qingyun got home, Qingyun looked at the darkening sky and asked curiously, why are you so late coming back today? She was worried enough to consider asking her husband to go to town to find her. I went shopping with Xiaqiu, Su Qingyun replied. Don't stay out late next time. Come back earlier. Walking at night isn't safe, Qingyun advised. She thought for a moment, then took a few coins and slipped them into Su Qingyun's school bag. She whispered, Mom gives you some extra money. Keep it safe. If there's anything you want to buy, go ahead. Don't hold back. Mom, I have money, Su Qingyun said. She still had over 20 yuan saved in her small stash, and now that her bicycle problem was solved, she didn't need money for anything else. Qingyun said, here, take it. It's good for a girl to have some money on her. Su Qingyun, unable to refuse her mother, accepted and said, thank you, Mom. Qingyun patted her head and saw the notebook spread out on the table. What are you drawing? A bicycle? I was just doodling, Su Qingyun replied. She still hadn't told her family about the bicycle project. All right, I won't bother you anymore, Qingyun said, then turned around and left, closing the door. Su Qingyun spent 2 more days collecting items at the scrapyard. As she looked more and more capable and the parts she found became more complete, Wang Zhihua started to feel a bit suspicious. Could this girl really build a bicycle? He was beginning to look forward to it. But before Su Qingyun could finish building her bicycle, people from the county arrived. It was because of the tractor that could harvest corn. After Chen Jing reported this to the county, the Agriculture Bureau took it seriously and reported it to the city. The city then forwarded it to the province. When the province heard about it, they were very interested and asked the County Agriculture Bureau to send 2 people to ask more details. The director of Luoshu County Agriculture Bureau and his team went to the town middle school and knocked on the principal's office door. The principal looked up and saw the two visitors. He asked, "Who are you?" "Hello, we are from the County Agriculture Bureau. We came to see student Su Qingyun," the director said immediately, clearly stating his identity.
Su Ingyun?
The principal paused. "Please wait a moment." He quickly sent someone to class 2 of the second year to find Su Qingyun. Su Qingyun followed Teacher Qin to the principal's office.
Come in, come in.
"This is student Su Qingyun," the principal said with a big smile. By then, he had already heard the visitor's purpose. He didn't expect that not only was Su Qingyun clever, but she was also very capable. The county officials came all this way to see her, which showed how much they valued her. The director looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and was surprised. To think that such a young girl could develop a tractor that harvests corn. Truly impressive. Teacher Qin looked at everyone with curiosity. What was going on?
Hello, student Su.
"We are from the County Agriculture Bureau. You probably already know why we're here," the director said kindly.
Su Ingyun nodded.
She had expected the county officials to come and ask about her project. "I have already organized all the information and drawings about the harvesting tractor.
I can give them to you anytime."
The director's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected to have everything prepared, and she felt even more pleased with Su Qingyun. "What about the harvesting tractor?" Teacher Qin looked confused, but didn't ask for an explanation. "Su, classmate, there's one more thing," the director paused before saying. "The provincial authorities also know about this. The Provincial Agriculture Department is very interested. So, besides the materials, you might need to go to the province in person and share your ideas with everyone." Go to the province? Su Qingyun was truly surprised. It's just a simple version of a harvesting machine. Why so much attention? Actually, although the harvesting tractor developed by Su Qingyun and the young researchers is important, it hasn't reached the level where the Provincial Agriculture Department would personally invite her. What they are really interested in is Su Qingyun herself. A 16-year-old girl, working hard in the countryside, managed to create something that benefits farmers. If she were given more opportunities and resources, how far could she go? They were very curious and wanted her to visit the province. After all, talent is the most scarce resource in China right now, especially young talent. Su Qingyun thought for a moment. "I need to discuss this with my family first." "Of course," the director smiled. "You're a girl, going so far away. Your family must be worried. Don't worry, your parents can go with you. We'll make arrangements here." Parents going together? A sudden idea flashed through Su Qingyun's mind. She nodded. "Okay, I will talk to my parents when I get home." "That's good." The director handed her a note with a phone number written on it. "Once everything is settled, call the Agriculture Bureau." The two from the County Agriculture Bureau quickly left, and Su Qingyun returned to her classroom to continue her lessons. Teacher Qin finally had a chance to ask the principal. "Principal, what's really going on?" she asked, feeling confused. "Teacher Qin, we've really found a treasure this time," the principal thought to himself. Sending Su Qingyun back to school was the right decision. "Do you know why the two officials from the County Agriculture Bureau came just now?" The principal took a sip of water and asked calmly. "That tractor?" Teacher Qin, who had mentioned it earlier, still hadn't forgotten. "Yes, that's the tractor," the principal nodded. "It was developed by Su Qingyun and the young people from their village to help harvest corn. It reduces the need for manual work and works very efficiently. The county and even the province pay a lot of attention to this. Now, they've invited her to go to the provincial office." Teacher Qin was stunned. The person the principal mentioned was Su Qingyun? She almost thought that the Su Qingyun she remembered was a different person. "But, principal, you know about the old Su Qingyun." "Teacher Qin, you also said old Su Qingyun." As educators, we must understand that everyone can change. We should see students with new eyes and not hold onto past prejudices. Teacher Qin was silent for a moment and then nodded. "I understand." Thinking carefully, since Su Qingyun returned to school, she has been doing very well in class and homework. Maybe she really has changed. At home, after school, Su Qingyun told her family about this. "Going to the province?" Everyone said in unison. Wu Guixiang's heart was pounding. Bauer, do you mean the Provincial Agriculture Department invited you? She emphasized the word invite. Su Qingyun nodded lightly. Probably just to ask about the tractor. Wu Guixiang was full of thoughts about her granddaughter being invited to the province. Going to the province was such a big honor. Su Aigua and Li Xiulian smiled with emotion. Yun Yun's actions kept surprising everyone, and now people from the province had come. Can I go too? Su Aimin asked excitedly. He had never been to the province before. The farthest he had gone was the city. The province must be much bigger than the city. Zhang Xinlan also hurriedly asked, will the trip cover transportation, accommodation, and meals? Su Qingyun felt a bit helpless. Why did her second aunt always focus on different things? Do you want me to go? Su Qingyun asked. Yes, of course you should go, her grandfather Su Dalan said firmly. This is a great opportunity. It's not only a proud moment for our family, but also a way to contribute. How can we not let you go? Let your dad go with you, Wu Guixiang said. You're just a young girl going so far. If your dad goes with you, we'll feel more at ease. Su Qingyun nodded and said, all right, I will call the town tomorrow to see how they arrange everything. After calling the County Agriculture Bureau, they responded quickly and bought train tickets for her and her father to go to the provincial city. Once there, someone would come to pick them up. Qin Youfu gave Su Qingyun a letter of introduction to the provincial city. He was very happy because he thought that Su Yun was not only representing herself, but also their Luo Shui village. Now, their village would be known in the province, which was a great honor. The night before departure, Qining was packing for the father and daughter. Su Qingyun quietly asked Su Aimin, Dad, are you just coming with me to the city? Su Aimin was surprised.
Of course I am.
Since we decided to go to the city, your mother kept reminding me to watch over you. Su Qingyun lowered her voice and asked, Dad, are you only satisfied with selling some mountain products? Su Aimin, being the smartest among the second generation of the Su family, quickly understood what his daughter meant. Yes, they were going to the city. The city was big and had many good things. They could pick a few items that Luo Shui County had never seen before. If they could sell city goods here. Su Aimin's eyes lit up at the thought, and he felt excited. He needed to think carefully. Seeing her father lost in thought, Su Qingyun didn't say much. People who are smart know when to stop talking. The next morning, father and daughter set out early. They first took a bus to the county seat, then caught a train to the city. Since they were only going for a few days, Qining didn't pack much for them. They each carried a small bag and traveled light. Su Qingyun noticed that from the moment they got on the bus to the county, her father tightly held his bag, his hand clenched so hard that veins popped out. Seeing her father so nervous, Su Qingyun wondered if he had brought all his savings with him to the city. Yun Yun, do you want to rest for a while? I'll wake you when we arrive, Su Aimin said, feeling a little sorry for his daughter because of the dark circles under her eyes. To prepare for this trip to the city, Su Qingyun stayed up for 2 nights writing a detailed report. She explained the principles and uses of harvesters and tractors and also suggested improvements and extensions to other fields. Since it was an exchange visit, she wanted to bring some real value, so it wouldn't be a wasted trip. It's okay. Wait until we get on the train to sleep, Su Qingyun said, shaking her head. The train was shaking so much that she couldn't sleep. The train tickets bought by the Agriculture Bureau were sleeper tickets, so she could rest properly. That's fine too. Soon, the train arrived at the county station. The father and daughter looked at the train schedule and saw they still had some time before departure. They found a small shop to get something to eat. They ordered a basket of buns and 2 bowls of porridge. The soft, white buns were steaming hot. Su Qingyun picked up a round, plump bun. As she took a bite, the tender outer skin broke open, and the delicious meat juice immediately filled her mouth. The aroma of meat was everywhere in her mouth and teeth. She sighed happily. It smells so good. Su Aimin ate quickly, drinking his porridge in a few sips and finishing a large bun in just a few bites, his mouth full of oil from the tasty food. Yunyan, are you done? If you're finished, let's go, Su Aimin said as he took money out of his bag to pay. Su Qingyun glanced at him. Wow, her father really brought all his savings with him. It seemed he was planning a big adventure. Thinking this, she felt a little excited and thrilled. "Let's go," Su Aimin said, leading Su Qingyun to the train station. The county train station was not big. It looked old and small, but it was very crowded. The scene was just as lively as the department store Su Qingyun had seen before, with people carrying big and small bags, bustling and jostling. All kinds of mixed smells filled Su Qingyun's nose, making her feel so uncomfortable that she almost vomited the bun she just ate. "Yunyun, quick, let's go to that train car at the front," Su Aimin said, holding her bag with one hand and pulling his daughter with the other. He was tall and strong, but it still took a lot of effort to squeeze onto the train. Now, the trains were all green, old-style trains with wooden seats that looked uncomfortable. When they reached their sleeper car, the crowd thinned out, and the air smelled much better. Su Qingyun took a deep breath, feeling like she had escaped danger. The scene of squeezing onto the train was almost like the busy travel season in later years, really terrifying. Su Aimin held their train tickets and looked for their seats. His and Su Qingyun's seats were on the upper and lower bunks. He looked at the ladder between the bunks and said, "Yunyun, you sleep downstairs." He was worried she might fall while climbing up and down. "Okay," Su Qingyun nodded. On the train, each sleeper compartment has 4 beds. Su Aimin looked around and closed the door of the compartment. After placing his luggage on the shelf, he took out a small bag containing money, thought for a moment, and tucked it into his daughter's upper bunk pillow. He felt uneasy and took out a piece of clothing, wrapping the pillow with it before finally feeling satisfied. Su Qingyun watched her father's series of actions with wide eyes. "Dad, you don't need to be so careful, do you? Currently, there are few people buying sleeper tickets. There's almost no one here, and the 2 beds opposite are empty. Who knows if anyone will come? Being cautious is always good. Last time in the county, they even saw pickpockets. The train is full of all kinds of people, so you have to be careful." That made sense. Su Qingyun nodded and looked at her own bed. The white bedding looked old but clean, with no strange smell. It was still early. Su Aimin sat beside his daughter on the lower bunk. Su Qingyun took out a book she brought, which was the Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy. Su Aimin glanced casually and widened his eyes. His daughter could understand this kind of complex writing now. "Excuse me, is there anyone inside?" Just before departure, someone knocked on the compartment door. Su Aimin opened the door. Su Qingyun looked up and saw a well-mannered middle-aged man. He was dressed in a rare Western-style suit for this era, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and carried a small leather suitcase. He looked like a scholar or professor. The man sat down on the lower bunk opposite them, smiling as he greeted Su Aimin and his daughter. "Hello, are you both heading to the provincial capital too?" The provincial capital was the destination of this train.
"Yes," Su Aimin replied.
He liked intellectuals like this and, feeling bored, started chatting with the man. "Are you not from Luoshui County?"
Su Aimin asked.
The man smiled curiously. "No, but how did you tell?" "Just by your clothes." "You can't find anything like that in our whole county," Su Aimin said, eyes sharp. The man's clothes looked expensive and handmade, probably custom-made, not something easily found even in the provincial capital. "Oh, I see. That's why. I'm from the provincial capital. Here on some errands." The man smiled and glanced at Su Qingyun, then looked at the book in her hand. "Brother Su, is this your daughter?" "Yes, my daughter, Yunyun," called Uncle Chi. In just a few words, they exchanged names. Su Qingyun looked up blankly. What were they talking about? She was too absorbed to listen. "Uncle Chi," Su Qingyun said sweetly. "It's always right to call someone properly." Chi-Chu looked at the innocent girl, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. He asked gently, "Do you understand this book?"
"Yes," Su Yun nodded.
Chi-Chu was a bit surprised. The original version of Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy is rare nowadays. What's more impressive is that this little girl seems so fascinated by it. Truly remarkable. His smile grew warmer. "Are you still in school?" "I'm in the 2nd year of high school," Su Aimin proudly said. "My grades are good. The principal even praised me." Su Qingyun felt a bit embarrassed. Her father only said that one sentence, but he boasted about it to everyone. Really? That's wonderful, Chi-Chu said with admiration. As they talked, the train reached the next stop and slowly stopped. Through the window glass, she saw many people boarding the train. Su Qingyan couldn't imagine how many passengers modern trains could carry now. Number 18, this should be it. A high-pitched female voice called out. A woman suddenly pulled open the compartment door. The three of them were startled and frowned at her. How could she come in without knocking? No manners at all. The woman wore a bright red shirt, black pants, and had two shiny braids. Her features were neat, and she had makeup on, but her age was probably not young. Seeing the three look at her, she greeted casually, "Hey, the train is full, so I guess I'm the last one." She looked at her bed, frowned, and wondered why she was on it. The woman discreetly examined the three. She saw that Su Aimin's wife was dressed quite plainly, and her eyes flicked around. She quickly skipped over Chi-Chu, who clearly wasn't ordinary, and smiled at Su Qingyan. "Little sister, can I talk to you about something? My legs aren't very good, and I can't climb up and down easily. Do you think we could swap places? You're young and healthy." Not willing to swap with someone on the lower bunk, she wanted to trade with her? Su Qingyan smiled. She was clearly being taken advantage of, picking the softest target. She didn't have time to answer before her father, with a cold face, said, "That won't do, big sister. My daughter is still young and soft. If she falls, it won't feel good. Let's forget it. Be careful, or you can ask the train attendant to change your seat." "No, big brother. I'm just a woman traveling alone. I see everyone has good eyes, and I want to stay with everyone for safety," the woman said confidently, though inside, she was biting her lip. Calling her big sister was funny. She didn't look that old. "Ma'am, I'm sorry," Su Qingyan said. The woman's face twisted for a moment. Who did this young girl think she was calling her ma'am? Su Qingyan and Su Aimin, being father and daughter, shared a similar temperament. They weren't easy to fool. She smiled kindly and said, "If you really want the lower berth, you can pay me for it. I can swap with you." Respecting the elderly and caring for the young are good virtues. But the upper and lower berths aren't the same price. She was trying to take advantage, but it wasn't that simple. Chi-Chu cleared his throat with a light cough and couldn't help but smile. This girl was sharp-tongued. The woman's smile froze on her face. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "No need. I'll sleep on the upper berth. It's fine." She climbed onto the upper berth with a serious face and didn't speak to anyone again. Chi-Chu felt the pressure from above and sighed. He wished he had bought a separate compartment ticket. The train continued to rumble forward, and the scenery outside the window flashed by quickly. Quiet villages, vast fields, green forests, huge smokestacks, hardworking farmers. The setting sun slowly dipped below the horizon, softening its blinding light and leaving an orange glow across the sky. It looked like beautiful silk spread across the sky, more beautiful than any dyeing craft. The sunset's glow spilled through the window, casting lovely shadows. Su Qingyan put down her book, feeling a bit captivated. For the first time today, the vastness of this era became clear to her. Real people, real scenery. These made her restless heart calm down. She felt, finally, a sense of belonging to this time. Night fell, and the noisy carriage gradually quieted. Dinner time arrived, and the broadcast announced that passengers needing a meal should go to the dining car in carriage 9 at the center of the train. Su Aimin and his daughter traveled lightly, without bringing much food, planning to eat at the dining car. Chi-Chu thought for a moment. If the father and daughter left, he would be left alone with the woman on the upper berth. He felt a bit uncomfortable and quickly said, "I'm a little hungry too. Why don't we eat together?" "Sure," Su Aimin replied with a smile. After the three of them left the compartment, the woman lying quietly on the upper berth suddenly sat up. Su Aimin and his daughter happily went to the dining car, looked at the menu, and saw that tonight's dinner included 4 dishes and a soup. Shredded pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour shredded potatoes, for happiness meatballs, and a vegetable soup. It looked pretty good. To buy food, you first need to buy a meal ticket. One ticket costs 1 yuan, which is quite expensive. Besides these, there were boxed meals in aluminum containers. 2/3 of a bowl of rice, a few slices of sausage, and a small handful of shredded potatoes made one meal. It was cheaper, only 40 cents. The train staff was loading these onto a cart, preparing to push them from car to car for sale. Most people chose the cheaper box meals. Su Aimin, however, didn't even look at them and directly took Su Qingyun to buy meal tickets. Since they were out, they should eat something good. He wasn't short of money. 3 meal tickets? The train attendant asked. The three nodded. Su Aimin patted his bag, his face changing. Oh no. What's wrong, Dad? The money is still on the berth. Su Aimin slapped his forehead. How could he forget? Yun, wait a moment. I'll go back and get it. Chi-Chu quickly said, Brother Su, how about I pay for this meal? No need to trouble you. He took out his wallet. He liked these two, father and daughter, and was happy to treat them. That's not right. I'll go back and get it quickly. You all sit here, I'll be back soon, Su Aimin said, and headed back. Su Qingyun frowned, thinking about the woman in the compartment. She was a bit worried. Uncle Chi, I'll go back and check. Please start your meal first.
No rush.
I'll go with you, Chi-Chu said, clearly having thought of something. The two quickly walked back to their carriage. Before they reached, Su Qingyun heard her father's voice. I'll say it again. Give me the money.
Su Aimin shouted angrily.
Don't think I won't do anything just because you're a woman. Su Qingyun's face changed, and she quickly stepped forward. Dad, what's going on? Inside the compartment, the woman on the upper bunk came down. She tightly clutched a bag, which looked full, and nervously watched the three of them. At this moment, Su Aimin's face looked very bad. He pointed at the woman and said through gritted teeth, When I just got back, I saw her sneaking money into her bag. When I looked again, the money I had under my pillow was gone. The money in her bag must be mine. She's a thief. You're talking nonsense. Stop accusing me falsely. The woman snapped back, glaring at Su Aimin. You just see that I'm a woman, and because I have so much money, you think I have bad intentions. You're shameless. Her loud shouting could be heard in both carriages, and soon, people gathered around to watch. What's happening here? This man says this woman stole money, but she denies it, saying he's framing her. Really? She looks well-dressed, so she probably wouldn't steal. That's true. But this man looks rough and tough, not someone who would be honest. Hearing the crowd's chatter, the woman straightened her back and felt more confident. She raised her chin and said, Everyone, judge for yourselves. The guy is from the opposite bed. When I got on the train, I asked his daughter to switch seats with me. He agreed. Then I saw him accusing me of stealing his money. What a joke. Look at how we are dressed. Do you think I would steal his money? The crowd looked at her, and then at Su Aimin. Yeah, she looks much better dressed than him. How could she steal his money? Maybe he's the one who planned to steal. Chi-Chu listened with a frown. Based on their earlier interaction, he didn't believe Brother Su was that kind of person. Everyone, shut up. Su Qingyun suddenly shouted coldly after listening for a while. You're all defending her. Are you in this together? Her words made everyone feel awkward and afraid to speak further. Su Qingyun looked at her father. Dad, how much money do you have in your bag? 1,358 yuan and 40 cents, Su Aimin replied without hesitation. Su Qingyun was right. Her father had brought all his savings. He had counted it several times before getting on the train, so he wouldn't be wrong. Oh my goodness, over 1,000. Such a large amount of money, and you dare to carry it around openly. You really have guts. Many people gasped in surprise. With so much money, it's no wonder someone might be tempted to steal. The woman, however, was calm and said, I do have over 1,000 yuan in my bag, but that's my money. You saw the amount earlier, so you probably guessed around how much, but it's not over 1,300. My bag actually has a full 1,400. Su Qingyun curled her lips into a cold smile. 1,400? Probably only a few small bills are hers. She stared steadily at the proud-looking woman and asked again, Are you really sure all that money belongs to you? Of course. the woman replied without hesitation. She looked at Su Qingyun and sneered, "Little girl, you're young but already out here cheating and stealing with your dad. Why don't you learn some manners?" Chi Chu's face darkened. "Don't speak so harshly. I believe Brother Su and the others aren't the kind to accuse without reason. If you really stole that money, I advise you to return it quickly." The woman looked at him in shock, then suddenly burst out laughing. She turned to the crowd and said, "Ha ha, isn't that funny? We all met on this train, in the same compartment. The three of them teamed up to pick on one woman. It's just unfair and lawless. Look at how you're dressed, acting all proper. I thought you'd say something fair, but it turns out you're all in this together." She spat at Chi Chu with a contemptuous look. Chi Chu's face darkened, but he didn't say anything more, worried that this woman might take advantage of his silence and make things worse. "Just criticizing me is enough, but how dare you insult my daughter?" Su Aimin suddenly reacted with anger. Ignoring her gender, he stepped forward to slap her. Su Qingyun was quick. She grabbed his arm. "Dad, don't be impulsive. Be careful, she's trying to trick you." Sure enough, the woman started shouting again. "Look at this, now they're about to hit me. Isn't that bullying me?" At this moment, Su Qingyun let out a gentle laugh. The woman froze, puzzled by her reaction. "You don't need to shout so loudly. It's not about who yells the loudest that gets the truth. Since you insist that's your money, then let's call the train police. They can come and settle this." Hearing this, the woman's expression subtly changed. Su Qingyun caught it. The woman was momentarily flustered, but quickly regained her composure. She raised an eyebrow. "Who's afraid of whom?"
"Just call me," she said.
She didn't believe they could really prove that the money was theirs. "I'll go call someone," said a bystander, who liked to watch trouble. Su Aimin and the woman stared at each other angrily. He had never seen such a woman who could lie so convincingly. Today was really strange. Su Qingyun stayed calm, even casually flipping through a couple of pages of her book. Chi Chu saw how composed she was and became interested. What could she do to prove the money belonged to her father? Soon, 2 police officers in uniform arrived. On the way, a helpful bystander had already explained everything. When they heard about over 1,000 yuan, both officers were surprised. That was not a small amount. The lead officer looked at Su Aimin and the woman, frowning seriously. "You both say the money is yours?" "Of course. It's mine," the woman said first. "It's mine." Su Aimin snapped back angrily. The officer looked at the woman's bag and reached out.
"Please give me your bag."
The woman hesitated, but then handed over her bag. The officer unzipped it and looked inside. Wow, so much cash, more than 1,000 yuan. He became more serious. One of them was definitely lying. He thought for a moment and said, "Since both of you say the money is yours, is there any way to prove it?"
"Boss."
Before Su Aimin could speak, the woman laughed. "The money is in my bag. Do I need to prove it's mine? That's a joke." Su Qingyun looked up. "So, you can't prove it, right?" "I don't believe you have a way to prove it," she said with a sneer. "I do," said Su Qingyun with a small smile. The woman was stunned, then sneered at her. "Little girl, you probably think calling out to the money will make it answer you, huh?" She had clearly seen that the money had no markings on it. Her words caused some people to laugh. Su Qingyun still smiled and asked, "You said earlier that my father saw you put the money into your bag, right?" "Yes," the woman nodded. "I didn't see that, did I?" Su Qingyun continued, "And I haven't touched that money either, right?" "No." "What are you trying to say?" the woman asked impatiently. "Thanks for your answer." Su Qingyun smiled softly and turned to her father, saying, "Dad, you said the total amount of money is 1,358 yuan and 40 cents, right?" "That's correct." Su Aimin was also confused. What exactly was Yun trying to say? Su Qingyun thought for a moment. "Then, when we left this morning, you should have had 1,359 yuan. The bus fare to the county was 0.30 yuan. Today, we spent a total of 0.40 yuan on buns and porridge. When you paid, you only had 2 0.10 yuan notes, and you gave a 0.50 yuan note. The shopkeeper gave you back 0.10 yuan, right? She explained a lot about dimes and nickels, making everyone dizzy. Su Aimin listened and felt a bit confused. He shook his head and tried to remember carefully. Yes, I gave a 0.50 yuan note and got 0.10 yuan back. Great. Su Qingyun's smile grew brighter. She looked at the police officer, who also seemed confused, and said, "Officer, you can open this bag now and find that 0.10 yuan coin." The police officer hesitated, looked inside the bag, and paused. There are 4 0.10 yuan notes inside. The woman suddenly cheered happily. "Miss, do you think we'll be fooled just because you talk nonsense? Your storytelling skills are quite good. There are 4 0.10 yuan notes. One of them is yours, 2 are the change from the bus fare, and the last one is the money from the bun shop," Su Qingyun said, glancing at everyone. "I can find that last 0.10 yuan coin."
What?
Everyone looked at each other. All these coins look the same. How can she tell them apart? Chi Chu's eyes slowly lit up. He understood what she was about to say. Every banknote has a unique serial number. The serial number on the 0.10 yuan note I mentioned is Roman numerals V74, followed by the number 3468869. "Officer, you can now easily find that coin," Su Qingyun said confidently, smiling. The police officer was stunned. He instinctively took out 4 0.10 yuan notes from his bag. Quickly, he found the one Su Qingyun described. The serial number was exactly the same. He murmured in disbelief, "It's really there? Let me see." Someone immediately leaned in. "Wow, it really matches. 3468869, the number is exactly the same. It looks like what this girl said is true. The money really belongs to her father. But this woman is too shameless. She stole money and then falsely accused others, but luckily the girl was clever." If what the woman said was true, then Su Qingyun hadn't seen the money inside, and she wouldn't have known the serial number on that bill. Now, the woman's lie has been exposed, and the truth is clear. Su Aimin was more shocked than anyone. He looked at Su Qingyun and asked, "Yun, how did you know that?" "Father, don't you remember? When the bun shop owner was giving change, I took the money and handed it to you." "I looked at it then," Su Qingyun said casually.
What?
Hearing the surrounding people mocking and criticizing, the woman was completely stunned. What kind of girl is this? She ate that bun so long ago, but just by glancing at the money, she remembers it now. Oh my, this girl has a really good memory. Someone in the crowd sighed. The police officer saw that everything was clear and immediately took the money out of his bag and handed it to Su Aimin. "Look, is there anything missing? These are mine, and these few dozen yuan are hers," Su Aimin said as he took back his money.
He didn't want the rest.
"All right," the police officer nodded, then looked seriously at the woman. "Do you have anything to say? This is ridiculous. You only have a few dozen yuan, yet you steal so much from others? Lying without shame or conscience. Truly shameless. Dressed so well, yet doing such things. TSK. Hearing these sarcastic words, the woman's face turned pale, and she looked utterly defeated. She couldn't say a word to defend herself. "Take her away." The police officer waved his hand, and one of the officers stepped forward to hold the woman. The two took the woman away. Seeing there was no more entertainment, everyone returned to their seats. The farce finally ended, and Su Aimin and his family closed the door of their compartment, restoring peace. "Brother Chi, thank you just now," Su Aimin said, referring to Chi Chu, who spoke up for them and got caught up in trouble. "It's not worth thanking," Chi Chu smiled. "I trust you all."
Of course, I wouldn't just stand by.
"Brother Su, today's thanks go to Qingyun. If she hadn't pointed out the serial number on the bill and pinned the woman down, they would have been in real trouble, like a scholar meeting a soldier, with no way to explain." Su Aimin also nodded happily, looking at his daughter. "Yun, your memory is amazing. Did you see that?" The woman was completely stunned. Chi Chu also saw that there was more to this girl than just a good memory. Human memory can be divided into instant, short-term, and long-term. For example, Su Qingyun's quick glance and memory of what she saw within a second is an instant memory. Instant memory lasts very briefly in the brain and is not processed into long-term memory, so it is almost forgotten immediately. However, Su Qingyun can remember clearly even after several hours. This kind of memory is quite impressive, almost like having a photographic memory. Brother Su, you should really help develop Qingyun's talent. I believe she will achieve great things in the future, Chi-Chu said seriously. Then he thought about the current situation in their country and sighed silently. There are too few talented people, and the way they select talent is too narrow and one-sided. Su Aimin was surprised and smiled, saying, "My wife, and I don't care about her achieving anything big. As long as she's safe and happy in life, that's enough." Chi-Chu was momentarily stunned but also smiled. That's true. As parents, that's our main hope. He also has a son, and more than success, he wishes for his son to have a smooth and worry-free life. Su Qingyun smiled happily, showing a contented expression. By the way, we've been delayed so long, and we haven't eaten yet. Su Aimin suddenly remembered and patted his head. Yun, wait a moment. Dad will go get some food for you. No need, Dad. I'm not hungry anymore, Qingyun said, having already eaten during the delay. You shouldn't sleep on an empty stomach, and I'm hungry too, Su Aimin replied. Just then, a flight attendant pushed the food cart over. Qingyun heard the call for orders and said, Dad, we'll just buy a box meal. Okay, Su Aimin said, opening the door. Hello, please give us 3 meals. Sure, just a moment, the attendant replied. Su Aimin handed over the money for 3 meals. Chi-Chu quickly said, Hey, Brother Su, I'll pay myself. You don't need to give. No, you can't, Su Aimin said sternly. You just helped us speak and delayed our meal. It's only a box meal, so I insist on paying for it. Yes, Uncle Chi. Please accept our small gift, Qingyun added with a smile. All right, I'll be shameless and join you for a meal, Chi-Chu said with a smile. Unable to persuade the father and daughter, Chi-Chu also did not pretend and agreed happily, saying, When we get to the provincial city, I will treat you to a meal. Then I won't hold back, Su Aimin joked. I've heard there are many delicious foods in the provincial city. Anything is fine, Chi-Chu replied with a happy smile. Although it was a boxed meal, it tasted quite good, and the portions were enough. After eating, Su Qingyun rubbed her stomach, yawned, and started to feel sleepy. She looked out the window at the flickering lights in the night. She took a towel to the bathroom to wipe her face briefly. When she returned, she said, Dad, I'm going to sleep now. Seeing her asleep, Su Aimin and Chi-Chu stopped talking. Su Qingyun dreamt of her unfinished experiment, the bending corn in the fields, lush green mountains, and endless blue waters. In her dream, she smiled happily. The train carried her sweet dreams as it sped through the night. By about 8 a.m. the next morning, they arrived at the provincial city train station, with the broadcast announcing the arrival. Yun, wake up. We're in the provincial city. Su Aimin packed his things and softly called his daughter. Su Qingyun struggled to open her eyes, sat up, and stretched lazily. She had slept very peacefully. Let's go, time to get off. Passengers began to walk toward the train door. The train conductor was maintaining order and, seeing Su Aimin and his daughter, smiled and said, We've arrived. Su Aimin asked, What about that woman? What happened? She's been investigated thoroughly. She's a repeat offender, moving between trains. She dressed nicely, bought sleeper tickets, and targeted wealthy passengers. Even if she's caught, no one would believe she's a thief. Last night, you uncovered her, and we're grateful. Otherwise, many passengers might have been harmed, the conductor said with a smile. We'll take her to the police station soon, so don't worry. That's good, Su Aimin said, surprised. It turned out that woman wasn't new to this kind of trouble. People can be so untrustworthy, you never really know what someone's like inside. The 3 of them headed toward the station exit, chatting as they walked. Chi-Chu said, Let's go have a good meal at noon and relax. That might not be possible, Su Aimin replied with a smile. Brother Chi, I came to the provincial city for work with Yun. So, give me an address. Once we finish our business, we'll come find you. They came on an important matter and couldn't be delayed. That's fine. You can come find me anytime, Chi-Chu said, taking out some money and writing down an address for them. Okay, we will, promised happily. They weren't in a rush to go back after finishing their task. Then I'll go ahead, Chi-Chu said, saying goodbye to the father and daughter. Su Qingyun looked away. Dad, let's go. We'll check the station exit. The agriculture department said someone will pick us up. Let's go quickly so they don't wait too long, Su said, walking faster. At the train station exit, a young man in dark blue clothes held a big sign with Su Qingyun written in bold, dark letters. His eyes scanned the crowd, looking for someone. Hello, are you from the provincial agriculture department? The girl's clear, sweet voice asked. The young man was surprised and looked back. Seeing the cheerful girl smiling at him, he widened his eyes. You are.
I am Suingun.
This is my father, she said. He hesitated. The leader said he would be meeting someone young, but this girl looked very young. Hello, the young man quickly responded.
I'm Chi-Henk.
The department asked me to come pick you up. Seeing Su carrying some things, Chi-Hung offered. Let me carry that for you.
No, Su quickly refused.
He felt it wouldn't be polite. Let's go. The car is outside. Chi-Hung pointed in a direction. Su eyes lit up. They sent a car to pick them up. It seemed they really valued Yun. After getting in the car, Su felt excited but tried to keep his hands still. The car looked better than the one they took last time from the police station.
Su.
Chi-Hung hesitated, unsure how to address Su Qingyun.
Just call me Xiao Su, she said.
Then let's call you Xiao Su, classmate, Chi-Hung smiled. That way, it's a respectful way to address her, since she was invited from far away by their department. Anything is fine, Su Qingyun said casually. As Chi-Hung drove, he explained, Uncle, first we'll go to the guest house for you two to rest. After lunch, we'll go to the department. Okay, Su nodded happily, satisfied that everything was arranged. The difference between the provincial city and the county town is huge. The houses are tall and neat, lined up in order. The streets are clean, the roads wide, and there are many shops along the sides. People walking by are dressed well and look full of energy. Su couldn't take her eyes away. Indeed, the provincial city is different.
Su Said. Suinjun looked calm.
Even in her eyes, the provincial city still seemed far from what she knew in later times. She could only see some shadows of the future. We've arrived. The car stopped at the guest house. Chi-Hung took the two into their rooms. The father and daughter had separate rooms. They weren't big but were clean and tidy, which was quite good. After a short rest, Chi-Hung took them to the dining hall for a meal. They ordered 3 dishes and 1 soup, and everyone ate until they were full. After eating, Su wanted to pay, but Chi-Hung stopped her, smiling and saying it was all paid for by the office, so she didn't insist. At the provincial agriculture department, in the office, a group of experiment technicians was gathered, discussing intensely. Based on the data from different parts of our province, this year's average wheat yield per acre has reached 285 kilograms. That's a great achievement. The last time I mentioned that wheat variety, I said it needed more cultivation. It could have been even higher. The corn yield per acre is also good, reaching over 300 gene. But this number is still far from enough, sighed one technician. No way. Our corn is an imported variety. It doesn't have hybrid strains, and we haven't fully mastered the planting techniques. Still, this yield is quite good. Exactly. In Luo County, where they plant more corn, the harvest was also good this year, exceeding the average, with about 350 gene per acre. Speaking of Luo County, isn't there a young girl, a high school student about 15 or 16, who made a machine for quick corn harvesting? I heard it greatly improved efficiency and became famous across the county. Not just their county. Have you heard? Our department invited that girl here. She should arrive sometime soon. Oh, that's interesting. When she comes, everyone should go see her and discuss her work together. Meanwhile, the main characters, Su Qingyun and her father, just stepped into the agriculture department building. Chi Hung led the way ahead. When they reached the meeting room, he said, "Please wait here for a moment. I will find our director."
Okay, Soo In-yoon nodded.
Soo I-min looked around the bright, spacious meeting room and praised, "No wonder it's a provincial office. It looks so different. Very impressive." Soo Ching-yun held her report and was carefully reading it, checking for any areas that could be improved. She is always a perfectionist when it comes to research and refuses to allow any mistakes, aiming for perfection. After finishing her last check, she rubbed her sore neck. "Ah, is this Mr. Soo? Sorry to keep you waiting," a cheerful male voice announced before the person arrived. Soo Ching-yun looked up as a warm, smiling, middle-aged man entered. He was followed by Chi Hung. He introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Soo. This is Director Wang, the head of our Provincial Agriculture Department's office. And this is Soo Ching-yun and her father. Welcome, welcome." Director Wang shook hands with Soo I-min and then looked kindly at Soo Ching-yun. "Ms. Soo, our agricultural tool technician has been waiting for you for a long time. He's eager to discuss the harvesting machine with you."
Soo In-yoon nodded.
"Let's go now." Director Wang was a bit surprised by her quick decision and smiled even more. He admired this kind of decisive young person. "All right, let's go this way. Little Chi, please arrange some tea for Mr. Soo." Soo I-min sat quietly in the meeting room waiting for his daughter. Though he didn't understand much about those things, he knew it wasn't something to listen to casually. "Excuse me, everyone," Director Wang said as he led Soo Ching-yun into his office and addressed a group of technical experimenters. "This is Soo Ching-yun from Luoshu County, the person who transformed a tractor into a corn harvester. Please welcome her." "We were just talking about this," said the lead technician at the front. His name was Fong Ruosheng, the head of the experiment team. "Welcome, welcome." A warm welcome. Fong Ruosheng clapped first. Everyone responded with a few seconds of surprise, then clapped along. They looked a bit stunned. Such a young girl. "All right, Mr. Fong, you all can chat first. I have another meeting to attend." Director Wang finished speaking and hurriedly left. Everyone looked at each other. Among the crowd, the technician responsible for testing agricultural machinery and tools couldn't hold back. He eagerly asked, "Student Soo, did you bring the detailed drawings of the corn harvester?" "Yes, I brought them. Besides the drawings, all other related materials are here." Soo Ching-yun nodded and handed over her summarized report. "Let me see," the technician said, taking the materials eagerly. Others gathered around, all very interested. Soo Ching-yun's writing was very detailed, clearly explaining the principles of the corn harvester, data charts, and more. Gradually, everyone became more absorbed, nodding and praising. "Good, good. The drawings are detailed, the data is thorough, and everything is clear at a glance."
"Huh.
"There's more at the back?" After finishing the initial materials, the technician flipped a page and found more content. This was the idea for further improvements or even independently developing a specialized corn harvester. Everyone's eyes grew more serious as they carefully considered Soo Ching-yun's ideas. They realized her proposed plans were actually feasible. After reading the last point, the technician closed the notebook, his eyes shining. "Student Soo, did you and the local youth complete these materials together?" "The earlier data and materials are from us, but the later ideas are mine," Soo Ching-yun honestly replied. "I think it's feasible," the technician responsible for agricultural machinery said eagerly. If others weren't present, he would have started working on this research immediately. Fong Ruosheng widened his eyes, almost unable to believe it. Such a complete and detailed plan was done entirely by her, without any help? Whether her ideas can truly be realized or not, a girl who grew up in the countryside with such thinking can only be described as a genius. This is the kind of talent they need. With proper nurturing, her future is limitless. Thinking of this, Fong Ruosheng's breathing grew heavy. He looked at Soo Ching-yun with excitement, almost wishing to keep her at their agriculture department. He took a moment to calm himself and then said, "All right, Student Soo, we have an agriculture report meeting this afternoon. I will ask the leaders if you can join us to listen and learn. Let's all share ideas." Inviting Su Qingyan to attend was to see if she could gain something from the meeting and offer some helpful suggestions. He was looking forward to what surprises this girl might bring. Okay, Su Qingyan nodded. Fong Ruoxing mentioned that many officials from the province would attend the agriculture report meeting. They would discuss local agricultural issues, share opinions, suggestions, and practical plans. Fong Ruoxing went to find Director Wang. After the meeting, Director Wang, who had just finished, thought for a moment and agreed. Su Qingyan was not only talented, but also came from the countryside. She could see many problems and might offer different perspectives. Before the meeting started, everyone continued discussing. Su Qingyan spoke occasionally. She didn't talk much, but always brought new ideas and surprises. Watching her, Fong Ruoxing felt more admiration and appreciation for her talent. At 3 p.m., in the largest conference room of the agriculture department, there was an oval-shaped long table in the center with 2 rows of seats on each side. Su Qingyan was seated at the very end. Most of the attendees were important officials. Just being allowed into this meeting was a lucky opportunity for Su Qingyan. First, the leaders spoke. The vice governor in charge of agriculture from the province was present. He looked serious and cleared his throat, saying, "Since ancient times, our country has been an agricultural nation. Our people work hard. Even today, agriculture remains a top priority. To develop the economy, we must first solve the basic needs of our people. I have reviewed this year's grain production across our province. Compared to last year, there has been improvement, but we cannot be satisfied. We must keep working hard. We need to select and cultivate better crop varieties, improve soil quality and fertilizers, and promote the production of agricultural machinery to increase planting and harvesting efficiency." After speaking, he looked at everyone present. Now, everyone should share the problems in their areas. We can't just summarize. We must take action, address each county, town, and even each village. Agricultural officials from various regions began to speak, each sharing their opinions. When disagreements arose, they almost argued passionately. Su Qingyan quietly thought to herself that people in this era truly care about the well-being of the country and its people. Fong Ruoxing, as the head of the agricultural department's technical division, also gave an important speech. He briefly talked about this year's grain production in different areas, analyzed problems in places with below-average yields, and offered some suggestions for improvement. Regarding farming machinery, he specifically mentioned a homemade corn harvester from Luoshui village in Luoshui County. He praised its efficiency and expressed hope to improve it further for wider use across the province. "Really? That sounds interesting," Deputy Governor Zhao Guoxing said with interest. "Tell me more about this corn harvester." Fong Ruoxing smiled. "Leader, I can't explain it myself. The inventor of this machine is here with us. Let her tell you in detail." "Here?
Who is she?"
Zhao Guoxing's eyes widened slightly.
Feng Ruoxing waved to Su Yingguan.
"Miss Su, please share your thoughts." Suddenly called upon, Su Qingyan blinked and stood up in front of everyone. Many people had already noticed this surprisingly young newcomer. They were curious and surprised when they heard Fong Ruoxing introduce her. They looked at her with curiosity or doubt. But Su Qingyan remained calm, without any hesitation or nervousness. Although she was caught off guard, she was prepared. She paused briefly, then with a clear, strong voice, she spoke to the entire meeting room. "Regarding the corn harvester, my initial idea came from..." As she spoke, everyone nodded along. Zhao Guoxing's smile grew wider. Regardless of what she was saying, it was impressive that a girl her age could stand confidently in such a setting, speak clearly, and organize her thoughts well. Moreover, her ideas were very constructive, based on real rural conditions, and considered the farmers' perspectives. Her words carried real substance. Because the manufacturing process was rushed at the time, the corn harvester still has many flaws. I also suggested some improvements, but I won't go into detail here. Fong Ruoxing quietly whispered to Zhao Guoxing, "Her improvement ideas are very practical. We are already planning to start working on them." Zhao Guoxing nodded. Su Qingyan continued, "I come from the countryside. I am just one of many farmers in Huagua. The mountains and forests are our support, and the fields are our home for survival. As a farmer, I hope the country will pay more attention to rural development, not just in crop production but also in improving farmers' lives. From rural areas to cities, from regions to the whole country, we should grow stronger. Because prosperity and strength are everyone's wish. That's all I want to say. Thank you all. After a slight bow, she sat down with a relaxed expression. The room was quiet for a few seconds before a warm round of applause broke out. Many people admired her from the heart. This girl is not only smart but also has a sincere heart. She always cares about her hometown, and even the country and its people. A girl in her teens showing such dedication is truly rare. Zhao Guosheng looked at Su Qingyun with admiration in his eyes. He laughed heartily twice. Excellent. Very well said. I didn't expect that today I would gain so much from a child's words. Truly, the young are impressive. He looked kindly at her. This student, your invention of the corn harvester has improved efficiency. We must promote this machinery across the province after some improvements. Once we see results, we can even report it higher up. We should also strongly praise Su's actions. The provincial awards can't be missed. Director Wang, I'll leave this to you. Director Wang nodded. Understood. The meeting lasted over 3 hours before it finally ended. As soon as Su Qingyun left the meeting room, Zhao Guosheng called her back. He wanted to talk to her again. Leader, you wanted to see me? Facing Zhao Guosheng up close, Su Qingyun remained confident and unafraid. Zhao Guosheng looked at her with admiration. I heard you're now in the 2nd year of high school? After graduation, what do you want to do? Have you thought about going to university? Zhao Guosheng spoke in a relaxed tone, but his words made the secretary next to him suddenly widen her eyes. Going to university? Nowadays, university spots are mostly given to recommended students from farms, factories, and the military. The selection process is strict, and spots are very limited. Is the leader trying to show interest in talented people and recommend her? Su Qingyun was also surprised. She thought for a moment and said, I'm only in 2nd year of high school now. I have more than a year before graduation. I haven't decided what I want to do in the future. I want to give myself some more time. The secretary's eyes widened. Was she not understanding or politely refusing? Su Qingyun clearly understood what Zhao Guosheng meant. Even if he recommended her to go to university, it would probably be for a major related to agriculture. But she still hoped to take the college entrance exam and choose her own major to finish her unfinished experiments. Zhao Guosheng paused, seeming surprised that Su Qingyun responded this way. He smiled and said, That's good. It's nice for young people to have their own ideas. After graduation, working in agriculture isn't bad either.
You can think about it.
Was he giving her a second option? Su Qingyun wondered inwardly, but she still smiled and said, I will think it over. Thank you, leader. Zhao Guosheng nodded and quickly left. As a provincial leader, he was busy all day. Being able to spare a moment to talk to Su Qingyun showed he valued her. When Su Qingyun found her father, Su Aimin was already waiting, nearly falling asleep. He blinked and asked, Is it over? Yes, today is over, but we still have to stay here for a few more days, Su Qingyun replied. She still needed to discuss the next steps with the experimental team. Okay. Su Aimin rubbed his eyes. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Just then, Fang Ruosheng came over and stopped the father and daughter. Qingyun, don't rush to leave later. Our experimental team is going to have dinner together. It's a welcome for you. At 6 in the evening, at a state-owned restaurant in the provincial capital, about 20 people from the experimental team filled 2 round tables. Besides them, Director Wang and Qiheng also came. Qingyun, what would you like to eat? Fang Ruosheng asked Su Qingyun. The quality of food at state-owned restaurants is guaranteed, big portions and good taste. Of course, the prices are also reasonable. Only well-off families can afford to host dinners here. Su Qingyun casually ordered 2 dishes she and her father liked, leaving the rest to them. After all, guests are to be treated kindly. That's all for the dishes. The staff at the state-run restaurant nodded casually after hearing the order and went into the kitchen to prepare. The food was served quickly. A large table was filled with delicious dishes, including many local specialties from the provincial city. Fong Ruoxing smiled and greeted Su Qingyun. Come, try our local specialty, Oil Explosion Double Crisps. Oil Explosion Double Crisps is a traditional local dish. As the name suggests, it is cooked with oil, and double crisps refers to pig stomach tips and chicken gizzards. This dish requires very precise timing. Cook it for even a second too long or too short, and it won't turn out right. It really tests the chef's skill. Su Qingyun happily took a bite. The rich flavor spread on her tongue. Crisp, tender, smooth, fresh, and tasty.
Delicious, she said.
Haha, if you like it, eat more, Director Wang said with a smile. After all, a young girl at this age should be growing stronger. Fong Ruoxing looked at Su Qingyun's slender figure and said, "You look too thin. You should eat more." He also turned to Su Aimin. "Brother Su, you should eat more too. Give it a try." Su Aimin was surprised and a little flustered. These were all well-educated people sitting at the table. Why was he being treated like a brother? What did he do to deserve this? Eat, he hurriedly said. "Brother Su, do you want some wine?"
Just a little, okay? Su Aimin nodded. Yes.
Come on, everyone. Let's raise our glasses to welcome Su Qingyun from Luoshui County and her father. Seeing Su Aimin a bit shy, Su Qingyun was not worried at all. Sure enough, within about 10 minutes, as they clinked glasses, Su Aimin was calling everyone brother and sister comfortably. Watching her father get along so well, Su Qingyun felt a bit amused. It seemed her father really had a natural talent for socializing. Someone like him could get along anywhere, and he was very suitable for doing business. Thinking about business, Su Qingyun tapped her fingers rhythmically on the table, lost in thought. The meal was enjoyable for everyone. After eating, Su Aimin's face was already red from drinking, but he was not drunk yet. Director Wang looked at him and ordered Chi Heng, Xiao Qi, take Su and her father back to the guest house. Make sure they get there safely. Back at the guest house, Su Qingyun looked at her father with concern. "Dad, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just a little wine." "You underestimate your dad too much." Su Aimin waved his hand and said casually, "That's right. Just now, Director Wang mentioned giving you a reward." "What kind of reward? Haven't we already been rewarded by the county? Why is there still more?" Su Qingyun thought for a moment and replied, "It was what Governor Zhao said today. Maybe it's just a small reward." "Which Governor Zhao?" Su Aimin's confused mind didn't understand and thought it was just a name. "He's the vice governor of our province. There was a meeting at the agriculture department this afternoon and he was there. He mentioned something briefly." Wait. The governor?" Su Aimin's head, which was feeling a bit dizzy, suddenly became clear. He was so excited, he covered his chest. The biggest officials he had seen in his life were County Chief Chen from Luo County and the people from the agriculture department today. His daughter could sit in a meeting with the vice governor? Thinking about this made Su Aimin tremble with excitement. Dad. What's wrong? What did you say?" Su Aimin snapped back to reality. Su Qingyun looked at her father curiously. "I mean, I can go to the agriculture department alone tomorrow. You can stay in the provincial city to look around and see if there's anything you need to buy." Just as Su Aimin was about to refuse, he paused when he heard the last part. He touched the bag where he kept money and started thinking. He brought so much money to the provincial city, so he had some ideas in mind. Things in the provincial city are rare for Luo County, but they are only 2 people. It wouldn't be good to carry too many things back openly, as it might attract attention. They could only bring some small, lightweight items that wouldn't cause suspicion. So, what kind of things would be suitable? Su Aimin frowned in thought. Seeing this, Su Qingyun said, "Dad, think about it. When you first came to the provincial city, what was the most impressive thing you saw?" "What was the most impressive thing?" Su Aimin thought hard and suddenly had a bright idea. Meanwhile, Chi Heng finished sending Su Qingyun and her father home. When he entered and saw his father sitting in the living room reading a book, he was surprised and said, "Dad, you're back. Why didn't you call me earlier? I would have come to pick you up. Everything is done, so I came back naturally." "Sorry, Dad," Chi Heng said apologetically. He knew his father understood that he was busy with work.
It's okay.
Work is important, his father replied kindly. Chi-hing smiled as he sat next to his father. Dad, how was your inspection of the local counties and towns this time? His father is a professor of agriculture at the provincial city's agricultural university. Recently, he visited various counties and towns under their eastern province for inspections and surveys. Not bad. I found several places suitable for planting our newly developed wheat variety, especially a place called Luoshu County, where the soil is good and there's plenty of sunshine and rain. It's very suitable for this wheat. I just came back from Luoshu County today. The Agriculture Department also invited me to discuss tomorrow about selecting a few test sites in our province for wheat planting. If the first batch of tests succeeds, we can consider large-scale planting and even promote it nationwide. That would be wonderful, Qi Chuxing said excitedly. In today's meeting, our leaders mentioned choosing excellent wheat varieties for cultivation. Your return is perfectly timed. But Luoshu County? What's wrong? His father looked at him with curiosity. Chi-hing shook his head. Nothing, just that today, the Agriculture Department also brought a young expert from Luoshu County. A young expert? His father became interested. We call her that informally, Chi-hing said, finding it amusing. She's a high school second-year girl who built a corn harvester for them. The Agriculture Department is very curious about her and invited her to come and share ideas. A girl student? His father was surprised, then quickly asked, is her name Su Qingyan? How do you know? Chi-hung was surprised. Oh, right, you just came back from Luoshu County. Did you meet her there? Not exactly. I met her and her father on the train, in the same compartment. His father, Qi Chuxing, was the one who met Su Qingyun and her father on the train. Thinking of that clever girl, Qi Chuxing smiled. I even invited them both to our home as guests. I didn't expect they said they were in the city on official business, invited by your department. Being invited by the Provincial Agriculture Department showed she was quite remarkable. He was right to think highly of her. Her intelligence was extraordinary. This is such a coincidence. Chi-hing also felt it was fate. By the way, something interesting happened on the train, he added.
What?
Chi-hing was curious. Dad, tell me about it. Chi-chu carefully explained how they were robbed on the train, how the thief falsely accused them, and how Su Qingyun's memory of a coin's serial number exposed the thief. Chi-hung listened, first angry, then surprised. Su, classmate, has such a good memory? Is this a photographic memory, Dad?
Ki-chu, not that.
Photographic memory, rare indeed. That's why I said that girl has a bright future. Now her talent has already caught people's attention. Didn't expect to meet again so soon. He was now more excited about tomorrow's seminar at the Agriculture Department. Su Qingyun and her father didn't yet know this connection. Su Qingyun's father, Bu Bin, was not very particular about where he slept, so he had a good night's rest. But next door, Su Aimin was worried about the matter and kept tossing and turning, waking up early. Even though he didn't sleep well, Su Aimin's eyes shone brightly, as if he was ready to do something big. Seeing her father like this, Su Qingyun knew he already had a plan. After a simple breakfast, Su Aimin took Su Qingyun to the Provincial Agriculture Department. He repeatedly told her to stay there and that he would come to pick her up later. Then he hurriedly left. Su Qingyun felt a strange sense that her father was sending her to kindergarten. She shook her head with a smile and entered the Agriculture Department. The staff there were now familiar with her and cheerfully told her that the technical team was in the meeting room. When she entered the meeting room, Fong Ruoxing saw her and brightened his eyes. He quickly said, Qingyan is here? Come, let me introduce you to our provincial city's agricultural university professor, Professor Qi Chu. You two should meet. A middle-aged man nearby smiled kindly, showing a refined and elegant demeanor. Su Qingyun widened her eyes in surprise and looked at him. Uncle Qi? Qingyun, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Qi Chu's smile deepened. Su Qingyun also found it a coincidence. She had already thought Uncle Qi looked like a scholar, and now she knew he was an agricultural professor. Do you know each other? Fong Ruoxing asked, confused. Just a brief meeting, Qi Chu said with a smile. But I have a deep impression.
Oh.
Looks like there's a story behind this. We'll talk about it over dinner. For now, let's focus on the main matter, Fong Ruoxing said. Today's seminar had a much simpler group of attendees, mostly from the experimental technology team. They first discussed the harvester, and Su Qingyun's report already mentioned the independent development of the harvester, so she mainly explained her ideas. The meeting room was small. Su Qingyun held her report and explained it carefully, clearly, and logically. Everyone listened and nodded in agreement. Based on this idea, I think it's feasible. We can try to start from this direction, Fong Ruoxing said. If no one has other opinions, I will apply to higher authorities for funding to set up a research team. Everyone looked at each other, and no one objected. The main reason was that Su Qingyun's report was very detailed, almost like a step-by-step plan, making them feel that if they followed these steps, success was guaranteed. It didn't seem like a design plan, but more like an instruction manual. Seeing a young girl with a fresh face, many people secretly felt amazed. Her thinking and intelligence were impressive. But only Su Qingyun knew that her plan was only possible because she came from the future and stood on the shoulders of the times. It was not a big deal for her. Okay, since everyone agrees, I will prepare an application report and send it as soon as possible, Fong Ruoxing said confidently, since no one opposed. Next to speak was Chi Chu. He handed in an inspection report that clearly recorded the situation in many parts of the eastern province. It included detailed data on soil nutrients, pests, water, sunlight, temperature, and humidity, all factors affecting wheat growth. Everyone could understand it easily. Chi Chu said, I've listed several places that are most suitable for our wheat trial planting. Please take a look. Fong Ruoxing looked at the report, pointing to Luoshui County, and was a bit surprised. Luoshui County is also suitable for planting this type of wheat? He knew that Luoshui County mainly grew corn and wheat planting was less common there. Yes, after a thorough assessment, Luoshui County can be one of the 5 trial counties, Chi Chu nodded. When Su Qingyun heard his words, her eyes gradually brightened. If Luo County could become a test site, they would have the chance to get the best wheat seeds first. If the test is successful, the variety of crops grown in Luo County would increase, and grain production would greatly improve. This would be very good news for the farmers. She thought for a moment and asked Uncle Chi, do you mean going to the countryside to select some fields as test sites? She was not very skilled in crop cultivation. Yes, Chi Chu nodded.
Su Qingyun frowned.
Although this was good for farming, the farmers might not agree. Setting up a test site means using some land for experiments. If the results are poor, they would risk losing part of their harvest. Qingyun, I understand what you're worried about, Chi Chu said with a smile. Don't worry. If we use village land for the experiment, the government will reduce grain taxes or give some subsidies to share among households. I understand, Su Qingyun said happily. If that was the case, it would be a great opportunity. She wanted to try to help her hometown. Uncle Chi, I want to recommend our village to be one of the test sites for the county. She knew there wouldn't be only a few test sites. Each county probably has about 10 or more, and Luo County's towns and villages are even more numerous. To be chosen, a village must have some advantages that others do not. She continued, Luo Water Town is the largest town in Luo County. Our village has many people, fertile land, and most importantly, our villagers are open to new things. For example, my harvester was supported by the whole village. I believe if our village becomes a test site, we will fully support everyone's work. Chi Chu listened carefully and nodded. I understand everything you said, but we still need to go there and do a full assessment before making a decision. Of course, Su Qingyun understood. The selection of test sites must not be done hastily. It requires careful consideration from many angles. What Chi Chu is doing now is just the first step in screening. Chi Chu pushed up his glasses and smiled. Later, I will personally visit your Luo Shui village. If it truly meets the requirements, then we can consider it. Okay. Welcome, Uncle Chi, Su Qingyun said with a slight smile. All right, everyone, let's finish here for this morning. Fong Ruoxing glanced at the time.
It was almost mealtime.
Come on, I'll treat you. Professor Chi, you must tell me how you met Qingyun. Su Qingyan spent the whole day at the agriculture department. It wasn't until nightfall that she finished. At this pace, she would probably only stay for another 2 or 3 days. When she stepped out of the department, she saw her father waiting outside. "Dad, why didn't you come in to wait for me?" "I'm carrying some things, so it's not convenient," Su Aimin said, waving the bag in his hand, which looked full. He wasn't sure what was inside. Just as Su Qingyun was about to speak, she saw her father look behind her and widen his eyes. "Brother Qi, what are you doing here?" He recognized Qi Chu. "Big brother Su." "Dad, Uncle Qi is a professor hired by the agriculture department. We just happened to meet today," Su Qingyun explained. "A professor?" Su Aimin, although not very educated himself, knew what a professor was because his wife read a lot. A professor teaches university students. He knew that was important. "So, Brother Qi is a university professor." Su Aimin immediately showed respect. "Big brother Su, don't say that," Qi Chu smiled. "It just shows we're connected by fate." Just then, Qi Hung hurried out. "Dad, why are you in such a rush? What does little Qi call Uncle Qi?" "Dad?" Su Aimin was surprised. "Brother Qi, is Xiao Qi your son?"
Qi Chu Samai.
"Yes, he is. It was him who told me yesterday that you came to the provincial capital for work and that you were at the agriculture department. We just happened to meet. It looks like him. Yesterday, I said Xiao Qi is a lively young man. A tiger father has a cub like him," Su Aimin said with a smile. "Uncle Su, don't praise me too much," Qi Hung said shyly, scratching his head. "Uncle Su, wait for me to get the car, so I can take you and Qingyan home." "Go home?" "No. Today, Brother Su, you and Qingyan are coming to my house for dinner, just like we agreed," Qi Chu said quickly, giving his son a playful look. Su Aimin looked at what he was holding, hesitating. "Uncle Qi, maybe we should wait until we finish our work in the next couple of days. Then we'll visit you personally," he said. "All right, you decide. We are always ready to follow your lead." Qi Chu also didn't insist. "Then, Dad, I'll go and send Uncle Su and the others back first," Qi Hung said quickly. The car was a company vehicle, and now it was after work hours. Even if he wanted to take his dad along, his dad wouldn't agree. Su Qingyun and her father returned to the guest house. They had a quick dinner in the dining hall and then went back to their room. Su Aimin eagerly emptied the bag, saying, "Daughter, look at these things. What do you think?" Su Qingyun looked at a bed full of colorful clothes, hairpins, and hairbands. She slowly opened her mouth in surprise. "How about it? Isn't it nice? Yesterday, you asked me what my first impression of a city was, and I realized it's the clothes. Everywhere you look, there are all kinds of clothes, colors, styles, fabrics, more than back home. If these goods were sold in our town, they would be very popular," Su Aimin said excitedly, proud of himself, clearly thinking he had found a good opportunity. Su Qingyun stayed silent, her expression a bit hard to read. How should she say it? Her dad's idea was right, but looking at this pile of clothes with bright colors, big red and green patterns, and strange styles, Su Qingyun really couldn't praise her dad's taste. How did he pick these? Did he just match colors randomly? She was wrong. She hadn't considered that her dad, a straightforward man born and raised in the countryside, might have such a strange eye for fashion. "Dad, why don't I go with you tomorrow after the agriculture department finishes? Maybe I can see something interesting," Su Qingyun suggested helplessly. "Good idea. You can come along. If you find anything you like, I'll buy it for you," Su Aimin said happily, not noticing the hint of helplessness in Su Qingyun's tone. The next noon, Su Qingyun left the agriculture department and got on the bus with her dad. In this era, there were no private clothing stores. Besides shopping at department stores, most people bought fabric to have clothes made by tailors. But there was another way to get many clothes through surplus and defective goods from clothing factories. Now, quality checks were strict, and even a small flaw meant the item couldn't leave the factory. Many defective or leftover items remained unsold. Factory workers could only use a small part of these, while a large portion was taken by middlemen with connections, who secretly sold them. The current checks are not as strict as they were in previous years. As long as you are careful and sell smaller amounts each time, there is usually little risk. After getting off the bus with her, Su Aimin walked along, winding path, almost making Su Qingyun dizzy. Yun, we've arrived, Su Aimin said. Su Qingyun looked at the street sign. This place is Qingbei Road in the eastern part of the provincial city. The surrounding houses are closely packed, and there are many people around. Most of them look alert. Just now, on the street, she heard her father mention that this area, Qingbei Road in the east of the city, is a common spot for many middlemen. It's a quiet area with many routes, familiar terrain for them. Even if something happens, they can quickly escape without problems. While she was looking around, a young man with an ordinary appearance approached her. Before she could react, she heard him greet her father in a familiar tone. Brother Su, you're here? I already asked about what you wanted me to check yesterday. Good kid, I knew I didn't choose the wrong person. You're clever, Su Aimin said excitedly, patting his shoulder. The man scratched his head shyly. They looked like close friends, not knowing that they were actually brothers. Su Qingyun thought, my dad really has amazing social skills. In less than a day, he made a new friend and even asked him to help with things. Her father's social skills are impressive. Let me introduce you. This is Wang Meng. Yun, call him Uncle Wang. Brother Wang, this is my daughter. Wang Meng looked at the taller girl, Su Qingyun, and hesitated. He wondered if he was much older than her. Calling him uncle might sound a bit old. Before he could speak, the girl cheerfully called him uncle, and he could only nod in agreement, feeling like he had aged several years. Tell me, what did you find out? Su Aimin asked eagerly. Wang Meng pointed to a busy intersection ahead. At that intersection, in all four directions, east, south, west, and north, there are 4 shops with large shipments. They have more styles and goods than others. It's hard to get close to them. It seems they have their own connections. To the south, that clothing store mainly sells factory rejects and unsold stock, as well as some miscellaneous goods they picked out themselves. They have many styles and many customers, but the owner is very cautious and doesn't buy too much, fearing risks. Su Qingyun was a bit surprised. This owner really has some skills. Setting purchase limits not only reduces risks but also greatly stimulates customers' desire to buy. It's a clever tactic. To the east, there's a shop that sells small items like hairpins, headbands, earrings, and necklaces. They don't restrict purchases because the items are small and don't take up much space. Small items like these rely on high sales volume and small profits per item. To the west, there's a shop that only sells fabrics, not finished clothes. Most of their stock is lightly dyed fabric from textile factories. Many customers like it, and it's quite popular. Finally, there's the shop to the north. It sells a variety of things: clothes, jewelry, daily necessities, watches, and even large items like radios and old bicycles. But these are rare finds. Su Qingyun was stunned. In this era, before open markets, there were already so many people secretly doing small businesses? And on such a scale? This isn't just small-scale trading. It's like a small department store. Is their courage a bit too bold? Seeing her confusion, Su Aimin whispered, I checked yesterday. The regular vendors here have been wandering these streets for many years. They know all kinds of people, various walks of life. They're not afraid of small inspections. Unless things get really serious, they just lay low for a while and then continue selling. They don't have fixed shops. They rely on acquaintances to guide them. They can hide everywhere here and aren't afraid. Plus, inspections haven't been strict this past year, so they're even bolder. Yun, you should know, in this society, as long as there are people and needs, there will always be business and trade. Su Aimin's words left Su Qingyun amazed. She realized she had been limited, viewing society through the lens of her era, ignoring how truly real and lively life was in this time. They're all smart and very aware of the rumors around them, whether things are tight or loose. They all have their own judgment. Then, Dad, which way should we go? These 4 shops each have their strengths. They can't visit all of them at once, right? They will go back by train. Carrying too many things would attract attention. The last experience taught them to be careful and cautious. Su Aimin thought for a moment. Let's first check out the clothing store. then look at the two shops selling small toys and groceries. He still believed that clothing had the best market potential. Light and easy to carry clothes are the best choice. Su Aimin turned to Wang Meng and said, "Brother Wang, please take us to the first shop." He asked Wang Meng to find out the locations of these shops today. Wang Meng nodded, carefully looked around, and then led the two people southward. In the crowd, the three looked ordinary, but no one knew that, many years later, these three would have a place in the clothing market of China. And today's step is their starting point. Qingbei Road is called a street, but it's actually quite large. The three wandered around for a long time, turning many corners. Finally, Wang Meng stopped. He looked around carefully. No one was nearby, so he turned into a small alley. The narrow alley had a few doors and windows. When Wang Meng counted to 3, he knocked on the wooden shutter of a window. After a few seconds, a cautious voice asked, "Who is it?" Wang Meng lowered his voice. "Visitors from the south, come take a look." This back and forth made Su Qingyun's eyes widen. Wow, if this was a special time, these people would definitely be underground workers. Wait a moment. Soon, someone opened a door nearby. It was a simple-looking middle-aged man. He looked at the three of them, saw nothing unusual, and said, "Come in." Inside, Su Qingyun casually looked around. Outside, the houses looked old and broken, but inside, it was a different world. Clothes piled high filled the room, colorful and varied styles, almost dazzling her. Although people mainly wore dark colors like black, gray, and blue, brightly colored clothes still had a market. It was just a matter of different audiences. "Come on, is this Brother Zhang? Want a cigarette?" On the way here, Wang Meng had already introduced the owner. Su Aimin was quick to follow, reaching out to hand the man a cigarette, this area's popular Jinlu brand. "Most of these are newly acquired goods," Brother Zhang said as he took the cigarette, a slight smile on his face. He pointed around and said, "Feel free to look around." "Okay, thank you, Brother Zhang." "Yun, pick out some clothes with Dad," Su Aimin whispered. "See what styles you young people like." "All right." Su Qingyun began to look carefully. Brother Zhang really has good connections. With so many different styles and patterns of clothes, Su Qingyun dared say that even department stores don't have so many options. She carefully selected some ready-made clothes, including jackets with nylon lining and cotton padding suitable for older people, work pants, and also lighter shirts and floral skirts that young people like, fashionable bell-bottom pants, summer shirts, and winter wool coats. Wang Meng said this store sells limited quantities. Su Qingyun didn't pick many, just one of each trendy style. Although some are slightly flawed, like loose threads or uneven dyeing, it's nothing serious. "Dad, look at this." "How is it?" Su Qingyun showed the clothes to her father. Not bad, not bad." Su Aimin nodded in approval. Clearly, his daughter's taste was better than his. "That's all for now," he said, still wanting to look elsewhere. He turned to Brother Zhang and asked, "Brother Zhang, how much are these clothes? Give me a price." Brother Zhang looked over and raised an eyebrow. "Buying so many? All kinds for men, women, old and young?"
Can't help it.
"There are more than 10 of us at home." Su Aimin scratched his head, smiling honestly. "Since we're visiting the provincial capital, we have to buy more. It's hard to come here and not get clothes for all seasons." "All right," Brother Zhang said with a mysterious smile. Having been in business for many years, he had seen many people. He understood their intentions, but chose not to expose them. After all, many people try to resell items for profit. As long as they don't go too far or cause trouble for him, he just turns a blind eye. "All these clothes are good quality, well made. You took over 50 pieces. I don't need cloth tickets here. I'll sell them at factory price. Total is 212.80 yuan. You can just pay 200 yuan." Brother Zhang quickly calculated and gave the total. "Over 200 yuan? The three of them all widened their eyes at the same time, looking a bit surprised. "This is way too expensive," one of them said. Seeing their shock, Brother Zhang exhaled a smoke ring. "This is already the lowest price. The young lady has good taste and picked quality items. Take this wool coat, for example. You can check at the department store. It's at least 40 yuan, not counting fabric tickets. I'm selling it for less than 30. That's a very good deal. Su Qingyun didn't say anything. The price was quite fair, especially since many of the clothes they chose were thick, durable garments made from good materials. Su Aimin wasn't clueless about quality either. He looked at the pile of clothes, clenched his teeth, and said, "All right, I'll take everything." It was rare to find such an opportunity, and he knew he couldn't let it slip away. He took out his money, counted it, and handed it to Brother Zhang. "You count it." "No need," Brother Zhang said, slipping the money into his pocket. He had a good eye for people, and Su Aimin was straightforward and respectful. Brother Zhang packed all the clothes into a large, opaque nylon bag and handed it to Su Aimin. "Hurry up and leave. Don't attract attention." "We understand," Wang Meng said. The three of them carefully looked around the alley to see if anyone was nearby before walking out. Su Aimin carried the bag. The clothes were heavy, but he didn't notice. His heart was burning with excitement, eager to get back and start working. He thought for a moment about his remaining money. Out of the over 1,000 yuan he had, 400 belonged to Yuan Nan. After subtracting that, he still had about 700 yuan left. He didn't need to buy more clothes. They were too conspicuous and easy to notice. "Let's go east," Su Aimin said. The east side sold small trinkets. Su Aimin waved his hand and bought a bag of them. The profit wasn't much, but they were easy to sell. Finally, they headed to the north, where a small grocery store was located. Su Aimin was most interested in the shop. They walked for a while before reaching it. The grocery store was in a tiny alley, in a small room filled with so many items that it was hard to stand. Su Qingyun looked around with curiosity. With so many things, if something unexpected happened, would they have enough time to move everything? "Don't worry. All my goods come from legitimate sources," the owner said. He was a young man with a slick, street-smart look. He gave a mischievous smile and glanced at Su Qingyun. It was rare to see such a young, pretty girl in a place like this. Private buying and selling are now forbidden. These are not proper channels. Where did they get these legitimate items? Su Qingyun smiled but said nothing. She casually looked around. It was similar to the recycling station in their town, mostly old items, but they looked fairly new. Su Aimin looked at these things with a frown. Would anyone buy these if he took them home? Wang Meng leaned in and whispered, "Brother Su, there are good things here. You need to look carefully, and the boss probably keeps some for himself. He doesn't usually sell those easily." Su Aimin nodded. Seeing his daughter looking around, he asked, "Yun Yun, do you see anything you like? I'll buy it for you." "I'm just looking," Su Qingyun replied casually. Her eyes shifted, then suddenly stopped. "Boss, do you have a radio here?" Su Qingyun asked with some surprise. The young man looked where she was pointing. There was a radio on display, a bit old and worn, but mostly new-looking. He squinted and asked, "Do you want a radio?" "Let me take a look first." The young man walked over, picked up the radio, and handed it to Su Qingyun. "Here you go." She examined the radio. It was an old model. She pulled out the antenna, turned the knobs, and a crackling sound came out.
Swingyun Fronet.
Was this radio broken? "It's not broken. The speaker has a small problem. Fix it, and it will work again," the young man said. "If you want it, 30 yuan. If it needs repairs, add 10 more. Nowadays, a new radio costs about 90 yuan. That was a good price, but I can fix it myself," Su Qingyun said firmly. She wasn't going to let anyone make extra money off her. The young man smiled unexpectedly, but didn't take her seriously. Su Aimin came over and looked at the radio, his eyes brightening. This was a rare find. He quickly said, "We'll take it." He trusted his daughter. If she could fix a tractor, she could surely fix a small radio. "Besides this, do you have more?" Su Qingyun waved the radio she was holding and asked. She didn't believe this was the only one. The young man's face finally looked serious. He sized up the three of them, hesitated, and asked, "How many do you want?" Su Qingyun exchanged glances with her father. "How many do you have?" "Wait a moment," the young man said, thinking. He turned and went inside. He carried out a cardboard box and tore open the tape on top. "Take a look." Su Qingyun's eyes widened instantly. Inside the box, there were at least 8 or 9 radios, and most of them were brand new. Miniature radios of the Antelope brand. These are factory seconds. They work perfectly, just a little cosmetic flaw. You won't find better quality even with a lantern. You're lucky to have caught these, said the young man proudly. These were hard-to-get goods he had managed to acquire. Su Aimin looked at the box of radios, his eyes almost tearing up. He asked eagerly, "How much are they?" "Regular store price is 100 each. I'm selling them for 80, no bargaining." The young man gestured with a hand showing the number 8. 80. Su Aimin gasped. That price was too high. "These are flawed goods, and you're selling them for 80? The young man chuckled softly. "That's why I sell them for 80. I could get 90 too. If you don't want them, forget it." His tone was casual. He wasn't worried about selling such good items. "Yes, we want them. How about a discount if we buy all of them?" Su Qingyan asked through clenched teeth. "All of them?" The young man looked genuinely surprised. "There are 12 in this box." "Are you sure?" "Yes, we are," Su Aimin confirmed. Such good items were rare and hard to find. "All right, if you're serious, I'll be fair. If you buy all, I'll sell them for 78 each." "Lower than that, no," he said. Su Aimin quietly did the math. 78 each, 12 in total, that's 936, Su Qingyun answered without hesitation. Su Aimin hesitated, then looked at the young man. 936. "We'll take all of them." He had enough money, including what Yuan Nan had given him, over 1,000 yuan. Before coming, Yuan Nan asked him to keep an eye out for good deals. And this was definitely a good one. The young man hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and agreed. "All right, 936. "Wait," Su Qingyun suddenly said, pointing to an old radio nearby. "Add this one as a bonus. Make it a total of 950. The young man. He had never seen such a good bargain before. Fine, 950. "Take them all," he said, waving his hand. With such a big order, he was earning quite a bit. After Su Aimin paid quickly, he looked at his empty wallet and felt heartbroken. He had just spent all his savings that he had saved up for a long time. Next to him, Wang Meng watched in shock. After buying so many things, the three of them were afraid of attracting attention. They didn't dare stay long and quickly left the area. Once they were outside Qingbei Street, they finally relaxed. Su Aimin thought for a moment and took 5 yuan out of his bag, handing it to Wang Meng. "Brother, consider this as a thank you gift for today." 5 yuan? Wang Meng widened his eyes and immediately waved his hands to refuse.
No, no, no.
"That's too much. I just said a few words and showed you the way. It's not worth it."
Take it.
"Today, we owe you a lot," Su Aimin said as he pressed the money into his hand. Although 5 yuan was a lot, it was definitely worth it. Wang Meng had gone through some trouble to find out about these things, and guiding them was risky. Plus, they had also managed to find a good opportunity today. All of this was thanks to Wang Meng. "Thank you, Brother Su," Wang Meng said, reluctant but accepting the money. He lost his father when he was young. Now, only his mother was left at home. She often needed medicine because she was sick. He really needed the money. If his mother hadn't insisted, he would have already joined the people on Qingbei Street. "Brother Su, if you come to the provincial city again, just look for me. I'll definitely help if you ask," Wang Meng said. "All right," Su Aimin agreed with a nod. After Wang Meng left, Su Aimin asked his daughter, "Yun, is there anything you want to buy?" He still had some money, and as long as it wasn't too expensive, he could afford it. Su Qingyan thought for a moment.
She really did want to buy something.
"Dad, let's go to the bookstore. I want to see if there are any books I want to buy." "Okay," Su Aimin agreed without hesitation. Buying a few books wouldn't cost much, and he was happy to satisfy his daughter. The father and daughter went to the biggest bookstore in the provincial city. Su Aimin carried their things and waited outside while she went in. Su Qingyun entered, looked around. Although it was the largest bookstore in the city, many books couldn't be sold now. The shelves were filled with books that had a certain historical style. She carefully looked around and indeed found a few books that interested her. One was published by Zhejiang People's Publishing House, titled Learn from the Best, achieve new victories in agriculture, and there were also Mr. Shuren's fake freedom book and outside literary talks. As for the academic books she wanted to find, she couldn't see any, so Su Qingyun had to leave disappointed. Did you buy anything? Yes, I bought 3 books. Su Qingyun shook the books in her hand. It's getting late. Let's go back first. Su Aimin and Su Qingyun didn't delay any longer. They returned to the guest house. Seeing the 2 big bags, Su Aimin couldn't hide his excitement and was already thinking about how to use these items once they got home. Su Qingyun thought for a moment and said, Dad, we should take the train back. We need to hide these things. Yes, yes, yes. How could I forget this part?
Su Aimin suddenly realized.
Now wasn't the time to think about how to sell the items, but how to successfully bring them back. Su Qingyun looked at the small radio in the bag and said, Dad, this radio is small. We can hide it in our clothes and put it at the bottom of the pocket. It should be fine. This tiny radio was only palm-sized, lightweight, and easy to carry, which is why they dared to buy all of them. The train station's inspections now were not strict, and there were no electronic security checks. They mostly just looked briefly. Besides, most people at the station carried large bags, so carrying these items wouldn't attract much attention. That works, Su Aimin agreed. The hardest part was getting the items. Once they managed that, even if the radio was checked, they had the introduction letter from the agriculture department, so there wouldn't be any problem. Su Qingyun stayed at the agriculture department for 2 more days before finally finishing her work. On the last day, Fang Ruoxing insisted on seeing her off. A group of people went to the state-run restaurant and ordered many large dishes. Come on, everyone, enjoy the meal. Qingyun, you must come often in the future. Don't forget us when you go back, Fang Ruoxing joked, clinking glasses with her. Of course not, Su Qingyun smiled and took a sip of water. Director Wang said, Qingyun, the reward we applied for from the department has also been approved. Besides a bonus, you'll also be publicly praised in the provincial newspaper. You should take a good look when it comes out. The provincial newspaper? Su Qingyun was a bit surprised. Is this too grand? This is what you deserve, Director Wang said, noticing her surprise. Being publicly honored in the provincial newspaper is not just because of what she has done, but also because she represents the young generation of Huagua. 4 talented young people like her. It's important to promote and praise them to inspire more young people to learn and create. Su Qingyun guessed this was part of the reason. The next day, the father and daughter bought train tickets for the afternoon because, as planned, they still had to visit the Qi family at noon. Su Aimin listened to his daughter and bought a good bottle of wine and some candies at the department store, then took them to the Qi family. Come in. Why bring so many things? That's a bit too much, Chi-Chu said with a frown, quickly inviting them inside. Uncle Chi, this is just a small gift from us. Please accept it, Su Qingyun said with a gentle smile. All right, I'll accept it this time, but not next time, he replied.
Su Qingyun blinked.
Next time we'll talk about it then. You little girl. So clever. Chi-Chu chuckled happily. His wife, Ningyan, came out of the kitchen, smiling brightly. This must be Qingyun and brother Su, right? Sister-in-law? Su Aimin said. Su Qingyun also politely greeted her. Hello, auntie. Come, sit quickly. Old Qi, really, why are you making guests stand? Sit down and have some fruit, she said, bringing out a plate of sliced fruit. Qingyun, have some to fill your stomach. The dishes will be ready soon. Thank you, auntie. Su Aimin looked around the house. Where's Qi Heng? Oh, him? He was called away by a classmate, his good friend Yan Jun. He's working at the research institute now, and asked him for help. He should be back soon, she explained. The research institute can ask him for help? What are you saying? Do you look down on your own son that much? Ningyan glared at him and went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Su Aimin and Chi-Chu chatted casually. Su Qingyun casually glanced around the Qi house, her eyes stopping at the 2 large bookshelves. How about it? Qingyun, do you want to look at some books? Chi-Chu noticed her gaze. Yesterday, I went to the bookstore to buy books. I just can't sit still, Su Aimin said proudly. Chi-Chu said, Qingyun, feel free to look. Thank you, Uncle Chi. Su Qingyun truly felt eager to learn and walked to the bookshelf. Her eyes scanned the titles, and suddenly they brightened. The Chi family had so many academic books. Su Qingyun felt like she had found a treasure. She pulled out one of the books, a mathematics journal published just last month. Are you interested in math, Qingyun? Chi-Chu noticed the book she was holding and looked a bit surprised. Such a high-level journal isn't something a high school student can understand. I just want to look around, Su Qingyun smiled. She started university at 15, completed her bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees in 8 years, graduating 2 years early. She also earned dual degrees in applied mathematics and materials science. Although she eventually worked at a materials research institute, math always held a special place in her heart. Not long after, Ning Yan's dish hadn't arrived yet, and Chi-Hung came back holding a notebook, smiling as he greeted, "Qingyun, Uncle Su, sorry for coming back so late." "It's okay. You came just in time," Su I-Min said with a smile. Chi-Chu looked at what he was holding. "What do you have there? You mean this?" Chi-Hung curled his lips. "It's just that Yan-Jun and the others are working on a research project that needs some data analysis, so they asked me for help." He looked a bit troubled. "The data is so complicated, I don't even know how to handle it. They keep giving me work to do." "Isn't that because they see you study math?" Chi-Chu encouraged him. "The capable do more work." Su Qingyun's eyes widened slightly. Chi-Hung studied math. University students in this era are very valuable. No wonder he could work at the agriculture department at only 20. "All right," Chi-Hung sighed. Then he saw the book in Su Qingyun's hand and raised an eyebrow. "Qingyun, can you understand this book?" Su Qingyun paused, then nodded slightly. "I can roughly understand it." "That's amazing!" Chi-Hung exclaimed. From what he'd seen these days, he knew Su Qingyun wasn't someone who spoke big. If she said she could understand, she really could. "Brother Chi-Hung, may I ask where you buy these journals?" "I didn't see any at the bookstore yesterday," Su Qingyun asked. "These, of course, can't be bought at regular bookstores. You have to subscribe directly from the publisher," Chi-Hung explained.
"I see," Su Ingun smiled.
As long as she could find a way to buy them, that was enough. "If you like it, you can take it home to read," Chi-Hung said generously. Their bookshelf is well organized, with sections for agriculture, mathematics, and literature and history that his mother likes. Su Qingyun smiled and said, "No need. I can subscribe to my own." Chi-Hung nodded. "That's fine too." Before they started eating, he sat in his chair, holding a notebook, thinking about how to quickly categorize and summarize the data using math methods. Su Qingyun glanced over casually. Realizing it might not be appropriate, she quickly looked away, but Chi-Hung caught her. "Do you want to see? How can I look at that?" "It's okay. It's not a secret project," Chi-Hung said casually, handing her the notebook. Su Qingyun took it and quickly scanned through. Just as Chi-Hung was about to say something, she heard Ning Yan calling him to bring the dishes. He stood up and went to the kitchen. Su Qingyun was so absorbed that she unconsciously picked up a pencil and wrote some notes on the blank space of the notebook. "Dinner is ready," Ning Yan called out. Su Qingyun snapped back to her senses, looked at what she had written, and frowned with a headache. Why did she keep doing this? Whenever she calmed down to think, she couldn't help but pick up the pen and jot down her ideas. She looked around but couldn't find an eraser, so she apologized to Chi-Hung. "Brother Chi-Hung, sorry, I just drew a few lines in the notebook." "It's okay. I can erase it later," Chi-Hung said casually. Chi-Chu called out, "All right, everyone put down your things. It's time to eat." They enjoyed a happy meal together. Chi-Chu and Su I-Min agreed that he would personally go to Luo Shui village. After eating, Su I-Min and his daughter went back to the guest house to pick up some things and then headed to the train station. After seeing off the guests, Chi-Hung finally had some free time for himself. He was holding an eraser, about to erase what Su Qingyun had written in the notebook, when suddenly, his hand froze midair. "What is written on this?" Chi-Hung opened his mouth, eyes nearly popping out. "Is this Su Qingyun's writing?" She actually wrote out the analysis methods for these data clearly and straightforwardly, easy to understand. He immediately input the data to calculate. After 10 minutes, He trembled as he wiped his face. Yes, it's correct. The methods Qingyun wrote are right. He recalled that from the moment Su Qingyun handed him the notebook to the moment he started writing, only a few minutes had passed, yet he managed to produce such a clear and complete analysis method. Qi-hung took a deep breath. This was an incredible mathematical talent. What's wrong? Chi-Chu came out of the room and saw his son standing there with his mouth open, not moving. Dad, look at this. Qi-hung swallowed hard and handed the notebook to his father. What is this? Chi-Chu hesitated and took the notebook. Isn't this the data you brought back? What's wrong?
This.
Chi-Chu's voice faded the moment he saw the contents of the notebook. Usually calm and steady, he was momentarily flustered. He pushed up his glasses, trying to see more clearly. Did Qingyun write all this? Chi-Chu asked after a long pause, sounding somewhat disbelief. Yes, Qi-hung also found it hard to believe. The father and son exchanged a surprised look, both seeing amazement in each other's eyes. Qi-hung thought for a moment, then stood up. I need to go to the research institute quickly and show this to Yenjun. All right, go ahead. Qi-hung hurried to the research institute and found Yenjun, who was conducting an experiment, was pulled out. He looked puzzled. What's wrong? Why so urgent? Take a look. Qi-hung handed over the notebook. The data analysis is done. Already so fast? Yenjun was stunned. Are you joking? I gave you this in the morning, and you finished it in just a few hours? I tell you, Qi-hung, this can't be sloppy.
Just look at it first.
Yenjun pursed his lips, opened the notebook, and gradually his casual expression turned serious. His brows furrowed tighter, but the light in his eyes grew brighter. Finally, he smiled in amazement. Wow, Qi-hung, you actually finished it in such a short time? Looks like I underestimated you. You didn't underestimate me. Qi-hung looked up at the sky, his tone calm. Can't you tell this isn't my handwriting? You mean? Yes, I didn't do this analysis, Qi-hung said seriously, though he didn't want to admit he was not as good as a high school second-year student. He wouldn't take credit for someone else's work. Then who did it? Yenjun was stunned. Honestly, you might not believe it, and I don't really believe it myself. Qi-hung looked at him seriously. This analysis was done by a 16-year-old high school second-year student. And she only took about 10 minutes, Qi-hung added. Yenjun paused for a moment, then reached out to touch his forehead and muttered, no fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Who said I was talking nonsense? Qi-hung shot him a sharp look. If you don't believe it, just forget it. Are you serious? Yenjun realized Qi-hung wasn't joking, and his face changed. Of course I am. Do you think I have so much free time? Qi-hung rolled his eyes. Where is she now? Where did she go? Yenjun reacted quickly and asked eagerly. Such a talented person must be at their research institute.
Stop thinking about it. She's gone.
She should be on the train now. Qi-hung saw through his thoughts. The girl is still in high school. Why are you so anxious? Girl? Yenjun was surprised again.
What?
Looking down on girls? Qi-hung squinted at him. Of course not. You said she took the train? Isn't she from around here?
Yenjun asked.
No, she's a little expert we invited from the agriculture department. Qi-hung explained the situation carefully. Yenjun's eyes brightened more and more as he listened. He thought for a moment and said, in that case, give me her address. I want to write her a letter. Writing letters after getting to know someone makes it easier to talk. Why do you need her address? Don't go bothering her, Qi-hung warned. What do you mean bothering? I just want to have a friendly exchange, Yenjun said, refusing to back down. Give it to me now, or I'll go to your agriculture department myself. All right, I've had enough of you. Just remember to be polite and not scare her. Qi-hung finally gave in and provided the address of Luoshui village. I understand, Yenjun promised, patting his chest. Meanwhile, the main characters, Su Qingyun and her father, were still waiting at the train station. She looked at the newspaper stand nearby and thought. It seemed that the newspaper report praising her, mentioned by Director Wang last time, was today. Hello, I'd like a copy of today's provincial newspaper, Su Qingyun said. Sure. The shop owner handed her a newspaper. Su Aimin looked at his daughter with a puzzled expression. Why are you buying a newspaper? He asked. I didn't say anything.
Su Ingyun blinked.
Su Qingyun explained, last time, Director Wang from the Agriculture Department said they would publish an article in the provincial newspaper praising my invention of the harvesting machine. I forgot to tell you. My goodness, you can forget that? Su Aimin was very surprised and quickly grabbed the newspaper from her hand. You girl, you can remember every number on a small note, but you forget such an important thing? Although Su Aimin sounded a little scolding, he was already smiling happily. His eyes scanned the newspaper, looking for Su Qingyun's name. Here. It's here. Su Aimin excitedly pointed at a spot on the paper. Su Qingyun leaned in to look. The provincial newspaper publishes many things daily, and the space for awards is small, about the size of a tofu block. But Su Aimin was still so excited he couldn't hold back. He carefully read each word aloud. Recognition for Su Qingyun from Luoshui Village, Luoshui County, in our province. Su Qingyun, 16 years old, from Luoshui Village, Luoshui County. Currently a second-year student at the town middle school. She invented a farming harvesting machine during the autumn harvest, greatly improving farmers' efficiency. This is a formal recognition in the newspaper, Su Qingyun. He didn't say much, but he read slowly, afraid of missing a word. After finishing, his eyes shone brightly. He carefully folded the newspaper and put it into his bag. Thinking for a moment, he stood up again. No, I need to buy a few more copies. One copy isn't enough. There are so many people in the village. Everyone should see this properly. Su Qingyun couldn't stop her father and could only watch helplessly as he went to buy a large stack of newspapers again. Su Qingyun thought, is this a bit too much? She moved her lips, but decided not to mention the bonus. It was better not to upset her father now. Soon, it was time for the train to depart. Father and daughter boarded the train smoothly. They bought sleeper tickets from the agriculture department. This time, there were fewer people on the train, and no one shared their compartment. The train sped toward their hometown. On the way back, nothing special happened. At Luoshui Village, Wu Guixiang once again stood at the village entrance, looking out. She still didn't see Su Aimin and his daughter. She looked disappointed and muttered in confusion. Didn't they say they would only be gone for 2 or 3 days? Why haven't they come back yet? Qining stood nearby, looking a bit disappointed. Yunyun was so grown up, and this was the first time she had been away from home for so long. She wondered if she was used to life outside. Mom, I think you're just bored. You come to see us 800 times a day, and you still don't get tired. When will Uncle and the others come back? Su Kongwu sat on the side, chewing on a blade of grass. I think you're the one who's bored. Wu Guixiang shot him a glare. How are your plans to go to the city, to find a job coming along? Your older brothers and second brother are already settled, and your sister was even invited to the province. I tell you, if you don't find a good job soon, you'll be ashamed. Mom, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Su Kongwu said casually. All right, let's go home. Looks like Uncle and the others won't make it today. Qining nodded, let's go. On the way back, they met some villagers. The villagers smiled and asked Wu Guixiang, Auntie, Yunyun and her father haven't come back yet? Recently, Wu Guixiang had told everyone in the village about Yunyun being invited to the province. The villagers were proud and curious about their progress. Not yet. Wu Guixiang quickly changed to a proud look, wiping away her earlier disappointment. That must mean the province values Yunyun a lot. They probably want to keep her a few more days. That's wonderful. A villager agreed. Your children are so talented. He went to the county to work, became a public servant, joined the army, and now he's under the government's care. And Yunyun, she's really promising. Her gaze shifted to Su Kongwu behind Wu Guixiang. She paused, then continued. Even Kongwu, look at him, such a lively young man.
Su Kongwu looked uncomfortable.
Was this praise for him, or was he out of words? After more praise, the three of them returned home. Zhang Xinlan and Li Xiulian were busy in the kitchen. Zhang Xinlan rubbed her hands and said, Why haven't third sister and Yunyun come back yet? It wasn't just Wu Guixiang and Qining who were waiting. Every day they kept looking out, not because they missed them. Well, maybe a little, but mainly because they believed the province wouldn't be stingy. They wanted to bring back some good things. She had been dreaming about those nice things lately and almost woke up laughing. Zhang Xinlan put down the dough and rubbed her sore arms. Without Yun at home, our meals aren't as good as before. If Su Qingyun were at home, her mother-in-law would definitely mix some white flour into the dough, making it smoother and chewier. Li Xiulian glanced at her, smiled without saying anything, clearly seeing through Zhang Xinlan's little thoughts. Her younger sister-in-law is really naive. She was invited to such a big event in the province, but all she cares about is that little thing. She's truly hopeless. While the Su family was talking, Su Qingyun and her father just got off the train. Seeing her father looking around, Su Qingyun asked, "What's wrong, Dad?" Looking for Uncle Nan, Su Aimin replied. Before going to the provincial city, he told Yuan Nan roughly when they would return, asking him to check the train station from time to time. "We definitely can't take these things back," Su Aimin said, patting his bulging bag. "Let Uncle Nan take them, and we'll plan later." He had already thought this through before leaving. Yuan Nan lives alone, and leaving the items with him is the safest option.
Suing-yun nodded.
These things really shouldn't be taken back. Oh, there he is. Su Aimin's sharp eyes quickly spotted Yuan Nan standing by the roadside, doing nothing. The two hurried over, and Su Aimin slapped him on the back.
"Hey,
brother Aimin, you're finally back." Yuan Nan turned around happily. He had been waiting here anxiously every day these past few days. He looked eagerly at Su Aimin's bag. "Brother Aimin, what good things did you bring back?" Su Aimin looked around and tilted his head. "Come on, let's find a quieter place to talk." The three of them moved to a quiet alley. Su Aimin said to Su Qingyun, "Yun, open your bag. Let's take a few things back." "Okay." Su Qingyun carried a small dark green bag and unzipped it. Su Aimin took out the items he had planned to bring back earlier, placing them into her bag. Then he handed his own bag to Yuan Nan. "Take a look yourself." Yuan Nan eagerly took it, looked inside, and froze in surprise. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother Aimin, how can there be so much?" Yuan Nan lowered his voice to silence himself. Nervously, he covered his bag and quickly looked around to see if anyone was passing by. "Otherwise, how could I call it a treasure?" Su Aimin said proudly. "All right, I brought this back from far away. You better take good care of it. Don't worry. If I get into trouble, these things won't be affected." Yuan Nan almost swore by heaven and earth to guarantee it. Brother Aimin entrusted him with these items. He trusted him so much that if anything happened, he wouldn't forgive himself. Having worked with Su Aimin for a long time, he knew these things were almost all their family's savings. "Yes, we're leaving now. I'll come back to the county tomorrow," Su Aimin said. By the way, Su Aimin remembered something before leaving. He took out a newspaper and handed it to Yuan Nan. "Take a good look at this provincial newspaper." Yuan Nan was confused. Why did Brother Aimin bring back a newspaper? The father and daughter took a bus from the county back home. They just caught the last bus of the day. When they walked from the town to the village, it was already 9 at night. At this time, most villagers had gone to bed. The whole village was dark. Su Aimin told his daughter to watch her step as they carefully walked back to the Su house. He pushed open the yard gate with a creak. Wu Guixiang was startled and pushed aside Su Daling, who was already asleep. "Did you hear that sound?"
"Huh." Su Daling mumbled sleepily.
"No. It must be third brother and Yun coming back." Wu Guixiang got off the bed, slipped on her shoes, and lit the kerosene lamp. The warm yellow light filled the room. She stepped out of the room and just happened to meet Su Aimin and his daughter entering. "Mom, why aren't you asleep yet?" Su Aimin asked curiously. But her mother wasn't paying attention to him at all. "Oh, my dear, you're finally back." Wu Guixiang immediately went to hug Su Qingyun, calling out happily, "I missed you so much." "Grandma, I missed you too." Su Qingyun snuggled into her warm embrace. "This little face has lost some weight." Poor thing, I knew your dad didn't take good care of you, Wu Guixiang said, touching her face with a caring look. Su Qingyun affectionately rubbed her hand with her face. Su Aimin thought to himself, his mother was talking nonsense. Yun Yun had gained some weight. Her face was fuller now. Qining, who hadn't slept either, came out when she heard the noise. She was surprised to see Su Aimin. Su Aimin was touched. His wife was thinking of him. But Qining only called out Yun Yun and then, ignoring him, said to Su Qingyun, Yun Yun, let's see your mom. Your daughter also misses you. Qining gently patted her head. Su Aimin's heart was tired.
That's enough, Mom. It's so late now.
Go to bed quickly. We need to rest too. After sitting in the car for so long and traveling so far, he was exhausted in both body and mind. Wu Guixiang hurriedly said, Baby, are you tired? Come sit for a bit. Grandma will make you some hot water.
Thank you, Grandma.
The father and daughter quickly washed up and went to their rooms to rest. They were probably too tired, as they fell asleep very quickly. The next morning, Zhang Xinlan got up early to cook. She saw Su Aimin come out of the inner room and was startled. She asked in surprise, Third brother, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell us? Last night, when we returned, you were all already asleep, Su Aimin said as he washed his face and fully woke up. How was the city? Was it fun? Zhang Xinlan looked around, feeling curious. She wondered why they didn't bring anything back. It's okay. Just more people, bigger places, more tall buildings, wider roads, and more new things. Nothing special, Su Aimin replied casually. Hearing this, Zhang Xinlan looked eager. Was that all? Just as she was about to say more, Wu Guixiang also came out. Looking at Su Aimin, she finally asked the question she had been holding in all night. How is Yun Yun in the city? Did the agriculture department say anything? She's doing well. The people over there treat Yun Yun very well. They arranged food and accommodation, and there's transportation. Everything is good, Su Aimin said briefly. I brought some things for everyone. Wait a moment, I'll go get them. Zhang Xinlan's eyes lit up instantly.
She wanted to go see what was brought back.
Li Xiulian came in from outside after feeding the chickens. Zhang Xinlan hurriedly asked sister-in-law, Do you know if third brother and Yun Yun came back last night? Yes, I know, Li Xiulian replied calmly. She had a light sleep and heard the noise when they returned, but it was too late, so she didn't come out. Third brother said, He brought good things for us. Sister-in-law, what do you think it is? Zhang Xinlan looked hopeful. Li Xiulian rolled her eyes at her mother-in-law's expression toward her second sister-in-law and couldn't help but smile. Hurry up and start cooking. At the Su family breakfast table, Su Aimin distributed the items. As the weather got colder, he brought back warm, sturdy clothes for everyone, carefully selected from their stock. Each person got one, and everyone had something. Seeing so many good clothes, the family members' eyes widened with amazement. Old third, did you go to the provincial city and get rich? Zhang Xinlan eagerly touched the soft fabric of the clothes, unable to believe how much money they must have spent. Get rich? These are factory rejects from the agricultural department, bought at a low price, Su Aimin said calmly, using the department's name to cover the origin. Since no one could verify, they just let him talk. These are defective products? Li Xiulian looked at the small ink spots on the clothes with confusion. People from the provincial city have higher standards for clothes, so they must be different from ours, thought Zhang Xinlan confidently. She didn't care how they got the clothes, as long as she could get a bargain. Wu Guixiang looked at Su Aimin but said nothing. He was just fooling around again. I also brought some good stuff, Su Aimin said mysteriously. More? Zhang Xinlan's spirit lifted, and she looked at him expectantly. Su Qingyun covered her face, knowing her father wasn't finished yet. Sure enough, Su Aimin slapped a stack of newspapers on the table. Everyone take a look. The family looked at each other. Why did the third brother bring so many newspapers? The family members, except for Su Aimin, his wife, and Su Kongwu, could only read a little, just slightly better than illiterate. Not only the Su family but almost everyone in Luoshui village, except for the team leader Qin Youfu and a few officials, didn't read newspapers. Su Kongwu suddenly had an idea. He reached out and took a newspaper, searching for something quickly. Soon, he found what he was looking for. He shouted, "Yun, there's a report." Everyone look.
What?
Wu Guixiang was startled. She moved faster than anyone at the table. "Let me see. Where is it?" "Here." Su Kongwu pointed to the spot. The words on the newspaper were small. Wu Guixiang squinted into the sunlight outside, trying to read. She recognized the name Chun Wu, but the rest was difficult. She stammered 2 words, then couldn't wait any longer. Kongwu read it out loud for everyone. Su Kongwu cleared his throat and read clearly. "The following is a commendation for student Su Qingyun from Luoshui Village, Luoshui County, our province. Su Qingyun, 16 years old." Although some words were unclear, everyone listened carefully. Their eyes shone with excitement, and they focused intently. Su Qingyun smiled, but she felt strangely embarrassed. Until Su Kongwu finished reading the entire commendation, everyone was still in shock. Su Dalin had already forgotten about the dry tobacco pipe he was holding. "Girl, you're so amazing. You're really a pride for our family," Qining said excitedly, unable to hide her happiness even though she had already told Su Aimin last night. Su Qingyun showed a shy smile. "Does this newspaper mean everyone in the province can see it?" Wu Guixiang suddenly asked. "Of course. This is a public recognition across the whole province," Su Kongwu nodded confidently. He then gave Su Qingyun a big thumbs up. "Yun, you're awesome." His sister had already been recognized by the provincial newspaper. As her brother, he couldn't afford to lose face. Thinking about the upcoming job recruitment exam, Su Kongwu felt motivated to work hard. How many people are there in the whole province? Wu Guixiang was lost in thought. She turned to look at Su Aimin. "You only brought back this much? There are so many people in the village. Is this enough to share?" "Mom, this is already quite a lot," Su Qingyun said quietly. Her father had already bought all the newspapers he could find at the train station. After dinner, the Su family all went out. Even Su Dalin, who usually didn't like to go out, took a newspaper and wandered around casually. Su Qingyun sighed, knowing that her family was just showing off. Soon, everyone in Luoshui village knew that Su Qingyun's story was published in the newspaper and praised across the province. Especially Wu Guixiang, who even went to Wang Dahong's house. She stood at the door, asking Su Kongwu to read the newspaper aloud again. Inside Wang Dahong's house, she listened to Wu Guixiang's proud voice and was so angry she clenched her teeth, but couldn't do anything. If people didn't understand before that Su Qingyun was a hard worker, now they truly saw it. Her name was in the provincial newspaper, and her village's name was also mentioned. Rounded up, that was a great honor for the whole village. Naturally, no one wanted to hear anyone speak ill of the Su family, especially the young people from Luoshui village who participated in the event. Their names were also mentioned in the newspaper. Song Yan and others were so excited, and they felt deeply grateful to Su Qingyun. They understood that if she hadn't brought it up herself, they wouldn't have been able to get into the provincial newspaper at all. This story has spread beyond Luo Water Village, and is starting to reach nearby villages. Villagers from Luo Water Village often chat when they take the bus to the county for shopping and meet people from neighboring villages. "Our girl from our village is beautiful and smart." Recently, she was invited by a big official from the province and even received praise from the whole province. A Luo Water villager proudly said. "You're bragging." Someone from the next village teased. "Do you even know where the provincial capital is? And you say she was praised by the whole province? That's impossible." "Hey, don't believe me yet. Wait a moment." The Luo Water villager got nervous and took out a newspaper to show him. "Look at this part, it talks about our Luo Water village." He carried the paper with him on purpose, afraid others wouldn't believe. Actually, he couldn't read, but he remembered where the article was on the page. "Oh, really?" The neighbor recognized a few words and saw the name Luo Water Village, surprised. "Of course it's true. This is a newspaper from the provincial capital. How could it be fake?" Others nearby also heard their conversation and gathered around to look. Everyone was amazed and marveled at the newspaper. Let me see, Luo Water Village in Luo Water County. Really? That's such a great honor. Whose girl is she in your village? So impressive. Is she engaged yet? A series of questions burst out. The Luo Water villager proudly raised his eyebrows. She's from the Su family in our village. Don't get your hopes up. She's still in school. Such a girl. How could she stay in a small place like ours in the future? That makes sense. The girl would probably marry someone from the city anyway. Finally, a middle-aged woman with a pale face frowned. She was from the Su family in Luo Water Village. Before everyone could feel disappointed, he continued, but this girl has 3 brothers, and none of them are married yet. They're all promising. Tell us more. Everyone became interested. Her eldest brother is working in the city as a laborer, the second brother has joined the army, and the third is still a high school graduate. Tell me, which of these 4 children isn't talented? Oh my goodness. How can all the children in that family be so capable? If any girl marries into the Su family, she'll be very lucky. Of course. Brother, I have a distant niece who is beautiful and capable. She is from Xiaoyuan village over there. Do you think you could introduce her? Any of the 3 brothers from the Su family would be fine.
You're quite the schemer, someone said.
I also have a sister who is good at managing things. Everyone in Baiyun village praises her. About the Su family's eldest brother. Could you help connect us? Wow, the eldest is a worker in the city. If her sister could marry him, she could also become a city person. That would make her the sister of someone from the city. Everyone started talking excitedly. The women in the back listened more and more suspicious. Su family from Luoshui village? 3 brothers? No, that can't be. Suddenly, she stood up quickly, pushed through the crowd, and squeezed in. Hey, don't you know about first come, first served? Someone complained. The woman ignored them and stared at the villager from Luoshui village. She asked, how many Su families are there in your Luoshui village? The villager was startled. Just 1. The woman's body trembled, but she still asked eagerly, is the eldest brother of that Su family girl named Su Tsongjun? Yes, do you know him? The villager looked confused. Not just knowing him, she almost collapsed to the ground. Her face was blank, and she looked regretful. She almost married into the Su family. The Su family members she was talking about could have become her relatives. The middle-aged woman was he from Changxiu village. She was planning to buy wedding supplies for her daughter, He Qin in the county. Now, thinking she had refused such a good marriage with the Su family, she felt so regretful her intestines seemed to turn green. Why did the Su family's Su Tsongjun suddenly become a city worker? No wonder. No wonder Zhang Po's expression was so strange that day, and she told her not to regret. Turns out she knew all along. She hadn't told the He family about such an important matter. What was she thinking? He was angry and regretful, clutching her chest and gasping. Everyone was startled by her, and quickly moved away. Suddenly, he remembered something. She asked the villager from Luoshui village, do you know which factory Su Tsongjun works at? Maybe. At the steel factory? The villager scratched his head, uncertain. Why do you ask? The car arrived in the county. He sure thought for a moment, asked around, and then headed straight toward the steel factory. Seeing the large factory area, she widened her eyes in surprise. At the factory gate, he sure approached and looked inside. The security guard frowned and asked cautiously, who are you looking for? Hello, big brother. I want to find Su Tsongjun from your factory, he sure said with a shy smile. She needed to confirm whether this was true or not.
Su Gonghun?
The guard looked at her suspiciously.
Who are you to him?
He knew Su Aimin and, naturally, knew that Su Tsongjun was Aimin's nephew, so he recognized him. I'm his aunt, he sure said, blinking her eyes. Aunt? The guard looked at her, but didn't ask more. It's work hours now, and workers aren't allowed to leave the factory area. You should go. Okay. I'll come back another time. He sure quickly nodded and turned to leave. Her heart was in turmoil. This person recognized Su Tsongjun, so he really worked at the steel factory. He sure's mind was a mess. She didn't even buy anything and returned home feeling lost. When she reached the door, she was still dazed. Why are you back empty-handed? Where's the stuff? His father's voice came from the doorway. Seeing her empty hands, he looked puzzled. I didn't buy anything, he sure said, still looking dazed. What did you go to the county for? I went to the steel factory. He sure wiped her face. His father's confusion deepened. Why did you go to the steel factory?
Why?
He sure forced a bitter smile. Do you know what I heard on the way to the county today?
What?
He sure took a deep breath. Soo Seongjun from the Soo family in Luoshui village is now working as a worker at the county's steel factory.
What?
No way. His father's face showed shock. I also think it's impossible, so I went to ask at the steel factory. It's true, Soo Seongjun really works there. That's. His father's words failed him. He looked at his mother's regretful face, unsure of what to say. Her father, do you think we made a mistake? We shouldn't have refused Soo family's marriage. Chin liked Soo Seongjun too, he sure said, unable to hide her regret. Not only Soo Seongjun, but also his younger brother and sister. His brother is in the army, and his sister just finished high school. Maybe she can get into a factory job in the future. The most important thing is his sister, who actually appeared in the provincial newspaper and was praised across the whole province. She repeated the person's words. Compared to the Soo family now, the Zhang family is nothing. They only have 88 yuan in bride price. I heard that city workers earn about 20 or 30 yuan a month. 88 yuan is just what Soo Seongjun earned in a few months. Besides, that Zhang family boy is half paralyzed. Don't think about it anymore. Father, he sighed when he saw her deep in thought. The wedding date is set. Chin and that Zhang family boy will get married soon. If we back out now, how can the Zhang family agree? We already offended the Soo family last time. How could they still want to marry into our family? Just forget about Chin having this luck. Why not? At worst, we can return the bride price and cancel the wedding, Mrs. He said, more and more excited. Besides, Chin likes Soo Seongjun. If she goes, for their happiness, maybe the Soo family will agree.
Don't even think about it.
I absolutely won't go. Chin suddenly appeared from nearby, looking firm. I will never go to the Soo family to see brother Seongjun. Hey, you child, Mrs. He got anxious. You like him, right? Now you refuse to marry him? I won't go. Chin gritted her teeth. Even if I liked brother Seongjun, that was in the past. Mother, you liked the bride price from the Zhang family before, and wanted me to marry into their family. Now you like brother Seongjun's worker status, and want me to marry into the Soo family. Have you ever thought about how others see us, how they see our He family?
How they see me?
I'm a person, not something you can use for trade. If you break the promise again, how can I face others? Chin looked pained, crying out, no matter how much you pressure me, I will not go to the Soo family this time. After speaking, she threw down the firewood and ran into her room, slamming the door behind her, leaving her shocked father and mother. Forget it. Don't think about it. Father, he patted Mrs. He's shoulder and sighed. Why should we forget? At night, Mrs. He lay on her bed, tossing and turning, but unable to sleep. Whenever she thought about the benefits of becoming a mother-in-law to a worker, her heart felt warm with hope but also full of regret. No, she wouldn't give up. She didn't believe that Soo Seongjun no longer had feelings for their daughter Chin. She had to try again. Mrs. He made up her mind. You're back? How was it in the provincial city? Teacher Chin returned to school after taking leave. Her face was kind and friendly, a big change from before.
It was.
Pretty good, Soo Ching-in replied, feeling a little surprised by the warm attitude. That's good. Teacher Chin nodded kindly. I saw the newspaper. It was very well done. Keep working hard and try to achieve more. After the town middle school received praise from the provincial authorities, the principal hurriedly bought copies of the newspaper. He read it himself and even cut out the article to put on the school notice board. Their school's name was now in the newspaper. Thank you, teacher. I will work hard, Soo Ching-yun answered politely. Teacher Chin nodded with satisfaction. Go back to your classroom. Watching the girl walk away, Teacher Chin sighed to herself. She realized that once she let go of her prejudices, she saw that Soo Ching-yun was actually quite good. She was obedient, smart, and had a nice personality. As for the past, everyone has a rebellious phase when they are young. It's understandable. Teacher Qin naturally found reasons to forgive her. When Su Qingyun entered the classroom, there was a moment of silence, then everyone burst into chatter. Su Qingyun, did you really appear in the provincial newspaper? How were you when you invented that harvester? How is the provincial city? Was it fun? Do people there dress really nicely? Su Qingyun covered her ears, overwhelmed by the noise. She quickly returned to her seat. Luckily, Teacher Qin came into the classroom just in time to stop the commotion. Ji Yu, dressed in a white shirt, glanced at her and lazily flipped a page of his book with long fingers. But his thoughts weren't on the book. He was a little distracted. He had doubted whether Su Qingyun could understand the book Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy. Turns out he underestimated her. Thinking about how Su Qingyun used to cling to him so desperately, Ji Yu shivered strangely. He really finds it hard to connect the old Su Qingyun with the current one. They haven't seen each other in a few months. Can people really change that much? Or was she just pretending before? I finished the book. Here you go. Ji Yu was just thinking when a book appeared in front of him. Thanks. He paused for a moment, then replied softly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Su Qingyun take out another book. He silently glanced at it, learning from the advanced to achieve new agricultural success. She really is determined to keep developing in agriculture. Suddenly, he remembered something. Uncle Wang asked me to tell you if you don't go soon, he won't hold your things anymore. Su Qingyun quickly looked up. How could she forget about this? Her bicycle can't fly away. She was very grateful. Thanks for passing the message. No need, Ji Yu replied coldly. After school, Su Qingyun asked Xiao, I need to go to the recycling station now. Do you want to come with me? I won't go, Xiao said with a shy smile. I need to get home early today. All right then, Su Qingyun nodded. Just as Ji Yu passed by, she casually asked, Ji classmate, do you want to go to the recycling station with us? No. Ji Yu swung his bag over his shoulder and left the classroom.
Swing yung poteth.
If he didn't want to go, then fine. Why pretend to be cool? She quickly arrived at the front gate's recycling station. As soon as Wang Jihua saw her, he smiled. Finally back? I thought you didn't want your stuff anymore. How could that be? These are all my treasures, Su Qingyun said happily. Seeing her things neatly piled in the corner, she felt even more grateful to Wang Jihua. Wang Jihua saw her pick up some parts and thought for a moment. He went to get her a set of tools. Here, these tools are for you.
Just tinker with them.
He was genuinely curious whether this girl could actually fix a bicycle. Thanks, Uncle Wang. Su Qingyun's eyes lit up and she smiled sweetly. Wang Jihua leaned against the doorframe, casually watching her work. He observed for a while and saw that Su Qingyun used each tool skillfully and comfortably. He raised an eyebrow. This girl really has some skills. Uncle Wang, a clear male voice called. Wang Jihua turned around. You is here? Su Qingyun paused with her tools in hand. Ji Yue? Didn't he say he wouldn't come? Ji Yue looked at the girl sitting casually on the ground. Her face was already covered in dust, and her hands were dirty with oil and grease. Thinking of the time when Su Qingyun used to panic at the slightest dirt, he smiled. I forgot to bring something last time, he said, seeming to notice Su Qingyun's confusion. Wang Jihua looked puzzled. What was it? He didn't know. Su Qingyun didn't speak. Ji Yue didn't say anything more. He was almost home when suddenly he changed direction. Su Qingyun wondered what he could be making and decided to come see. He and Wang Jihua watched closely as Su Qingyun worked with her hands. Step by step, a bicycle shape began to form in her hands. Wang Jihua's eyes widened. Maybe she really could do it? At this moment, Su Qingyun's hand stopped. She held apart, looking a bit unsure. The bicycle she was trying to build was different from modern bikes, and the parts weren't exactly the same. She had drawn a complete plan, but assembling it was still tricky. This part goes on the right bearing, Ji Yue suddenly said. Su Qingyun blinked, then realized. Oh, that's right. She attached the part, then turned to Ji Yue. How do you know? Do you also know about bicycles, Ji Tongxue? Not really, Ji Yue shrugged. I just remember the diagram you drew. Su Qingyun smiled. Your memory is pretty good, Ji Tongxue. She had drawn that diagram long ago, and Ji Yue still remembered it. Her memory wasn't much worse than hers. Of course, Ji Yue said confidently, full of youthful pride. Next, Su Qingyun worked more smoothly. One part after another was attached. After a while, she stopped. The basic structure of the bicycle was finished. Now she just needed to find some rare parts. But riding it was no problem now. She lifted the bike, turned the pedals, and the bearings spun smoothly. The chain moved. Ji Yue silently smiled. Not bad. Wang Jihue's eyes sparkled with excitement. His face showed he was thrilled. That's it, it's done. Not yet, Su Qingyun shook her head. The braking system still needs to be fixed. What do you mean? Wang Jihua looked confused. There's no brake pad. You can ride, but you can't stop the bike, Su Qingyun explained. That's easy. I'll fix it.
But
Wang Jihua agreed quickly, then paused and added, the promise you made earlier if you fix this bike. Don't worry, I keep my word. Su Qingyun lifted her chin. All right then. Wang Jihua smiled with narrowed eyes, but he was thinking carefully. He had collected many old, broken parts at his recycling station. If this girl really had the skill, and he could get a little out of it, and then have Su Qingyun work with him, wouldn't that be great? He stroked his chin, considering the risks. He needed to think carefully. Uncle Wang, I'll leave the bike here. If you find the brake pad, I'll come back to fix it, Su Qingyun said. Okay. Wang Zihua agreed happily. Thinking about the possibility of working together, he became even friendlier to Su Qingyun. Maybe she would be his partner in the future, so he had to be nice. Jiyu saw Wang Zihua lost in thought and understood what he was thinking, but he said nothing. When Su Qingyun reached her house, she heard her grandma shouting loudly. Get out of here. You think you're so clever, just say yes if you want and back out if you want. Who do you think you are? How dare you say such things? Coming here right after work, huh? You're so calculating. Why isn't your account in the village run by you? Su Qingyun was confused. Who made her grandma so angry? She quickly pushed open the door and saw her family sitting in the main room, all looking upset. A stranger woman was holding a bag of candy, smiling widely. Her grandma was breathing hard from anger. Su Qingyun went to her father and whispered, What's wrong? She signaled for him to ask the woman who she was. Su snorted. That's your older brother's unworthy mother-in-law. What? Su Qingyun's eyes widened. Was that the woman who was supposed to marry her older brother? Why was she here? Before she could ask more, he sure was already looking at her with shining eyes, almost smiling too much. Is this Yun? She's so cute and smart. She looks so lovely. Come, have some candy. She reached out to give her candy. Su Qingyun got goosebumps from her words. Did she have a reason to be so close? Wu Guixiang's face looked even worse. She told Su Qingyun, Baby, come here and sit with Grandma. Su Qingyun quietly walked over. He sure reached out her hand but got no response. Her smile froze for a moment. She thought to herself that this girl from the Su family was also rude and lacked manners. Today, she came to the Su house to try to fix the marriage. She lowered her pride and even spent $1 on a bag of candies. But she didn't expect the Su family to be so ungrateful. As soon as she explained her purpose, she was rudely scolded and pointed at. Wu Guixiang's face darkened. Her voice was sharp and harsh. Before, we asked someone to propose, but no one came. You refused and said Qin was already engaged. You even kicked us out. Now you know our family is working in the city, and you want to marry her? No way. She could guess that the He family heard about their situation and regretted it, so they came back again. Your He family is so shameless. How did you refuse the Zhang family this time? I really want to hear. He sure felt guilty for a moment. The Zhang family didn't even know about this. Her plan was to talk to the Zhang family first and then withdraw the proposal. If they didn't agree here, the Zhang family would also give up. That way, neither side would lose. She thought this but still smiled and explained, "Look, it's true we were wrong before, but Qin really likes June in the army." She cried and made a fuss at home, refusing to marry anyone else. We felt sorry for her, so we had to offend the Zhang family. Wu Guixiang was very sharp. Seeing her expression, she understood everything and got even angrier. "So, the Zhang family was stringing you along, and now you're coming to us? Are you trying to trick us into marriage? Are you serious? If you don't leave now, I'll call the police. Let's see how your He family behaves."
Stop.
"Let's talk calmly." He sure quickly panicked.
Mom,
"What are you doing here? Come back with me." Suddenly, He Qin, the main person involved, arrived, tears on her face. He Qin looked at He with pleading eyes. "Go back. Mother is just trying to help you find happiness." He scolded her, then changed to a smiling face. "Come here and talk nicely with your uncle and aunt. You said before you liked joining the army. Why can't you say that now?"
he pressed.
"Mother."
"Please stop."
He Qin was ashamed and angry. "No, we can't afford that. Our Su family can't afford to have a daughter-in-law from your family." Su Aigua and Li Xiulian looked upset. Hearing this, He Qin's eyes filled with tears again. Li Xiulian was just glad that He Qin was not at home, or she might have softened seeing her like that. People outside couldn't get in, so they stretched their necks through the gate to watch and started talking. "What's going on? Who was that girl who just went into the Su house? She looks so unfamiliar. She's not from our village, so of course, she looks strange. Do you know her? Of course. You forgot? Auntie Zhang is my great-aunt. I heard her say that girl is from the He family in Changxiu village." "He family girl? Oh, is she the one engaged to the Su family from the army?"
"Yes, that one."
"But their marriage plans fell through a long time ago."
"What?
"What happened? Why is the He family back at the door again?" "It's because his mother did something wrong. There's a young man in their village who is half paralyzed and wants to marry He Qin. They offered 88 silver dollars as bride price, but the He family is greedy for money and refused the Su family." "Are the He family crazy? The army guy works in the city now, and $88 is just a few months' wages."
"Exactly.
But his family didn't know that at first. Now they're back at the Su house. I think they found out about his city job and want to fix the marriage." "Oh my goodness. That's too shameless of the He family. Coming to the door again? If I were the Su family, I'd have chased them out with a broom. But just watch. Aunt Wu isn't someone easy to deal with. The He family is just trying to embarrass themselves by coming here." As they talked, they saw Wu Guixiang waving a broom vigorously, cursing loudly. "Get far away from my mother. From now on, dare not come to our Su family's door to see me, or I won't forgive you." He's been hit with the broom several times, looking very messy. She could only walk outside. Seeing so many people surrounding her, He Qin wished she could dig a hole and hide. She held her mother's hand and pulled her away. "Mom, let's go home. I'm doing this for your own good. It's all for you. Don't you understand my good intentions?" he said loudly. Hearing this, He Qin suddenly shook her hand off and looked at her mother with red eyes. "You're not doing this for me. You're only doing it for yourself. Hey, you ungrateful girl. Do you want me to be clear?" After feeling hopeless, He Qin became numb. She looked expressionless and said, "The Zhang family paid $88 for me to marry into their family. Zhang Geng is a worker from the city, so I married into the Su family. What if someone richer comes along later? Will you make me marry again? Do you think I am some treasure? Everyone wants to marry me." Her words revealed her mother's dark thoughts. He looked fierce, raised her hand, and was about to slap her. Seeing her about to hit, everyone disagreed. "Hey, why are you hitting people? This is our Luoshui village. What kind of authority do you think you have? Go back to Changxiu village. Hurry up or we'll call our team leader." He was annoyed and lowered her hand. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she didn't dare to be rude anymore. She could only sheepishly follow He Qin and leave. Many people spat at her back.
"Who is she?"
Wu Guixiang addressed everyone, Thanks, everyone. You can all go now, go. It's okay. Aunt Wu, if you need anything, just let us know. I don't think they dare to come again. Alright, thank you all. After the crowd dispersed, Su Qingyun leaned against the doorframe, looked at the darkening sky in the distance, and sighed. He Qin was a good girl, sensible and understanding. It's just a pity she has such parents. In this era, she couldn't fight back and could only accept her parents' arrangements. Qining patted her daughter's head softly and said gently, from now on, as long as the person you want to marry treats you well, your dad and I will accept him. Su Qingyun didn't speak. She hugged her mother's waist and snuggled close. Qining hugged her daughter and looked at He Qin's expression. She couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Her life seemed to be split into two parts. The first 20 years were good, full of education and carefree days. But after a sudden change, she came here, facing hard work and hardship. Fortunately, she met Su Aimin, a kind man who understood and cared for her. They had a lovely, beautiful daughter. She was already content and only hoped that her parents far away could be safe and happy. This was now her biggest wish. Early in the morning, when Su Qingyun and her father went out, her grandmother was still muttering, "That third one, always running outside. What is he busy with?" Su Qingyun pressed her lips, but said nothing with a smile. On the way to the town, Su Qingyun asked her father, "Dad, how much is left of the stuff?" Su Aimin thought for a moment. "I took a bag of clothes with Uncle Nan to sell around town. Most of it has been sold. Now only the radio is left. I need to think carefully. Big items like radios are not easy to buy because they are not common. If many appear suddenly, others might get suspicious." He didn't dare to sell it recklessly. "That's true," Su Qingyun nodded. Su Aimin looked around and whispered, "If I don't sell all the radios, I'll leave one for you. I heard that radios can pick up many things, news, stories, and more. I'll leave one for you, so you can pass the time." He was worried because his daughter didn't like studying. Now she spent all her time with books, which made him even more anxious. Su Qingyun quickly shook her head. "No, Dad, I don't want one. A radio could sell for about 100 yuan, so there was no need to keep one for her. I said I'll leave one, and I mean it. We're not short of that. When I earn more money, radios will be nothing. We can even buy a TV someday," Su Aimin said confidently, waving his hand. Su Qingyun looked up at the sky and didn't argue further. Her father was full of confidence now, and she didn't want to hurt his self-esteem. When they reached the town, Su Qingyun went to school. Her father took a car to the county because the market there was bigger. These days were the start of school exams. Su Qingyun was in science class, with subjects like politics, Chinese, math, and physics and chemistry. The scores were different from later times. Each subject was out of 100 points, for a total of 400 points. English, which became very popular later, was not even part of the curriculum yet. The exam papers were the same as those in the county schools. After receiving the papers, Su Qingyun quickly glanced through them. The questions were not difficult for her. She picked up her pen and started working quickly. Her writing was smooth, with hardly any pauses or mistakes. Next to her, Jiyu paused for a moment. His pen wobbled a little as he wrote. He pursed his lips and continued working, almost as fast as Su Qingyun. Teacher Qin, who was monitoring the exam, walked over to the two of them. She looked at their densely filled papers and stopped to observe carefully. Gradually, her face showed more and more happiness, and she nodded repeatedly. She knew Jiyu's level well. What surprised her was Su Qingyun. Although she had seen Su Qingyun do her homework well, she was still amazed by her exam paper. The entire math test was very logical and well proven. She couldn't find a single mistake. It was perfect. Today, she had to admit that Su Qingyun was very different from before. She even saw a math talent in Su Qingyun that was more impressive than Jiyu's. Su Qingyun and Jiyu almost finished at the same time. Su Qingyun was a bit surprised, but then she remembered Jiyu's good memory and felt relieved. Every era in our country has its geniuses. Jiyu is just the genius of this time. She looked at him and smiled slightly. This was actually a good thing. After all, talent is very scarce in this era. The country urgently needs someone to rebuild, to make it flourish and become prosperous again. Ji-yu, who was looking at her strangely, didn't understand her thoughts. After packing his bag and submitting his paper, he left the classroom. Teacher Chin didn't say anything, as it seemed she was used to it. Su Qingyun was stunned. Could she submit her paper early? She hurriedly grabbed her bag, slapped her paper onto the podium, and said, "Teacher Chin, I'm done too." Seeing Su Qingyun rush out like the wind, Teacher Chin sighed and rubbed her forehead. It was one thing that Ji-yu always did things differently, but now Su Qingyun was following him too? She felt a headache coming on. The other students weren't doing much better. One by one, they also finished early, feeling defeated and numb from the constant pressure. In the next few exams, the two of them also finished early, one after the other. The students gradually got used to it and became numb from the repeated shocks. The exam was almost over, and there weren't many students at the town middle school. The teachers worked late and quickly finished grading the papers. There were over 100 students in the 3 second-year classes. All their scores were posted publicly. Everyone looked up at the list, stretching their necks. Those with good scores looked from the top, their faces showing excitement with each name they passed. Those with lower scores started from the bottom, their eyes brightening with each name. Some felt happy, others worried. But everyone cared most about who was first. When everyone's eyes turned to the top of the list, they all stared in surprise. On the ranking list, the name that had been at the top for a long time had changed. It was no longer Ji-yu, but Su Qingyun. Her total score was 395 out of 400, just 5 points off because of her essay. The second-place student, Ji-yu, was only 2 points behind her, but that was a clear gap. The crowd suddenly buzzed. Ji-yu has been surpassed. Who is Su Qingyun? Some people didn't know her. A nearby student quickly explained, "She's in our class, and she was even praised in the provincial newspaper. It was in the newspaper on the notice board last time." "Wow, she's really impressive," the student asked in surprise. "Yes," said Su Qingyun's classmate, shaking his head. Now Ji-yu's top spot isn't safe anymore. He sounded a bit happy about it, as Ji-yu was usually cold and rarely interacted with classmates. He looked good and was popular with girls, so many people didn't like him much. Now that Su Qingyun had taken his first place, many secretly or openly felt pleased. Ji-yu, the person involved, just glanced calmly and then turned to leave. He didn't look disappointed, which made some people feel a little let down. "Stop pretending." Someone sneered. "He's so proud, but he got overtaken." Su Qingyun, who had just seen her score, frowned. She looked at the boy who spoke and asked, "What's your name?"
Me.
"You mean me?" The boy was surprised and a little flustered, clearly recognizing Su Qingyun. "My name is Liang Xingyang." "Liang Xingyang?" Su Qingyun glanced at the list and quickly found his name. 87th place. She smiled and said, 87th? Who gave you the courage to mock the second-place person? The boy's happy face instantly froze. Just then, Ji-yu's footsteps stopped nearby. "Wait until you surpass Ji-yu before saying such things," Su Qingyun said coldly, making the boy lower his head in embarrassment. After she turned and left, the crowd that had been quiet started whispering again. Su Qingyun is defending Ji-yu so much. Does she really like him? Probably. She used to chase after Ji-yu all the time. But now they seem quite a match, both in grades and looks. These words reached Ji-yu's ears. He bit his lip, rubbed his warm ear with his finger, and his heartbeat unexpectedly quickened. He frowned, then calmed himself and left. In the office, the teachers were also discussing the exam results. Teacher Chin was surrounded by the other 2 class teachers, smiling proudly. The second-class teacher sourly said, "Teacher Chin, your class now has 2 top students. One Ji-yu isn't enough, and now there's Su Qingyun too. You're lucky." Hearing this, Teacher Chin's smile faded. What good is being lucky? They're not lucky. They weren't born in the best times.
Now.
They can't even get into university.
Sigh.
Her words made the other 2 teachers silent. Every year, many high school graduates across the country struggle to find good jobs. Many go to rural areas or farm at home. If students can't find a clear direction in their studies, what's the point of studying? Teacher Chin also fell silent. She didn't know how to describe her feelings when she saw Su Qingyun and Ji Yu's exam scores. Proud but also pained. Proud of their talent and achievements, yet worried about their future and options. At this moment, she didn't know that the dark clouds in the sky would eventually part and the sun would shine again. Everything would become clear. For now, she was just a teacher worried about her students. The teachers didn't know about Su Qingyun's worries. When the exam papers were handed to her, she only glanced briefly at everything except Chinese, where she scored full marks neatly. Congratulations, first place. A clear, pleasant male voice came from beside her, less distant than usual. Su Qingyun looked at Ji Yu in surprise. Was that him just now? Had she heard correctly? Ji Yu felt a little uncomfortable under her surprised gaze. First place. Isn't that worth a congratulations? She expressed kindness sincerely and did not mind losing face. She smiled warmly and said, second place, you're not bad either. Congratulations, congratulations. Ji Yu turned his head aside. Outside the window, camellias bloomed quietly, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. The young boy slightly curved his lips, looking more charming than the camellias. During the lunch break, Su Qingyun sneaked out of school and rushed into the recycling station. Uncle Wang, I'm here. Her tone became more familiar each day. Here, the brake pads you wanted. Wang Zhihua handed her the parts casually. Su Qingyun's eyes lit up. Finally, the last piece was in hand. She eagerly installed the braking system on her bicycle. She lifted her leg onto the bike, pushed off, and the chain moved. The bike rolled forward smoothly. Su Qingyun skillfully circled around the recycling station twice, then squeezed the brake and stopped steadily. She got off the bike, touched the seat, and felt a sense of pride rise in her heart. Let me see, Wang Zhihua said. Su Qingyun handed him the bike. Wang Zhihua straddled it and looked around. He was surprised to find that, although made from old parts, the bike rode just as well as those costing over 100 outside. Wang Zhihua wasn't sure if it was just his feeling, but he even thought this bike was easier to ride and more lightweight than the ones on the market. Really great. After trying it, Wang Zhihua praised enthusiastically. A smile appeared on Su Qingyun's face. She felt proud, which was rare for her. It was funny, perhaps because this bike was hard to make. She felt more satisfied than finishing a project in her previous life. Okay, I'll keep my promise. Since you built this bike, it's yours. I won't take a penny, Wang Zhihua said happily. Then he added, but when do you think you can finish it? Su Qingyun thought for a moment. As long as you can find all these parts, I can do it any time. Good. Wang Zhihua looked at her, having a rough idea of what he needed after these days. He paused and said, and if you manage to do it, maybe we can talk. Wang Zhihua's words trailed off. Su Qingyun was momentarily stunned, then suddenly smiled. They exchanged a glance, and everything was understood without words. After school in the afternoon, Xiaqiu was about to call Su Qingyun to go home together, but Su Qingyun mysteriously pulled her to a corner outside the school.
Come with me.
What's wrong? Xiaqiu looked confused. Look, what is this? Su Qingyun pointed at a locked bicycle nearby. A bicycle? Xiaqiu exclaimed happily. You really got a bicycle? She thought Su Qingyun was joking when she said she was going to assemble one. It's right in front of you.
Can it be fake?
Su Qingyun raised an eyebrow. Want to try riding? I want to, but I don't know how. Xiaqiu pouted. That's easy. Riding a bicycle is simple. Su Qingyun looked at the sky. I'll teach you another day. From now on, we can give each other rides. For now, let's go back home.
Okay.
Xiaqiu was very happy and quickly got on the back seat of the bicycle. Hold on tight.
Suhingyun reminde ter.
Hold my waist. She pushed off and the bicycle started moving. The two girls rode home happily, chatting along the way. When they reached the village entrance, some villagers looked over curiously. Is that the girl from the Su family riding a bicycle? When did they buy it? It looks so old. Su Qingyun first took Xia Qiu home, then rode back herself. In the yard, Zhang Xinlan saw her washing clothes and suddenly dropped her laundry into the basin. She stared blankly and muttered, "Wow, where did you get that bicycle, Yunyun?" "Oh, it's from my classmate's house. He doesn't need it, and I have to travel far to school, so he lent it to me," Su Qingyun said casually. She pushed the bike into the yard, and only then did Zhang Xinlan see that it was an old, borrowed bike. She instantly lost interest. Su Qingyun parked the bike in the yard. When the Su family members came back from work, they saw her and heard her explanation.
They didn't think much about it.
Except for Su Aimin and Qining, who looked at their daughter silently. After dinner, the couple went into Su Qingyun's room. Su Aimin clasped his hands and squinted at her. "Tell me, where did the bicycle come from?" Recently, Yunyun asked him about a bicycle. Now she has one. So, how could someone just lend her a bike? What kind of family do her classmates come from to lend out bikes? It's not like it's some small item.
Su Yun smiled happily.
"I knew my dad's sharp eyes wouldn't miss anything." She whispered, "This bicycle is made by myself." Made by myself? Su Aimin and Qining were both surprised. "Where did you get this? Even an old bicycle would cost around 100 or 200 yuan, right? Where did you get so much money?" "I went to the scrap yard and found old parts little by little, then fixed and assembled the bicycle myself," Su Qingyun explained clearly to her parents. "So, you built a bicycle by yourself?" Qinying's eyes widened in disbelief. "How are you so capable? You always like to quietly do big things."
Su Aimin frowned.
He believed in his daughter's hands-on skills. She could even fix a harvester, so a bicycle was nothing. "No matter how I made it myself, those parts cost money, right?" "How much?" "Dad will give you the money," he said. The scrapyard also needed to make money, and he knew that well. "I didn't spend a penny," Su Qingyun blinked. "I promised the boss that I would build another one for him, and he wouldn't charge me." "You're really something." Su Aimin gently ruffled her hair. "My daughter is smart, just like me." "We must keep this a secret," Qining said. "If our family finds out that Yunyun can make a bicycle, it will cause a big fuss." "I know, Mom. Don't worry," Su Qingyun promised. Su Aimin listened carefully to the sounds outside and handed her something. It was a small portable radio they brought back from the provincial city. Su Aimin advised her, "Stay inside and listen carefully." "I know," Su Qingyun nodded. After her parents left her room, Su Qingyun played with the small, delicate radio in her hands. It was a transistor radio with a full germanium tube design, very small in size and tightly built. The craftsmanship was excellent. In this era, it was almost a luxury item. In Luo Shui village, fewer than 5 people owned a radio. The popular programs included Little Horn, Children's Broadcast, and Youth Friend, among others. She extended the antenna, turned on the switch, and rotated the dial. Her voice was soft, and gentle music flowed out. The song Yesterday, Once More by Carpenter was familiar to Su Qingyun. It was composed 2 years ago and remained a classic hit worldwide even decades later. Listening to this beautiful music, she was lost in thought. Su Qingyun recalled the development of radios, from vacuum tubes to transistors and now to integrated circuits. Currently, we're still at the transistor stage, and the development of integrated circuits still has a long way to go.
What if she tried it herself?
Su Qingyun fell into deep thought, but she knew her current situation didn't allow for scientific research. She could only suppress her ideas for now and think about it later. After listening for a while, she turned off the radio. The house wasn't soundproof, and if someone found out, between the bicycle and the radio, her family would definitely become suspicious. As she turned off the radio, Zhang Xinlan, passing by her door, tilted her head in curiosity. Did she hear something just now? She pressed her ear closer and listened carefully, but heard nothing. Was she imagining it? Zhang Xinlan scratched her head in confusion and left. In late October, the weather was getting cooler. Su Jun was lucky to have 2 days off. He returned from the county, surprising Su Aigua and Li Xiulian with gifts. Now, he was earning a salary and generously bought many things for the family, a bag of fruit candies, a can of malted milk, about 10 pounds of warm cotton to prepare for winter. Our soldier really has made progress, Wu Guixiang said with a big smile. Big brother is amazing. He just started working a month ago and bought so much for the family, Su Qingyun praised generously. Zhang Xinlan looked on with envy. June, how much salary do you get? You're so generous, buying so many things. Su Jun knew his second aunt's personality and replied calmly, I'm just an apprentice now, earning only about 10 yuan a month. The fruit candies and malted milk are my own, and the cotton was given to me by my master. June, you must remember how kind your master is, Li Xiulian quickly said. She was always worried when Su Jun was working in the factory. Now that she knew he had such a good master, she felt very happy. Zhang Xinlan rolled her eyes. So, how do you plan to use your salary? 10 yuan is quite a lot. Su Jun looked at his grandmother. Grandma, I now earn 17 yuan. I stay and eat at the factory, so I don't need much money. I plan to keep 2 or 3 yuan for myself, give 5 yuan to my parents, and give the rest to you. What do you think? He planned this, but Su Aigua and Li Xiulian didn't say anything. They didn't really mind because the work wasn't something he earned himself, and now there was no division of the family property. Everyone agreed that the family would pay for food and drinks, and the money they earned should go to the family. When the military offered 5 yuan, they were a bit unhappy. Wu Guixiang happily looked at her eldest grandson. She thought he was sensible. She nodded and said, Good. You give the money to Grandma. Grandma will save it for you. You're about to get married soon, so this money can be your wedding fund. If it's not enough, the family will add some more. Thank you, Grandma, Su Songjun said obediently, with no objections. Seeing this, Zhang Xinlan immediately gave up, feeling her efforts were in vain. However, when it came to Su Songjun getting married, Zhang Xinlan wrinkled her nose. Last time there was a fuss with the He family. Although Su's family was right, the He family was so troublesome that matchmakers now hesitated to introduce suitors, fearing they would hold a grudge and cause trouble. Su Aigua and Li Xiulian also remembered this and looked unhappy. Seeing his family's bad mood, Su Songjun asked curiously, What's wrong, everyone? It's because of your previous girlfriend causing trouble. Our Su family got involved too, Zhang Xinlan blurted out. Second sister-in-law. If you're not going to speak, no one will think you're mute. Wu Guixiang quickly shot her a sharp look. Zhang Xinlan shrank back and didn't dare to speak again. Su Qingyun silently shook her head. Her second aunt-in-law really never stopped causing trouble. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Su Songjun looked at his mother. Mom, what's going on? What happened? Nothing serious, Li Xiulian said with a strange look. She secretly resented her second sister-in-law more. Why bring up this matter? Su Songjun pursed his lips and looked down. Mom, I'm working now. If something's wrong at home, I should know about it.
Tell us, Su Dalin said.
Songjun is grown up. He can understand right from wrong. Li Xiulian had no choice but to frown and tell the story. After she finished, Su Songjun was silent for a long time. Songjun, you're not seriously thinking about He Qinqin, are you? Seeing his silence, Li Xiulian got nervous. If he still liked He Qinqin, how would they feel about rejecting the He family?
No, Mom.
Su Songjun came back to his senses and shook his head. He said, I was just thinking about what the security guard at our factory told me. He said someone claiming to be my aunt came to find me. I was wondering who it could be. It must be He Qinqin's mother. What? She even came to the factory to find you? Wu Guixiang widened her eyes and was very angry. It's one thing for her to cause trouble in our village, but she dared to come to the factory to find Songjun? What is He family up to? She gritted her teeth and said, It seems I didn't scold her enough last time. I should give her a good beating. Even Li Xiulian, who is usually very kind, was so angry she gasped. She said plainly that the He family was not good people.
Suingyun frowned.
In this time, relationships between men and women are viewed very seriously. If he spread false rumors in the factory, saying her older brother abandoned He Qinqin, how could her brother behave in the factory? Besides, Her brother is still an apprentice. Even if it could be explained, it would still affect her brother. Su Qingyun felt a wave of fear. She thought about how, years later, there might even be charges like hooliganism. Su Qingyun thought for a moment and said to Su Songjun, "Brother, I think you should talk to the factory security. I'm worried that Aunt He might come to find you again. If she says something misleading, it won't be good." Yes, Wu Guixiang immediately understood her meaning. Our Bauer is so clever and thoughtful. Songjun, you need to talk to the security at the factory so there's no misunderstanding. Su Songjun was stunned for a moment, but then understood.
Got it, Mom.
Thank you, Yun Yun.
Li Xiulian siga.
This is just because Songjun doesn't have a partner yet. If he gets engaged, who would dare to say anything? No matter how much he family causes trouble then, it would be useless. That's true, and the family members of the Su family fell silent. Seeing everyone like this, Su Songjun suddenly felt a bit shy. He scratched his head and spoke softly, a little embarrassed. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, I haven't had a chance to tell you. I have a girlfriend.
What?
The whole family was surprised and said in unison. Su Songjun felt even more shy, and his dark face showed a blush. You kid, you're going to drive us crazy. Just tell us already. Li Xiulian was anxious. She only has this one child, so of course she's anxious. Su Songjun looked at his family and whispered so softly it was almost a mosquito's buzz. It's my master's daughter. Li Xiulian couldn't believe it. Your master's daughter?
How old are you?
What do you do? When did this happen? Su Qingyun widened her eyes. Her older brother had only been in the city for a month, and he already liked his master's daughter? Amazing! She gave a big thumbs up in her mind. Just a few days ago, she said. Her name is Wen Cici, and she works at our factory as a clerk. She's a year younger than me. The whole family was paying attention to his story. Su Songjun felt shy, but still explained about his girlfriend. When he was engaged to He Qin, he thought he liked her. But after meeting Cici, he realized what true love was. If Cici was forced to marry someone else, he would do everything he could to convince her family otherwise. The Su family looked at each other silently. She's from the city, has a steady job, and her father is also a factory worker. Their family is quite well off. So, why would she choose someone like Songjun? It's not that they don't like their son, but this girl's conditions are just too good. So good that they couldn't believe it. Does your master know? Li Xiulian finally asked after a while. Su Songjun nodded. Yes, he does. Did your master say anything about it? Zhang Xinlan didn't believe it. If he knew, wouldn't he want Songjun to be with her? My master just told me to treat Cici well, Su Songjun said, rubbing his nose. Treat her well? That's basically a yes. Wu Guixiang stared blankly at the 10 pounds of cotton, thinking. No wonder, she always thought a master wouldn't be so kind to his apprentice. Turns out, he's more like a future son-in-law. Their family's Songjun really is lucky in both career and love. Su Aimin suddenly patted Su Songjun on the shoulder and praised him. Good boy. Now you've got both success in work and love. Little uncle, I should thank you and Yun Yun. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have this job, wouldn't have gone to the city, and wouldn't have met Cici, Su Songjun sincerely said. That's all because of your own efforts, Aimin replied. If Su Songjun had gone to the city without working hard, he wouldn't have gained his master's approval and naturally, he wouldn't have attracted the girl's interest. Wu Guixiang, being the head of the family, thought for a moment and said, Songjun, since your master already knows about your relationship with that girl and is supportive, our Su family should show some respect too. We shouldn't seem unpolite. Su Songjun nodded and said, I know, Mom. I was planning to discuss this with you when I came back. Yes, we shouldn't treat the girl poorly, Wu Guixiang told Li Xiulian. Oldest daughter-in-law, get ready. Let Songjun bring some gifts when he goes back. Okay, Mother, Li Xiulian nodded, then hesitated a bit. Mother, I want to go to the city with Songjun to see that girl. If everything goes well and both families agree, we can decide Songjun's marriage sooner. He's not young anymore. Suit Songjun widened his eyes. Mom, isn't that a bit too hasty? Why rush? Li Xiulian shot him a look. Don't you realize how old you are? You're still young. It's rare for a girl to like you, so you should seize the chance. Let me think about it, Wu Guixiang pondered. Since the other family hasn't given a clear answer yet, it's not really appropriate for you, Mom, to go. Maybe Yunyun should go instead.
Me?
Su Qingyun was happily listening, then suddenly heard her name and looked surprised. Yes, you and your older brother should go to the county town, Wu Guixiang said. You're the youngest in the family. Just go with your brother to see the city. There's nothing wrong with that. And while you're there, check out that girl and tell us what you think. Su Songjun also nodded upon hearing this.
Yunyun dan go.
She and Cece will get along well. He was a bit surprised but prepared himself. If his mother went to the city, she might scare Cece. Qining gently squeezed her daughter's hand. Go ahead, just to help your older brother make a good choice. Su Qingyun had no choice but to agree.
All right then.
She didn't expect to be helping someone find a match. What Wu Guixiang didn't say aloud was that the real reason for sending Su Qingyun with Suit Songjun was because their family was quite different from the girl's family. Yunyun was the most promising among them, and others would think highly of her if they knew. For her son's future, Li Xiulian thought hard and prepared some gifts to take back. She brought some mountain produce from the forest, a jar of wild honey, a bottle of wine for Su Songjun's master, and some money for Su Qingyun to buy things the girl liked once they reached the county. Wu Guixiang also advised her to be careful, observe carefully, and be friendly and generous. Of course, this advice wasn't from her mother, but from Su Qingyun herself. She was entrusted with a big responsibility by her family and, under great pressure, followed Su Songjun on the way to the county town. The brother and sister took a bus to the county seat. Su Qingyun still remembered the task her aunt had told her about. Big brother, let's go to the department store first and see what we can buy for Sister Cece. Okay. Su Songjun nodded, and the two headed toward the department store. Today, the store was not as crowded as last time.
Suingyun felt relieved.
The department store has 3 floors. The first floor sells daily necessities. The siblings went straight to the second floor, which had ready-made clothes, fabrics, and colorful hairpins and hair ties that young girls like. No matter the era, girls love to look pretty. These small items are very popular. A group of young girls gathered around the display, choosing items freely, chattering non-stop. Seeing this, Suit Songjun stopped in his tracks. Yunyun, you go pick first. What's wrong? Su Qingyun asked curiously. I don't even know what Sister Cece likes. Seeing the group of young girls, Su Qingyun immediately understood. Her big brother didn't want to squeeze in with the girls. Then, big brother, you wait here for me.
All right.
Su Songjun sighed in relief. Su Qingyun clenched her fists, determined. She was slim and quick, and soon pushed to the front. She took a deep breath. For her brother's sake, she was really giving it her all. She looked around the display. At first glance, she felt a bit disappointed. Honestly, the items here were far worse than what she and her father had brought back from the provincial city. But there was nothing she could do. The county town could only have this level. More delicate and luxurious things were not affordable for the local people. Su Qingyun searched carefully for a long time before finally finding a decent necklace in a corner. It was a thin silver chain with a small, shiny butterfly pendant that looked like it was about to fly. It was well made, pretty, but not flashy. She reached out to grab it, but a long, slender hand suddenly reached in and stopped her. Su Qingyun looked up in surprise. Jiyu, how are you here? I was about to ask you the same thing. Jiyu also looked surprised. How could she be here? They exchanged a glance and struggled to squeeze out of the crowd. Seeing Jiyu's messy hair, Su Qingyun couldn't help but smile.
What are you laughing at?
I laugh at you for actually coming to these jewelry stalls like a young girl. My older brother wouldn't want to come here, but Jiyu is quicker than anyone else. His cold image instantly crumbles in my mind.
Really?
Are you giving this to your girlfriend? I point to the necklace he's holding. Jiyu purses his lips. I bought it for my mom. Her birthday is coming up soon. Your mom? I tilt my head. Then maybe this isn't the right choice? Ji-Yu's style and demeanor are quite elegant, so I guess his mom is also a graceful, intelligent woman. A cute, girly necklace like this doesn't seem suitable. Is that so? Ji-Yu looks at the necklace in his hand, hesitating a bit. Then what should I buy? I smile. You've never bought anything for a girl before, have you? Of course not, Ji-Yu replies, then realizes his tone sounds a bit off. After thinking for a moment, he hands me the necklace. Here, you can have this. Really? I exclaim happily.
Yeah, Y nods.
But in exchange, you have to help me pick out a gift. No problem. I agree immediately. Am I bothering you? That man over there. Ji-Yu glances at the man watching us from a distance. He noticed him earlier. It's fine. That's my brother. I'll just say hi to him first. I walk over to a man with a puzzled look on his face. Big brother, I've met my classmate. He's here to buy a birthday gift for his mom. I'm helping him choose. Classmate? Huh? My brother relaxes. He had wondered where that brat came from, but now he sees how familiar I am with him. This is the gift I picked for Sister Cece. She should like it, I say, opening my palm to show the silver necklace. My brother's eyes light up. Nice, nice. Cece loves small jewelry like this. The necklace has a price tag. It's just a thin silver chain, but it costs 7 yuan 50, almost half a month's salary for him. It's one of the few items that doesn't require a receipt. Though it hurts a bit to spend, my brother happily goes to buy it, taking the receipt and paying. Big brother, wait here for me. I'll be back soon, I say and walk quickly back to Ji-Yu. He looks at me with a cold, indifferent expression, but he doesn't seem impatient. Let's go. I'll help you look around, I invite him. There are many shops selling women's clothes on the second floor. Su Qingyan skipped all of them because she wasn't sure about her style and didn't want to choose something that wouldn't suit her. Instead, she looked for small accessories to add a nice touch. While browsing, she asked Ji-Yu, "Can I ask what your mother does for work?" She wanted to choose something suitable based on his background.
She
Used to be a teacher, Ji-Yu replied with a suddenly colder tone. Su Qingyan was focused on the colorful items and didn't notice. Oh, a teacher, she nodded, guessing correctly. Teachers usually have a refined style. Hey, Ji-Yu, what do you think of that one? Su Qingyan suddenly brightened her eyes and pointed to a display nearby. Ji-Yu looked over. It was a stand selling cashmere clothes. The large, fancy cashmere coat looked a bit too much, and he hesitated. That outfit might not be suitable.
What?
I meant the scarf over there. Su Qingyan quickly moved forward and picked a tan-colored cashmere scarf. It felt soft, warm, and very comfortable. Here, this one looks good. Winter is coming soon, and this kind of scarf is both warm and stylish. She demonstrated several ways to tie the scarf, as if performing magic. The girl was wearing a dark red sweater, and the tan scarf made her skin look even fairer. Her small face was fresh and tender, and she looked at him with a bright smile. Ji-Yu suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. He looked away and said casually, "Not bad. Let's get this one." Wait, let's check the price first. Su Qingyan looked at the tag, 7 yuan. Plus, it needed a receipt. Her eyes widened. Even though she knew it wasn't cheap, she was surprised that the scarf was more expensive than the silver chain she saw earlier. Ji-Yu casually took the scarf to pay, and Su Qingyan stroked her chin. It seemed that Ji-Yu's family was quite well off, able to buy such an expensive scarf without hesitation. My task is done. I should go now, Su Qingyan said, worried her older brother might be waiting impatiently. Yeah, thank you, Ji-Yu replied. Su Qingyan turned to leave.
Wait.
Ji-Yu suddenly called her back, looking a bit awkward. When will you go back?
Why?
Su Qingyan asked curiously. She thought for a moment. Probably in the afternoon?
Then.
Do you have time to go to the county library this afternoon? Ji-Yu asked hesitantly. County library? Su Qingyan gently tapped her head. She had said a long time ago she wanted to go, so how could she forget? Coincidentally, she was here now, so she could go take a look. Yes, I have time. Then let's meet at 2 o'clock this afternoon at the entrance of the library. Is that okay? Okay.
Suinjun nodded happily.
I'll go ahead now. Watching her walk away, Ji-yu pursed his lips and showed a faint smile. Su Qingyun followed her brother to the family housing area of the steel factory. Su Tsongjuan's master had worked at the steel factory for over 20 years. He was a senior mechanic there. His wife used to be a worker at the factory too, but she retired due to health issues. The job was passed down to their daughter, Wen Cece. Naturally, their house was quite large. As they walked, Su Tsongjun said, Yun, you've never been in a building like this before, right? It's different from our countryside homes, where each family has their own yard. Here, many families live in one building. It's not as spacious as ours, but everything is very clean. Look at these bright white walls. Even the toilets are easy to flush with just a press, so convenient. Su Qingyun, who had seen countless skyscrapers in her later life, kept a gentle smile and listened to him talk nonstop. Big brother, are you a little nervous? Nervous? What's there to be nervous about? Su Tsongjun raised his voice a bit. I've been to my master's house many times. There's nothing to worry about. Big brother, you're sweating, Su Qingyun said coldly, exposing him. It was almost November after all. Hearing this, Su Tsongjun quickly wiped his sweat. Though he had indeed been to his master's house many times, this time felt different. His status was a little different now, so naturally, he was nervous. He took a deep breath and knocked on his master's door.
Come in.
A gentle, light voice replied quickly. The door opened, and a girl with shiny black hair in 2 braids appeared in front of Su Qingyun. Her eyes were big and round, her face pretty and charming. She looked very likable. Su Qingyun immediately felt a good impression of her future sister-in-law. When Cece looked at the unfamiliar girl beside Su Tsongjun and paused for a moment. Then she quickly reacted and smiled. Brother Tsongjun, this is Qingyun, right? Yes, my little sister, Su Tsongjun said with a simple smile. She looks pretty, doesn't she? She's very pretty, but she looks more like a sibling than you do, when Cece chuckled with her hand over her mouth. Su Tsongjuan's eyes widened. Why doesn't it look the same? Ha ha ha, Su Qingyun couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The 2 girls exchanged glances. When Cece also couldn't help but giggle and burst into laughter. Why are you laughing at the door? A voice came from inside. Is Tsongjun here? Hurry up and let him in. Yes, Qingyun, come in quickly, when Cece hurriedly called out. Su Tsongjun followed inside, feeling confused. Qingyun, Tsongjun, you 2 chat first. I'm going to the kitchen to help, when Cece said, and went into the kitchen. Seeing his master sitting in the living room, he quickly handed over the things he brought. Master. When Keifu looked up and saw the big and small bags in his hands, he frowned. You came just now, and you brought so many things? Uncle, please accept these. They are just a small token from our family. Su Qingyun quickly spoke up to defend her older brother. When Keifu's eyes moved to the pretty young girl, his eyes brightened. You're the sister Tsongjun mentioned. The one on the newspaper? Su Qingyun felt a bit helpless. How did this news get to the county town? Yes, uncle. Come. Sit quickly, when Keifu warmly invited her. He had heard from Tsongjun several times that this little sister was very smart and capable, even appearing in the provincial newspaper and being praised by the province. She really looked clever. When Keifu looked at the honest Su Tsongjun, father and daughter seemed to be in sync. He also had the same doubt as when Cece. These 2 really didn't look like siblings. He stood up, took the things from Su Tsongjuan's hands, and his eyes widened for a moment. Wine, honey, mountain products, there was so much. Wen's mother also came out of the kitchen with Wen Cece. Seeing the honey in Wen Keifu's hand, she exclaimed happily, This honey looks really good. Is it wild honey? Madam, you have good taste. This honey was specially collected from the mountains by my uncle. It's good for health to drink it with water. You should drink more, Su Qingyun said enthusiastically to make a good impression on the family. Wen's mother looked at her kindly. She had already heard from her daughter that Tsongjuan's sister was smart, sensible, and beautiful. Seeing her now, it was indeed true. Su Qingyun added, These mountain products are also good for health. You can start eating them now. If you like them, next time, I'll ask my older brother to bring more. Mrs. Wen held her hand and smiled, saying, "It really has been a lot of trouble for you." The honey and mountain goods were hard to get, and the Su family had sent so many. She and her husband exchanged a knowing look. They understood the meaning behind the generous gifts from the Su family. The soldiers are hardworking and reliable, and her husband liked his apprentice. She also thought he was a good young man, but because of the Su family's financial situation, she was still a bit hesitant, worried that Cece might suffer if she married into that family. But now, it seemed the Su family's attitude was quite good, and Mrs. Wen felt a little more positive about it. "Miss Cece, this is a gift my brother picked out for you. Do you like it?" Su Qingyun took out a silver chain. Cece Wen's eyes widened. "And mine too?" "Of course." Cece Wen took the chain, which was small and delicate, not flashy at all. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She quickly put it around her neck.
But
did Brother Songjun choose this? She doubted that Songjun could have such good taste. Songjun Su looked guilty and touched his nose. Cece Wen didn't expose him. "Thank you, Brother Songjun and Yun Yun." In just a short time, her way of addressing them changed. Mrs. Wen was in poor health, and Cece Wen was an only child in this era. She had always wanted a younger brother or sister, and Su Qingyun perfectly fit her imagination. Mrs. Wen glanced at the necklace. It looked expensive. Songjun was just an apprentice now, probably earning only half a month's wages. But seeing how willing he was to spend money on her daughter, Mrs. Wen's smile became even more genuine. Suddenly, when Kai Fu wrinkled his nose. "What's that smell?" "Mom, it's your soup."
Cece Wen exclaimed. "Oh."
"I forgot." Mrs. Wen clapped her head and quickly ran into the kitchen. She saved the soup, brought out the dishes, and set them on the table. She called everyone over. "Don't just sit there, dinner is ready." As they sat down, Su Qingyun glanced at the dishes. She had come uninvited and unexpectedly arrived. Originally, there were supposed to be only 4 people, but Mrs. Wen had prepared 5 dishes and a soup. There were 5 dishes, both meat and vegetables: mushroom stir-fried with meat, small fried tofu, sausage stir-fried with dried tofu, stir-fried greens, a steamed fish, and a meatball soup. Even with the Wen family's good conditions, they didn't usually eat so lavishly. It was clear they really liked her older brother. Su Qingyun thought to herself that she should give more credit to the Wen family. "Yun Yun, eat quickly." When Cece had not yet started eating her food. "Okay, I'll try my mother-in-law's cooking," Su Qingyun said politely. She picked up a piece of fish, tasted it, and praised, "It's very delicious." "When mother, try this tofu," when mother offered her a bite. Su Qingyun tasted it and continued to praise, "This is also very good. Mother-in-law, you really have a talent for cooking. Your words are so sweet," when mother beamed with happiness. "But this dish wasn't made by me. It was made by your sister Cece." "Really?" Su Yun looked surprised. "Then it seems Cece has truly learned from you." She took another bite and casually said, "It would be great if I could always enjoy dishes made by Cece." Su Songjun raised his head and smiled. "That's easy. One day, when I and your sister Cece." His words suddenly stopped, and everyone at the table paused their eating. Su Qingyun almost kneeled for her older brother. "Brother, even if you're thinking it, don't say it so eagerly." She couldn't bear to watch her grandparents' expressions. "Brother Songjun, what are you talking about?" When Cece's face turned red as she scolded him. Realizing what he had just said, Su Songjun wished he could disappear into the table. "I didn't mean that," he stammered, unable to explain clearly as he saw his master and mistress's serious faces. "What do you mean you didn't mean that?" "Then what do you mean?" When Cece raised her eyebrows. Brother Songjun, considering his status, had never dared to speak openly about this matter. Now that he finally expressed his true feelings, why was he thinking of backing out? When Keifu looked at his daughter-in-law's questioning and sighed inwardly. After all, daughters grow up and leave home. He paused for a moment, looked at Wen mother, who nodded slightly. When Keifu finally spoke, his tone serious, Songjun. Find a good time. Let's have a meal together and discuss it. When Su Qingyun heard this, she almost dropped her chopsticks. Her eyes lit up, and she eagerly nudged Su Songjun. Hurry up and agree. Su Songjun was stunned. What? When Keifu looked at his clueless son and sighed again. He decided to be straightforward. Songjun, tell your parents and family about this. Find a good time for everyone to discuss your marriage with Cici. Mother Wen also said, yes, going to the army. Your master, and I only have our daughter Cici. You're honest and kind-hearted. Cici likes you too. If you marry Cici, we don't have many demands. We just hope you treat her well, and that will be enough. Joining the army is indeed good. As long as they are happy, I don't ask for anything else.
Dad, Mom.
Cici Wen blushed so much, she almost felt hot. What's wrong? Are you not happy about this? Keifu Wen glanced at his daughter. I'm not unhappy, Cici Wen whispered. She looked at Su Songjun, who was still stunned, and got annoyed. Brother Songjun, say something.
Huh?
Su Songjun snapped out of his daze, understanding his master and mistress's meaning. He was so happy he didn't know where to put his hands or feet. Su Qingyun was so excited, she wished she could shout. Just one visit, and the Wen family agreed. This was truly worth it. Su Qingyun ate happily, but Su Songjun was distracted and not himself. After dinner, they chatted for a while. Su Qingyun looked at the time and quietly said to Su Songjun, Big brother, I have plans with my classmates to go to the library. I'll head out first. Su Songjun was a little worried. Are you going alone? Should I go with you? No need. I'm not a kid anymore. Su Qingyun shook her head. The county library isn't far. I can manage alone. You should spend more time with Sister Cici. She winked mischievously.
Sukonghun Gesetatit.
He still had some things to say. All right, then, be careful. Watch the time and head to the station. Let's get home early. The family might be waiting anxiously. Okay. After saying that, Su Qingyun bid farewell to the Wen family and left. The county library is just a small two-story building. Its exterior looks dull and gray, and not many people come here, so it feels quite quiet. From afar, Su Qingyun saw Jiyu standing at the entrance. He was wearing a white knitted sweater, standing tall, and holding a beige scarf. His presence added a splash of color to the gray building behind him. Truly a handsome young man, Su Qingyun sighed. Sorry I'm late. Were you waiting long?
Suinjune paleyaist. No, hijueri plaid gamli.
Let's go inside. Su Qingyun followed him. Do you come here often? He asked, noticing how familiar Jiyu seemed with the place. Yes, sometimes, Jiyu said. There aren't many books worth reading in town, so this place has a few more. Su Qingyun nodded and looked around. Rows of short wooden bookshelves stood upright, filled with books that were both new and old. Most of the books looked quite worn, and many even had no covers. It seemed the library hadn't received new books in a long time. At the circulation desk on the first floor, only an old man was sitting. Seeing two visitors, his dull eyes brightened a little. He smiled and greeted, You're here? Su Qingyun was a bit impressed. How did everyone seem to know Jiyu everywhere? Whether at the recycling station or the library? Yes, old Chu. It's been a while, Jiyu said, handing over his library card. He then asked Su Qingyun, You don't have a card? Want to get one? Yes, I should, Su Qingyun replied. It's good to read more books. The old man looked hopeful. It costs 50 cents to get a library card, and there's a $2 deposit. The deposit will be returned when you return the card. Su Qingyun handed over the money. The old man took out a pen and wrote the borrower's name and date on a rectangular piece of paper. He then stamped it with a bright red seal and placed it in a plastic cover. The simple library card was ready. Su Qingyun looked at it. The ink was still wet, but the characters Su Qingyun were written boldly and with great style, showing a strong character. From these words, it was clear that the old man was more than just an ordinary librarian. They walked to the bookshelves inside. Ji Yu quietly said, Old Chi used to be a university professor in Beijing. What? How is that possible? Su Qingyun looked surprised. How could a university professor in Beijing end up working as a librarian in a small town? Is it strange? Ji Yu's gaze turned cold. In this society where people are just pawns, is anything truly impossible? Su Qingyun fell silent. For the first time, she was at a loss for words. She didn't know what to say, nor could she tell him that this strange, twisted era would eventually return to normal, and it would happen soon. It will get better, she said weakly, feeling herself powerless. Find some books, Ji Yu said again, returning to his usual indifferent expression, as if the cynical person just now wasn't him. The two casually wandered around. Su Qingyun brushed away her recent bad mood and moved among the bookshelves, feeling happy like a small bird. The library's books were simply divided into sections: literature and history, art, mathematics, and science. Both of them focused on the math and science section. Su Qingyun scanned each book on the shelf, picking out the ones that interested her. She pulled out a journal called Mathematics Journal. She was a bit surprised. She didn't expect to find such academic journals here. Usually, you needed a subscription to access them. When she was in the provincial city, she saw similar math journals at Uncle Chi's house. She thought she could just subscribe and pay for them herself, but she forgot that logistics weren't advanced here. Since she was the only one subscribing and Luo Shui village was so remote, no one delivered the journals. So, her subscription plan was put on hold. Do you want to see this? Ji suddenly appeared beside her. Su Qingyun replied, "It's hard to find this kind of book here." "There are more over there," Ji pointed in a direction. "These kinds of books are all subscribed to by Old Chu. After he finishes reading, he puts them on the shelf for others to borrow." Old Chu. Is he a math professor? Su Qingyun asked cautiously.
Probably.
He doesn't like to talk about the past much, but I know a bit. Su Qingyun sighed inwardly, feeling even more sad that such scholars were overlooked. With her library card, she could borrow up to 5 books at a time. She spent half a day choosing and finally picked 3 math journals and 2 books about agriculture. She placed the books on the borrowing desk. Old Chu looked up and was a bit surprised. "You like to read these kinds of books?" He personally subscribed to these journals, so he knew how difficult they could be. Could this girl understand them? "I'm quite interested," Su Qingyun smiled.
Good.
Not many kids nowadays like math. Old Chu felt a little fondness for her. Take it back to look at. "If you have any questions, you can ask me next time." As a teacher, he naturally liked students who loved to learn. "Thank you, Grandpa Chu," Su Qingyun said with a sweet smile. Hearing her address, Old Chu was surprised. "Did I tell you that?" Fearing he might mind, Su Qingyun quickly said he didn't say much, just that Grandpa Chu is very impressive. "Ha ha ha," Old Chu laughed heartily. "Don't be nervous. I know I use personality well. Who are you guys?" "We are classmates. We are seatmates." Confused, Su Qingyun looked at Ji Yu, who had just come over, wondering why he kept emphasizing they were seatmates. "Being seatmates is great. Seatmates should help each other," Old Chu said happily, looking at Ji Yu with a teasing smile. "Being seatmates is much closer than just classmates." Ji Yu turned his eyes away and handed over 2 books. "Are you done borrowing them?" "Yes," Su Qingyun nodded, just filling out a form. "Then let's go." "Goodbye, Grandpa Chu," Su Qingyun said politely. "Goodbye, goodbye. Come back after you've finished reading," Old Chu said with a full smile. After they left, Old Chu's smile faded and returned to calm. The small library felt very empty. After a while, a long sigh sounded, lonely and forlorn. Afraid that her older brother might be waiting impatiently, Su Qingyun and Ji Yu hurried to the station. Su Tsongjuan was already waiting there. Seeing him, it was the boy they saw earlier in the morning. He didn't seem surprised.
Hello, brotersu. I am Yi Suingyun's classmate.
Ji Yu was shy and reserved but very polite.
Hello, sukang hunarid.
Let's go. The bus is about to leave. The 3 got on the bus and sat in the last row, choosing seats together. As the bus left the station, the black, white, and gray colors of the town slowly turned into the colorful fields. Su Qingyun enjoyed the view for a while before closing her eyes to rest. The window in the last row was broken, leaving a that couldn't be closed. Cold wind blew in, making Su Qingyun shiver with her eyes closed. Ji frowned, moved forward a little, blocking the open window. The cold wind couldn't come in, and Su Qingyun's furrowed brow relaxed. Su Songjuan saw this and squinted. He thought, Yunyun's seatmate is quite thoughtful. He felt a bit surprised, but didn't think much of it. The car shook as it arrived in town. Ji said goodbye to the others and went home, while the siblings slowly walked back. Yunyun, tell me, how is that girl? Zhang Xinlan asked eagerly as soon as they entered the house. Let's have some water first, Li Xiulian said, handing her a glass of sweet water. Su Qingyun was also thirsty and drank it all in one go. Bower, how is she really? Wu Guixiang couldn't wait any longer. Su Qingjun looked a bit surprised. No, mother, grandma, shouldn't you be asking me? Isn't this about my marriage? What's the use of asking you? Li Xiulian waved him away impatiently. Su Qingyun organized his words and said, I think the Wen family is pretty good. Sister Cici is beautiful and has a nice personality. She cooks well, too. It's clear that Uncle Wen and Aunt Wen really treat our older brother well and don't mind that we come from the countryside. The most important thing is... Su Qingyun paused as everyone looked at him with anticipation, and then he said the most important part. Uncle Wen has already said that our two families should pick a time to have a meal and discuss the marriage of our older brother and sister Cici. What? Li Xiulian was stunned. Wu Guixiang glanced at her. It means having a meal to finalize the marriage. As the mother, why are you so slow to understand? I didn't react right away either, Li Xiulian said happily. So, they don't look down on us?
Look down on what?
They like the soldier, and their daughter also likes our brother. Of course, they agreed, Wu Guixiang said confidently. Zhang Xinlan wasn't quite convinced. Did they say anything about the bride price or the traditional gifts? Not mentioned, Su Qingyun replied. Su Songjun glanced at his second aunt. My master and their family aren't the kind to ask for too much. Since they agreed to my and Cici's marriage, they won't make things difficult for us. That's good. That's good. Li Xiulian sighed with relief. Wu Guixiang thought for a moment. It's one thing if they didn't ask for anything, but we shouldn't ignore it. After all, it's our family getting married. His future father-in-law is his master, so we should show sincerity to the Wen family. Mother is right, Su Aigua, who had been silent for a while, said. Big brother, you too should think carefully about how much betrothal gift is appropriate, Su Dalin said. Now that his grandson's marriage was settled, he was very happy. I understand, father, Su Aigua replied. While everyone was busy preparing for Su Songjuan's wedding, the letter from the long-absent second brother, Su Kongwen, finally arrived after traveling through many places.